Once more, darkness falls upon the city. You wake up, same as you have these past few nights, in the windowless room. As you pry open the reinforced steel door, you look out the window to see, invariably, a sky bereft of sunlight. And then it hits you. The hunger. For a moment, you let yourself wonder if there will ever come a night when it's just not there. Given that you've learned thus far, you probably have much chance kick-starting your heart with jumper cables. You lock the door behind you and head over to Sophie's apartment. You did promise to call on her. Might as well not keep the lady waiting. And hey, what else are you gonna do? Call Jess? Yeah, right. What would you tell her? If she even picked up at all, she'd probably use the opportunity to stick some more needles in you. Or worse, persuade you to come back. But you can't because you don't have a cell phone. Kadir took it from you. I want to check something just real quick. I could have done that while I was booting the game while the thing crashed. But I want to check the translation. Just a sec. Yeah, I wanted to check the correct pronunciation for Kadir because it's an Arabic name, but it sounds more like Kandirun. So I'm gonna try to do a silent ka, a kadia for next time. Probably not gonna have to do the Kandirun, but kadia. Try to get an effort to at least get it right. Okay, so I read that. Or go back to work? Yeah, who are we kidding? HR probably found a replacement the day after you went missing. Nobody there cares if you got kidnapped or turned into a creature of the night. These thoughts put you in a weird mood. Sorry. Okay. It's a strange sensation to walk the crowded streets, same as you have so many times before, but feeling so disconnected, all these people. You're not one of them. Not anymore. You're a vampire, kindred, and you need to carve your own path in this strange new existence, one way or another. Appropriately enough, you arrive at Sophie's building just as that thought crosses your mind. A quick word with the security guard, and you're let into the elevator. Apparently, Mrs. Langley is expecting you. Of course he is. Of course she is, Miss Langley. You knock and wait, patiently, as the footsteps on the other side grow closer. Finally, the door opens and Gregory, Sophie's driver, invites you in. You find the lady herself standing by the window, silhouetted against the city's midnight glow. She stares out, motionless like a marble statue. Everything all right? Am I interrupting something? Or good evening, Sophie? Good evening, Sophie. She doesn't react immediately, but seems to snap out of some meditative state and looks at you with strangely bleary eyes. Yes. Good evening, Eric. I was wondering, when you look out at this city, when you see the lights, hear the hum, smell the rain on the pavement, what do you think about? You gaze out. The lights and rain, the relentless honking below. Music blasting from a nearby window, echoing off of buildings. Someone should record an hour of this and throw it up on YouTube as an ambient piece. Yeah, this is good lo-fi shit. Somebody just basically there's a lot of Vampire the Masquerade soundtrack that looks just like that. That makes for good good stuff. Sorry about that. Other than that thought, it's business as usual. The sights, the sounds, the smells. You know all them all too well. Sophie watches you. You can't tell she's disappointed somehow, but she covers it with a courteous smile. Well, not everyone can appreciate the intricacies that the world offers. In fact, among kindred, my clan is somewhat notorious for finding innate meaning even in the mundane. You see, the blood that flows with me is that of Clan Toreador. There are 13 such bloodlines among us, kindred, though that number has been contested in the past, and these nights it seems that nothing is certain anymore. The clans have gone by many epithets over the years, but the names used these nights have their roots in medieval times. The original Inquisition, if you can believe it. They used these to categorize us, describe our inner differences. In time, we adopted them ourselves. Each clan has a uniqueness about it, inescapable, originating from an ancient progenitor, carried from sire to child. For the Toreador, the gift lies in the sensitivity of sorts. We are uniquely attuned to beauty and ugliness both. We can see either where most cannot, a blessing on most nights, occasionally a curse. The sheriff is of my clan as well, although you'd be hard-pressed to see him as such. Poor Kadir. It breaks my heart to see him in this state. Still, there is a beauty to it as well. Nothing like a good fall from grace. Try as she might to act playful, you can tell she generally cares. She lets her gaze wander off for a brief moment, but is quick to regain her composure. Then there are the Ventrue, known for their pride and a proclivity to rule over others. The prince represent that clan, as is quite common in our society around the globe. Where the Blue Bloods think themselves ruler, the Bruja like to see themselves as preeminent revolutionaries. They call for universal rebellion, while being slaves to their own temper. We don't discuss the rabbles much anymore, not after they largely broken off with the Camarilla. To think they were philosopher once, long ago. I hope to tell you more about some of the other bloodlines tonight. What's my clan? How can I tell a kindred's clan? Clan sticks together, right? Not true. Yeah, there's only three, when we choose a character, there's only three clan. There's the Bruja, the one that I just picked, or we pick another Toreador like her, or we pick another Ventrue like the Prince, which is why she talks about those three in particular right this instant, just so we can make the difference between the clan that we chose. And since we don't know who we are, we have no idea who our clan is, so it's gonna be pointless to ask what's my clan. She wouldn't know. And basically, like, I know the answer to each of these questions, but for your sake, of you the viewer, I'm gonna say this one. So clans are like families. Can clan members stick together, watch each other's back, that sort of thing? Sophie is extremely amused by that remark and tactfully holds a hand to her mouth as she lets out a light, disbelieving chuckle. No, child. Each kindred's loyalty is up to them. Having the option, perhaps, I'd be more inclined to side with the Toreador out of sheer instinct, but that is the extent of it. Clan loyalty is superseded by loyalty to the Camarilla. But even within the sect, having allies of all stripes is preferable to having none at all. Which brings us to the reason I wanted to speak to you tonight. It is customary in our society, especially among younger kindred,
to organize into coteries. Sometimes these are called by the prince themselves or mandated by your fledgling sires. In our case, you may treat it as more of a strong recommendation. I want you to seek out companions, not only because you need to learn more about our society, but also because it is useful. True friendships are rare among kindred, but having allies, even temporary ones, is something of a necessity these days. We might be selfish creatures, but we are drawn to each other nonetheless.
Where should I look for allies? Do you have your own coterie, or what if I want to go it alone? And no. Do you have your own coterie? So tell me, are you part of a coterie? Any close allies?
I do have those that I trust enough to work with, yes. Not a coterie exactly, though I have joined several of those over the years. Not in over a century, though. You, however, you do well to meet some of the city's younger kindred and see if you can find a connection. It's an essential experience for one so young.
She puts on a mysterious smile.
I spent some of my precious time last night asking around, pondering potential kindred for you to meet. Came up with a short list of contacts. I hope you appreciate the gesture. Forging a partnership with them might offer perspective and viewpoints that I cannot provide. Lenses through which to view our kind. They are small members. They are all members of the Camarilla, of course, more or less.
Okay, thanks, I guess. You're choosing friends for me? No. Okay, alright then let's hear it. Who's on the list?
Eager to learn about them, I see. Good, I'm glad. So let us start with the Tremere. They are a powerful clan, disliked by many but feared and respected by many more. They have been an important pillar of the Camarilla.
I always say caramel. It's not the caramel, it's camarilla.
Since the very beginning, they are blood sorcerers.
You look at Sophie with a hint of disbelief. Blood sorcerers? Pretty sure Mark from QA used to brag about having a level 70 blood sorcerer. Somehow you don't think he meant magical vampires. Sophie snickers.
Oh, child, don't be caught with that look on your face when you meet a warlock in person. They really are adept at using vitae, their own as well as others, to unique and potent effects. Since they are quite rigid in their hierarchy, the kindred I had in mind for you might need some persuading. His name is Agathon. From what I hear, he's quite the scholar, very ambitious, the child of a noted Tremere here in New York, Aisling Sturbridge. Spend enough time with Agathon and I'm sure you'll run into her sooner or later.
Blood magic intriguing. A scholar sound boring. A chance to meet an important person then. So by getting to know this Agathon, I can get closer to someone higher up the ladder?
Yes, though not immediately, I would imagine. Aisling finds herself in a somewhat precarious position, both in the city and her clan. Every move she makes is easily scrutinized, thus she has learned to tread lightly. Anyway, if you wish to contact the young Tremere, I hear you can usually find him in a New Age bookstore on Broadway. The Tremere have one of their workshop there. Gregory will give you the details. Now, this next recommendation comes with a brief of a caveat. As you recall me saying, most bloodlines have unique features that might not be obvious at first glance. Well, there is one clan whose members wear their curse on their sleeve. The Nosferatu.
Man, what's with the goofy names? Guess they're really big on Blue Oyster Cult.
No wonder they make their havens in sewers, abandoned buildings, and such. Their appearance is hideous and obviously unnatural. Had they walked the streets like other kindred, the kind would have learned of our existence long ago.
Did she just shudder? It's hard to tell with her usual complexion, but you could swear her skin usually took on an even more sickly color.
The one I have in mind isn't as big an eyesore as the worst of them, but he is no Adonis either. Still, he has some talents and connections that you might find useful. His name is D'Angelo. He has an office, for lack of a better term, in the otherwise abandoned grain terminal in Red Hook. Right next to one of those Swedish stores. The name escapes me. The one with the awful furniture.
What, IKEA? An office? What connections does he have? Yeah, I know she's talking about IKEA, but I'm not gonna remind her of that shit. Like, she's a Toreador. Why would she love IKEA? Okay, so you mentioned this D'Angelo has some useful connections.
Well, I was just getting to that. D'Angelo does odd jobs for Kadir. Digging up dirt, locating kindred who would prefer to remain hidden, the kind of work the Nosferatu are best at. He's on the case right now, something to do with kind murders, I think. After your initial brush with our dear sheriff, I think it would be wise to show some goodwill towards his agenda. Assisting D'Angelo with his investigation might be just the thing.
She takes a brief pause to look out the window again.
Now come the two more exotic proposal.
Exotic? As if the blood mage and the vampire detective were business as usual.
You may have heard about the Gangrel before. They are a wild clan in touch with their beast in ways any others might not dare to attempt. They mostly keep out in big cities, but there are exceptions. Nominally, they haven't been part of the Camarilla for over 2 decades, but the one kindred I would like you to meet has strong, shall we say, familial ties to the sect. Her name is Tamika. Her sire, Jezebel, was instrumental during the Battle of New York back in 1999, the very same battle that cemented the city as a Camarilla domain.
Because when I was playing Chicago by Night, it was a 90s setting, and New York was a sabbatical domain. So during the Battle of 1999, it flipped. It became Camarilla.
Sadly, her achievements have gone largely unrecognized. Tamika and a number of her siblings still resides in the domain they were awarded after the battle, Prospect Park. Jezebel herself left the city some years ago, fed up with being underappreciated.
Anything more about Tamika? Well, you mentioned siblings. Should I contact non-Camarilla clan? Yeah, about that. yeah, I want to be friends with somebody from the clan of the dragon, you know? You seems to know more about her, sire, but is there anything else you can tell me about Tamika?
I ask around. Out of all of Jezebel's children, Tamika is known to be the most rational and cool-headed, at least for a Gangrel. That said, she's likely to have a unique way of appraising your worth. I cannot say how exactly, but you should be prepared for an interesting conversation, at the very least. Then again, that could be said for almost every kindred in this city.
There's that mysterious smile again.
So you see, seeking out Tamika could prove quite educational, if nothing else. And who knows, perhaps you will find her temperament to be a welcome change of pace. But speaking of change of pace, I have one last suggestion to you, though it's one I don't make likely. The kindred who called herself Hope. She's a Malkavian. They are uniquely cursed clan. For centuries we considered them mad, insane, unhinged. But those of us who spend enough time with them come to understand the truth. It is no sickness, but unique perceptions of the world that has them appear to us as unstable, and that perception can prove to be very valuable. Having a Malkavian as your companion might be taxing on the nerves and a true test of patience at times, but their insight and intuition are unrivaled among kindred. As for Hope specifically, she is said to be a recluse, but I have it on good authority that she can currently be found in an internet cafe, I believe it's called, in Lower Manhattan. Gregory has the address.
She doesn't sound like my type. An internet cafe, quaint. Where did you learn about Hope? Yeah, an internet cafe in the 20s? Really? How quaint.
I really wouldn't know. But since you brought it up, be aware the Camarilla is highly critical of using the internet to communicate. The Second Inquisition made sure of that. Exercise caution when at her haven. Well, I believe that's all of them. I still have a few social calls to make tonight, so I'll leave you to it. Use tonight and tomorrow night to arrange some cordial visit of your own. I will send Gregory for you as soon as I have further need of your services. Oh, that reminds me. You will need a car. Join up upstairs, won't you?
She smiles once more and turns her to her driver, who helps put her on her coat, and the three of you leave Sophie's apartment. Sophie points to one of the cars nearest the building as Gregory hands you the keys. It's a rather inconspicuous compact car, a decent looking, if not luxurious ride.
Stay safe, Eric. This is your first night alone. Don't let it be your last.
As they drive away, you find yourself with more freedom than you have for the past few nights. A blessing or a burden, time will tell. With a list of addresses in hand, you consider your next move. Okay, here's Agathon, Hope, D'Angelo, and Tamika. Tamika is the one that already has the most trouble accepting. I'm gonna start with her first. Gangrel neonate, but Tamika made herself her haven in Prospect Park. Pharaohs aren't exactly a social bunch, even by Kindred's standard. If you can keep her from clawing her eyes out just for long enough, she might be persuaded to join you. You make your way through the Grand Army Plaza, passing the Soldier and Sailor's Memorial Arch. You can't help but feel a tinge of nostalgia as you picture the place as you've been in countless times, in broad daylight, teeming with life. You quickly get over it and pass through the northwest gate into Prospect Park. The park is its usual maze of unkempt foliage and dimly lit alleys. Silence hangs in the air, as if would at this time of night, and there doesn't appear to be any sign of kindred presence. You start to suspect Langley's source fed her a bunch of bullshit, but you're not willing to give up just yet. As you ponder your options, you fear footsteps coming from behind the line of trees. Quick, but evenly paced, most likely a late-night jogger. No vampire would take kindly to you feeding in their domain, but then again, perhaps you could kill two birds with one stone. If I feed, they'll come out, and I'll just talk. Let's see how it goes. You lock onto the sound of footsteps, predicting the runner's path. You move swiftly but quietly to intercept them. You hide beneath a tree and wait for your prey to get closer. Mere seconds later, a young man in an off-brand tracksuit trots into view. You notice the buds in his ear, beat heavy music bleeding through. That should make things easier. Just as the man passes by, you emerge behind him and plant your hand firmly on his neck. You struggle at first, desperately trying to break free of your grasp, but as soon as your fang pierces skin, panic gives way to peaceful submission. You feel elated as the warm liquid trickles down your throat. The fresh vitae washes over your senses, sending an orgasmic shiver along your spine. Somewhere in the deepest, darkest crevices of your mind, the beast stirs in its slumber. You stop feeding. Just in time. Your hunger is satiated. The beast fell asleep. You sit the day's victim on a nearby bench. As the word comes back into focus, you suddenly realize that something is not right. In a split second, the air by the side of your hair swirls like a vortex. Driven by sheer instinct, you lean back just as five finger-shaped razor cut through the darkness, missing your face by an inch. A clawed shadow jumps back a few paces, preparing to correct its mistake. Catch a glimpse of the assailant. Looks pretty animalistic, alright, but he's not the one you're looking for. For starter, it's a he. Just as he's about to lunge at you, a snarl resounds from the bushes nearby, stopping your foe in their tracks. Out of the shadow emerges a young woman, baring her teeth ever so slightly. She walks over calmly, her eyes fixed on your assailant. Her presence is enough to make him reconsider attacking you, but not to withdraw completely. He glances over to her, puffing up his chest. "Stay out of this, damn! I smelled him first!" Okay, he's got a braided beard. He has some tribal tattoo. And he has a tattoo of a tree. The life tree. There's a snake tattoo, or is it a dragon, on next to his temple. And he has some war paint under his eyes and on his nose bridge. And he has a bond. Yeah, he has one of those hipster bun, and he's wearing some sort of a fur cowl. Tam, how about that? She raises an eyebrow but remains silent. Her compatriot turns back towards you. You shouldn't have come here, pretty boy. I'm gonna fuck you up so bad you'll be wearing your tongue as a fucking necktie. Tamika looks at you expectantly. Easy there, I'm not looking for a fight, so you can bark. Let's see your bite. I'm gonna be easy there, big shot. You made your point, okay? Confirmed badass. I'm not looking for a fight. Tamika tilts her head in a way that's barely noticeable, and yet strangely expressive. She seems disappointed. The man loosened up, his lips twisting into a wry smile. Clearly just gave him the confidence boost he needed. Funny. You don't look like a pussy. You don't smell like one either. So why are you acting like one, huh? Well, guess what? You ain't getting off that easy, chicken shit. A fierce growl echoes across the alley, stopping the savage in his track. Tamika walks over to her comrade, her fangs glistening in the dim of the lamplight. She puts her hand on the side of his head, caressing his hair and tugging at his ear as if she was scolding a puppy. She leans over and speaks in a voice that's firm yet oddly affectionate. It's okay, Raoul. I'll handle it from here. The male gangrel looks at her with a mix of timidity and resentment. Then he turns back towards you. Fine. They're not worth the effort anyway. Having said his piece, Raoul retreats into the shadows, although if you were to guess, he's likely to stay within earshot. With her companion gone, Tamika turns to you once more. She has a lot of dreads, and she's wearing some sort of Native American poncho or something like that, and she still have some pelts near her shoulders and neck. What do you want? Straight to the point. I like that. I could use your help. Better pull a leash on that pet of yours. No. I'm gonna say I could use your help. Short story, I'm new here and I'm looking for a chance to leave my mark. Maybe shake things up a bit in the process. I could use your help. Why me? My source claim you're capable, or why not? I'm gonna say... My sources claim you're capable. Are they wrong? No, I guess not. But if you're so well informed, you should know that I don't whore myself out for mercenary work. This is different. I'm not hiring. This is different. I don't think I have the kind of money that would persuade you. All I have to offer is my help, and someday maybe my friendship. Do I strike you as someone who needs a friend? Yes, you do. You're looking for a way out, or your sire abandoned you. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm gonna try this. You strike me as someone looking for a way out of this park, for starters. Is that why you're here? To break me out? Are you my ticking out of here? Yup, that's me, or you can leave with or without me. Shit. Well, look, I'm not stupid. I know you can leave anytime, with or without me. I'm just asking for a couple nights of your time. So, what's it gonna be? For a brief moment, she stands there, motionless, looking straight into your eyes, as if trying to size you up. Finally, she looks away. Looks like she's come to a decision. Just so that we're clear, I don't trust you. I have no reason to. Frankly, you sound more lost than I am. Still, you have that earnest look about you. Naive almost. I can tell you believe what you're saying. So I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. I have some outstanding business to take care of. I'll let you know once that's done. Meet me here and then we'll see what you're really made of. And with that, Tamika disappears into the night. That went pretty well, all things considered. Okay. Because last time when I talked to her, I think I used the Jezebel card. And that pisses her off. And then I said something... Because the thing that I say usually, it's like... I'll make it worth your while, because she's been told that a lot. and we're just a nobody. I haven't proved myself or anything. I didn't even fought the guy, you know. So probably she wants me to prove myself through combat and all. I'm just like a sweet talker. I just want to like I make myself look like I need her more than she needs me. You know. So you notice something strange by the front door of your haven. A letter has been slipped under the door in a cream-colored, old-fashioned envelope. There's no name on it, but you know it's meant for you. So yeah, I couldn't do anything else. I have to go back to my haven to rest. So now there's like this event. Opening the letter, it's clear it's been sent by someone incredibly old-fashioned, rich, or fond of classic stationery. No normal person sends letter like this. The note is short and terse, written in elegant, delicate handwriting. You're cordially invited to a rendezvous at the Cathedral of St. John the Divine. I'll be waiting to make your acquaintance tomorrow night. Look for me closer to God. There is no other information. It looks like you have a mysterious invitation from the following night. Yep. Faith and Myth Part 1. This is the invitation. Meet a mysterious someone at the Cathedral of St. John the Divine. Upon returning to your haven, you find a small scrap of paper lying on your windowsill. Need a favor. If you're still up for it, come meet me in Prospect, signed Tam. Okay. I'm gonna go with Agathon. You arrive at the address given to you by Sophie, a small bookstore smack dab in the middle of Broadway of all places. What really catches you off guard, though, is the store's display. From what you've heard about the Tremere, they are infamous for their ties to the occult and the mystical. And yet now, looking at the oddball collection of items in the display window, it all feels borderline satirical. The book here covers anything from Ayurvedic practices and homeopathy to wellness and self-motivation. The vaguely amusing juxtaposition don't end there either. You notice a copy of Anton LaVey's Satanic Bible tucked in behind a cheap, smiling Buddha. A scientific journal of hematology sits next to a teen-oriented pamphlet on the blood-type personality theory. A number of religious and quasi-religious symbols, lockets, pins, and various emblazoned paraphernalia are at least thrown across the display in between the tomes. Before you even open the door, you can smell the burning incense and hear the corny Far East tinge music seeping through the crackling speaker mounted above the entrance. It's much more quaint than what you expected from what Sophie told you about the so-called warlocks. It doesn't look like they have much interest in impressing outsiders. Then again, if there's anything you've learned these past few nights, is that appearances can be deceiving. At this time of night, the shop appears to be closed. Regardless, you ring the bell. You hear someone shuffling around inside. A brief moment later, a latch slides and the door is pushed open just a few inches. A tired-looking blonde in loose clothes appears in the crack. She seems confused, like you just woke her up. She lets out a yawn, scratching at her tattooed neck. Finally, she squints in your general direction. Her pierced lip curves into an awkward smile. Is Agathon in? I'm here for a cult advice. Got anything on vampires? No. I'm gonna go asking for Agathon. I'm looking for a guy named Agathon. Is he around? The girl gives you a suspicious look over, but opens the door. She takes a few steps back, and you hear footsteps coming from behind the floral curtain that covers the back door. A bespectacled, smart-looking woman emerges and looks straight at you. This must be Aisling. Come in and follow me. Just don't touch anything, please. Yeah, she has a red trench coat like Carmen Sandiego, very long, straight brown hair, and black rim glasses, pointy. And yeah, she's looked me with a stern look on my face. Like, she has a face that says, "Don't piss me off." You follow her through the store. Inside, as expected, the stuffy air smells of sandalwood, frankincense, and a dozen other aromas. The woman leaves you behind the curtain and through the back door into a rickety staircase. A flight of steps takes you up to the second story. You instantly notice the change in decor as the tacky New Age bookstore gives way to something resembling a cross between a library and a bookshop. The smell here is strong too, but much more layered. You're not sure what to make of it at first, but with each whiff it becomes apparent. Blood. The aroma, though subtle at first, soon becomes overpowering. It takes you a moment to adapt and focus. I don't think you know who you're speaking with, so an introduction is in order. My name is Aisling Sturbridge. I am the High Regent of the Chantry of the Five Boroughs. You're Eric, correct? I have to say, you're lucky the ward outside the building is only there for notification tonight. Otherwise, it would have been quite unpleasant. To answer your question, Agathon is here, but he's hard at work, and I wouldn't want to disturb him. Am I to understand this is a social visit? How do you know who I am? High vision sounds important. Hiding above an occult bookstore, really. Oh yeah, High Vision looks like a big title, so yeah, I'm not gonna be dumb enough to ask, how do you know who I am? Like, she was in the court. I've been introduced to everyone important. Everyone who was a big deal was there, so of course she was there. I mean, duh. High Regent of the Chantry of the Five Boroughs. That's quite a mouthful. It might sound fancy, but that's because there's a well-established tradition behind it. One you'd be wise not to ridicule. Some might take offense. Me, for one. What is it that you're here for? I hear good things about Agathon. I was expecting to find Agathon here. Sophie mentioned Agathon to me. Am I gonna drop the name of my mentor here, or I don't know. Okay, I didn't expect to meet you here. I came here to find Agathon and talk to him about working together. As you might have gathered, he is busy at the moment, so am I, in fact. So, unless there's anything else... Suddenly, a man enters from a side room. He doesn't even look at you, lost in his own thoughts. This is Agathon. Yeah, he has a weird look on his face, but he has a serious face. He has ruffled, unkempt hair, but he's well dressed. He has a necktie, not very loose, but he has a dark shirt and sleeveless vest. On top, scarlet.
I have it, Aisling. I think I know how to find it.
He catches himself as he notices you. His face turns sour.
Oh, a visitor?
Yes, we were just discussing you, in fact.
Is that so?
Sophie Langley recommended you. I'm looking for allies. Let me introduce myself. I'm gonna say I'm looking for allies. I'm looking for allies in the city. I was wondering if you would consider teaming up.
Teaming up?
He seems very confused by the notion.
What for?
Could assist you in your work for the company. What else? I could use your knowledge. I'm gonna say I could assist you in your work. Well, I could assist you in your work. I can be quite helpful, knowing I can count on someone to return the favor.
Is that right?
He seems to consider it, then turns to Aisling.
High Regent? May I ask your advice on this?
Aisling looks at you with nary a sign of emotion. I believe that you are more than capable of carrying out your task, my child. I do not think any assistance will be necessary. Oddly enough, he seems somewhat disappointed.
Your confidence in me is appreciated, High Regent.
It has been earned. So, it's settled then. I would kindly ask that you leave, fledgling. We have many matters to discuss. Matters not meant for undiscerning ears. Both of the warlocks look at you expectantly. I didn't mean any disrespect. Apologies for any inconvenience. Yeah, well, fuck you too. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We're not gonna go that. Okay, wait, please. I didn't mean any disrespect. I'm sorry if we started off on the wrong foot. You only get one shot at first impression, and you've missed yours by a mile, so if you can think of anything clever to say, now would be a good time. Otherwise, you know where the door is. I'm offering my help if you need it. What can I say to make it up to you? I was hoping for a partnership. Okay, I'm gonna be straight with them. Well, I came here willing to offer help, should you need it. That offer still stands. Your thoughts, Agathon? I believe I can handle the task alone, High Regent. I have full confidence in you, my child, as always. However, I know this fledgling is utterly hopeless at making a good first impression, but I think you should give them a chance to prove their worth. Just one chance. Tonight. Why don't you start by giving our intern here a brief explanation of what it is you're after? Agathon gives Aisling a hesitant look, but the woman nods approvingly. Encouraged, he turns towards you. A member of our clan disappeared without a trace a handful of nights ago. While the High Regent investigated if any foul play was involved, I've been tasked with recovering her research notes. If there is anything left to recover, that is. I may have an idea where to start looking, and I suppose this is where you come in. If you truly wish to help, I could use your assistance tonight. Right now, in fact. Given the time we've just wasted on idle chatter, I should leave immediately. What's the research about? Who's the missing person? Okay, I'm gonna ask for the missing person. And the missing kindred, who is she? A single glance at Aisling is enough. You can tell you're not getting an answer, at least for now. We're after a research. That's what you should focus on. These people aren't in the habit of making things simple. Facing layers upon layers of secrecy, you can only hope for what lies beneath is the real deal. Yeah, I couldn't ask for the research because it's probably for Tremere eyes only. Basically, like they look like they care about that person's research more than that person themselves. So I think I heard more point if I didn't ask about the research. I'm heading out. Are you coming or not? Yes, I'll join you. I need more info before I decide. I'm not interested. No, I'll join. Alright, sure, I'll join you. Very well. He gives Aisling a slight bow. High Regent, with your permission? She nods. Before you go, however, Eric, defer to Agathon in all things. Our clan values obedience above everything else. Prove you can follow, and this might turn into a mutually beneficial relationship. I will await his return and his report. Good luck, my child. Agathon bows again and heads out, urging you to follow. The High Regent watches you leave. Outside, Agathon leads you to his car. It's almost funny seeing him get behind the wheel. Somehow you expect a more mystical means of transportation. You drive south, heading to the lower east side. Agathon seems lost in thought. Either that, or he's a very careful driver. Either way, several minutes pass in silence. So where are we going? The High Regent is your sire. Remain quiet. Okay, let's go to where we're going. Where are we going? Williamsburg. There's a place there that our missing colleague frequented. He seems to be thinking of the right words before he decides to address you again. Let me ask you something. Why me? There's likely a couple hundred us kindreds in New York, yet you seek me out specifically. Why? Sophie spoke highly of you. You sounded interesting. I don't know. I just give it a shot. Okay, I'm not trusting the sire with the mentioning of Sophie Langley, but I'm gonna trust him. For one, Sophie spoke highly of you. She gave me a short list of people to meet. You were on it. Merci. Once more, he grows silent. You're unsure whether to continue prying as your driver seems to disappear into his thought. You drive into Williamsburg and stop by a fancy-looking building. We're here. There's a restaurant on the top floor. You wanted to help, so here's your chance. I need you to get us inside the VIP lobby. Once we're in, I need about half an hour of focus and some space. It'll be up to you to keep attention away from the room. Can you do it? He doesn't wait for an answer and points to the front door. Go ahead, I'm right behind you. The two of you take the elevator up to the restaurant. The door opens, and you see that there are only a few guests left sitting at their table. An important looking staff member approaches you. The manager. Good evening. I am very sorry, but the restaurant is closing for the night. I can make a reservation for next week if you wish. We're location scouting, or I'm the special kind of client. No, I think we can get it now. We're special client, if you know what I mean. I don't think I do. Apologies, but it's company policies. No exception. Would you like to make a reservation? I'm gonna use my presence. It's fine, we can come in. Hey, it's all good. We can come in. We'll be in the VIP lobby. It won't take long. The man blinks. A confused smile appears on his face. Yes, of course. Not a problem. Please come right in. You walk in, trying to look casual, and make your way towards the VIP lobby. You step inside and close the door behind you. It's a nice place, very highbrow, lots of old expensive looking furniture, and private rooms to discuss any sort of business one discusses when you're that rich. Your companion looks at you with something akin to admiration, or at least that's how you chose to interpret the slight change in his usual somber facade. Not bad at all. You inspect the room. It's unusually cold, and Agathon soon discovers why. Looking behind the curtain, windows hangs open. The handle and lock look like they've been dissolved as if with acid. God damn it, Juno! What's with the window? Looks like she's gone, or who's Juno? So what happened to the window? Somebody broke in. I think I know who. He takes a frantic look around the room. This changes things. Keep an eye on the door. I need some time. Half an hour at the very least. Nobody disturbs me, understand? He hastily pushes a couch and some potted plants out of the way, moves a bar stool, and takes out a curved knife, cutting into his own arm, and lets some of his blood drip into the wooden floor. It's pretty fucked up, the way his flesh oozes the deep red, thick vitae. In life, you are found in stomach churning, but right now you feel weirdly turned on by the sight. What follows is most disturbing yet. With one hand, he sheaths the knife and seals the wound. With the other, he smears the blood around him while muttering some weird chant. It sounds vaguely Latin, but you're pretty sure it isn't. It's all more than a little disconcerting, but he seems to know what he's doing. A few moments later, the circles start glowing faintly, a thin wisp of smoke surrounds Agathon. He sits down in the middle, legs crossed, eyes closed. Minutes pass. Agathon's face twitches from time to time, and his head turns every now and then as if he was looking around for listening in on the conversation. The smoke grows thicker, forming a veil around the mage. You expected something more flashy, but it's still a sight to behold. You wonder what's the point of it is, but refrain from asking. It's probably the best to let Agathon do his thing. For close to 30 minutes, you've left to your own devices. Then suddenly the door opens slightly and the manager leans into the room. You tense up for a second, but he just gives you an awkward smile. Anything you need? You shoo him away before he can take a closer look at your companion, and he retreats obediently. 2 minutes later, Agathon casually gets up off the floor and walks over the sofa. He pushes his hands in between the cracks in the upholstery and fishes something out. He then turns to you and nods. We're done here, let's go. You make your way back to the elevator, passing the manager on your way. He gives you a slight, somewhat confused smile, but neither him nor any of his staff gets in your way. Despite that, the elevator ride down feels tense and you relax once inside Agathon's car. He starts the engine and takes a ride at the Continental Army Plaza back onto the bridge. You're just about to say something, but he beats you to it. That went better than I expected, all things considered. It might have been a trick of the light, but you're pretty sure you just saw a smile. I'm used to working alone, but what I'm dealing with right now, it might require some more assistance, and you seem capable enough. Thanks, I guess. Did you find what you came for, or I can do more? So, I'm guessing you found what you came for?
Sort of, enough to continue the search at any rate.
That seems to deplete his social battery for the night. You drive the rest of the way in silence. It doesn't take you long to reach the warlock's hideout. Agathon waves at you absentmindedly, once again lost in his thoughts, hopelessly so. One of these nights, you should probably take him up on his offer. Who knows, if you gain his trust, maybe you can actually break through his stoic facade and meet the man underneath. Okay, this is the middle of the day. I have room for one more. Okay, let's try the new guy, the guy who gave me an invitation. You haven't been to a church since you became a vampire, or kindred as the euphemism goes. You have to focus on concrete, practical things like survival and feeding. You've learned the essentials of the vampire experience, but you don't really have a clear idea of what it all means. The Cathedral of St. John the Divine is a New York landmark. You've been inside once before when you were much younger. You marvel at its Gothic facade. Looking at it now from across the street, it feels ominous. The prospect of an anonymous invitation to a secret meeting is a worrying one, but the venue is well chosen. It's hard to imagine a violent attack in a place like this, with eyes everywhere. You enter the cathedral discreetly. You quickly learn this is an essential skill for a vampire, how to move without anyone noticing you. The full force of the cathedral's architecture hits you as you walk between the pews. If the architect meant to create the feeling of being small in the face of God's glory, mission accomplished. Based on the note, you're assuming that whoever you're meeting is somewhere in the front. As you step closer to the high altar, it feels as if something is dragging at your feet, as if the stone beneath you resisted your movement. Religion is superstition, a vampire, a satanic creature, or does God still listen to you? Religion is superstition. It must be your nerves. As you try to shake the feeling of crushing foreboding, it occurs to you that vampires are superstitions too. There's an old man sitting in the front. You see only the back of his head, bow down in silent prayer. Your footsteps echo on the floor, and he turns to look at you. You can't take your eyes off him. He's tall, dignified, white hair balding, a few strands escaping to the side. He's wearing glasses, a simple clerical clothing. His eyes are warm and pale, too kind for someone like you. Something is wrong. You feel heavy, as if a giant hand was pressing you down. The skin on your face is burning. Perhaps unconsciously, you expected something like this, as a vampire walking into a cathedral. Only it's not the building or God making you feel like you're burning alive. It's the man, the priest. Welcome, my child. Yeah, he's a Viker, an old man with glasses. He's got true faith. The priest's tone is kind, but the rising panic inside is telling you that kindness is not for the likes of you. Run or confront the priest. I'm gonna stay. The only way to understand these painful feelings is to push forward and confront the priest. As you step closer to the priest, panic rises inside you. The emotion is hard to control. Fear, anger, pain, all trying to wrestle you in different direction away. Can I help you? Are you okay? The priest talks to you like he would a lost vagrant who had chosen to enter the house of God. How are you doing this? Please, it hurts, or I'm sorry, Father, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Father, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's alright. Do you wish to pray? It's simply too much. You mutter something incoherent in reply. You don't sound like a vampire, an undead being made powerful by immortal blood. You're just another sad, confused, lost soul. You turn around and stagger away, only feeling like yourself once you're back on the street outside. You stand on the sidewalk, confused and scared. No enemy seems to be attacking you. The priest didn't follow you. The night air is wet with the smells of the city, the same as every night. Here's a stranger. He's was wearing a scarf with a cigarette and some fedora hat. How did it feel? You look at the man speaking to you. He's well dressed, like a little archaic, dark hair, handsome like a character from an old movie. He smiles as if he knows something you don't. You glance around. There are people on the street. You don't appear to be in immediate danger. Who the fuck are you? Did you do this to me, or why does it hurt so much? Okay, I'm gonna ask, why does it hurt so much? That's the question I wanted to talk to you about. Let me introduce myself. My name is Benoit Seagull. We share many things in common, even if you don't know me. Benoit offers his hands to you. Shake hands, or you refuse, glaring at him. I'm gonna shake hands. Benoit's handshake is firm and dry. He looks at you intently, as if trying to find something in your eyes. Would you mind sitting with me for a moment? Benoit points to a park bench nearby in darkness because of a broken streetlight. Wary, you decide to follow him. Only an enemy totally unconcerned with the masquerade would attack you here. Benoit sits down and you follow suit. For a moment, you both contemplate the cathedral in silence. I know how it feels, what you just felt. I have experienced it myself many times. For a moment, you consider how to respond. It's clear Benoit sent the invitation to come here and orchestrate this little setup. Why did you invite me? Did you try to get me killed, or I feel like punching you? What's the point? Why did you go to the trouble of getting me here? We share a connection, you and I. I'll explain it later, but right now the important thing is that it's so much easier to show than to tell. I wanted you to meet Father Anthony, or see him, experience him. Did you wonder why it felt like that? It was a priest. Is it a supernatural power, or does it matter? Well, at first I thought it was because I was in a church, but then I realized it came from him, the priest. I think you're right. It does come from him. It's his faith that makes you feel like that. He's safe in his belief while you are one of the damned. Do you ever wonder what's the role of a vampire in God's creation? You stop to think. Of course you wonder what it is all about. Whether it's about God or nature, you don't really know what being a vampire means. That's the trouble with the masquerade. A human faced with a human problem can go online and find something that helps. You can't. Masquerade means that everything there is to know about your condition is secret, hidden away. You're left relying on the unreliable opinion of people like Benoit. Suddenly Benoit takes your hand and presses it against his chest. As he stares into your eyes, you feel his heart stop. My heart no longer beats, yet I move, I talk. Is that how God intended us to be? There's a natural explanation. No, it can't be, or let me go. I'm gonna say no, it can be. No, he didn't. I know he didn't. This is wrong. Yes, I agree. The question is, can there be salvation for the likes of us? Sometimes I'm skeptical too, but in Father Anthony's presence, I know faith is real. I know it because it hurts so much. But perhaps you have questions about fate and your kind? Yes, what are we? How do you know any of these stories are true? Perhaps we are divine and not damned. Well, how do you know any of these stories are true? I don't. How could I know? This is what fate is. You have to believe something. Good and evil, right and wrong, love and hate. I believe we are damned. I also believe that there is always hope. Grace. Father Anthony's faith shows me the way. It's so easy for us to lose ourselves in the morass of occult speculation. Some of our kind revere Cain, other Liliths. Okay, we have a thing about Cain. I don't think we read it, so let's see. Here's Cain, a mythical figure considered to be the first and most powerful vampire. Some vampires refer to themselves as Cainites, members of the race of Cain. Many of the Camarilla place their faith in the invisible guidance of the Methuselah, who are supposed to watch over us. Methuselahs, they're probably the antediluvian, the 13 antediluvian. Oops. A vampire who has existed for a millennium or more, an elder who no longer participate in kindred society. Methuselahs are rumored to hail from the fourth and fifth generation. Ah, okay, yeah. They're they're not antediluvian, but they're the first generation after that. Yet I wonder how much that really matters when compared to the character of a good man. Did I come here just to talk about religion? This is a lot to take in. These are just crazy vampire stories. Did you have anything else, or did I come here just to talk about religion? I know it's overwhelming. It was for me when I first met Father Anthony. I know there are others like him, whose faith shines like a beacon. Priests, old ladies, children. Anyone can have that conviction inside them. Even vampire hunters. I have to go, this is too much. I have to pray for guidance. I have to go. I can't concentrate when I know the priest is still inside. Benoit nods patiently. Let's meet again in a few nights here at the cathedral. We can talk more after you've thought it through. You leave Benoit sitting in the shadow of the cathedral, contemplating what lies within. It would be easier to ignore his words without the reality of what you experience. Father Anthony was holy. You know it to be true. But what does that mean? So we're done. So we go to rest. Not long after you wake up tonight, Gregory knocks on the door of your apartment. Hey, I came to pick you up. McSlanley wants to see you. I think it's the first time I see Langley's face. Not Langley's face. Gregory's face. Yeah, he looks handsome. Do you know what she needs me for? What if I don't want to see her? My freedom was good while it lasted. Okay. Any idea what she needs me for? I'm not in the position to ask. He smiles politely. The car's waiting, shall we? You wrestle with the same thought as a few nights ago. Maybe you should just leave, disappear, let Sophie find somebody else to employ. But then you remember the Anarch thug being cut down by Khadir and how close you were to the same fate not even a week ago. And that is might still happen if you step out of line. You follow suit. As with your previous visit here, Sophie seems not entirely present when you enter. Her eyes are locked onto one of the paintings in the oops. One of the paintings in the room. You're pretty sure it was here earlier, but she's behaving like if she's seeing it for the first time in her life, entirely entranced. Gregory clears his throat. Sophie turns to the both of you, a bit of irritation in her countenance that soon gives way to a pleasant, warm smile. You're here! Excellent! Thank you, Gregory. Her driver leaves and she turns her attention to you. I hope you had a good few nights and made some of new acquaintance, but I have to say, I'm happy to see you, Eric. Thank you for coming. The change in mood of the room is so sudden and startling it makes you consider the true power of vampiric charisma. Rationally, you know you're being manipulated, but you don't even care. Her eyes, her motion, her entire body language all feel 100% genuine, expressing legitimate interest in you and your well-being. I have a request for you this night. I need you to find somebody for me and make a delivery. She points to the statue at the side of the room. You notice a plain-looking flash drive lying on the edge where the inanimate archer's bow touches the pedestal. The man you'll be looking for calls himself Kaiser. He has eyes and ears all over New York, and it's rare for something to happen here without his knowledge. I'll need you to take this flash drive and bring it to him. In exchange, he will give you an address, which I need to know as soon as possible. You're about to ask what's on the drive, but Sophie proves to be one step ahead of you. Oh, don't worry about the contents. They are encrypted. Precaution for it if the data falls into the wrong hands. But it won't, correct? She gives you a smile that just a handful of nights ago would make you feel like melting. Oh, and Eric? Kaiser is a Nosferatu, that twisted deformed lineage of kindred. He is old and his age
has made him even more paranoid than others of his clan tend to be. He holds many heavens and changes them often. From what I gathered, he or one of his servants should be found at the park on Coney Island tonight. You'll have to identify them somehow. I'm told Kaiser has spent many of his nights, despite few years, being driven around the city in a black limo. Maybe keep an eye out for it. That smile again, but much shorter. Anything more on Kaiser? What do you need? Why do you need to trade with Kaiser? Or why don't you look for Kaiser yourself? Okay. Why do you need to trade with him? Can't you just request information given your connection? Kaiser doesn't care about my or anyone's position. He considers information as valuable as blood and makes it a point to never share it for free. He only deals with people who have something to offer, but trust me. She picks up the flash drive and puts it on your palm. I have more than enough means to grab his attention. She flashes one last smile at you and turns back to the painting. Clearly done with the conversation. You pocket the flash drive and head out towards Coney Island. It takes you the better part of an hour to reach the light and sounds of the Coney Island amusement park from the city. The drive is almost pleasant this time of night. Thank God for Belt Parkway. There are plenty of people here tonight, but nobody who stands out as a traveling purveyor is secret. Then again, if they didn't stand out, it would be kind of pointless, right? No, I'm done with my bar, but all of a sudden I'm feeling hungry. I'm gonna be right back and grabbing myself a snack. Okay, I'm back. I'm just preheating the oven, then I'm gonna put it in, and then in 15 minutes it's gonna be ready. So, nothing to do but figure out the right approach. Ask around for Kaiser, feeding opportunity bomb, search for signs of Kaiser. I'm gonna drink a bomb. Temporarily stumped, you feel frustration building inside. You've come to recognize what this is. Hunger. The beast calling to indulge your vice and lash out. It has to be silenced. You take a short walk away from the lights into one of the less frequented, poorly lit areas and see if any option reveals himself. One does.
An older bum has settled himself in a small niche between two buildings and has just begun loudly but incoherently praying. Hard to say who he's praying to, but he's entirely engrossed. Good for you. He barely sees you coming, and you bite down, trying to ignore the smell of unwashed body and soiled blanket underneath. The taste is... Hold up, that's familiar. Yeah. This guy's on the party pill. Or two. Or... You stop drinking. You feel woozy but happy. The world spins a bit. Then starts spinning the other way. You get it under control. And then you don't. You feel your thoughts scattering in all directions, every detail of your surrounding turning into a potential fascination, faraway lights and sound composing a beautiful symphony. You bask in the afterglow of successful feeding, feeling like you're on top of the world, superhuman, a master of the night, a god. A few tangents later, a stray thought saying this isn't good breaks through the layers of noise inside your head, and you realize you've been standing in place for 15 minutes. And staring at you intently is a man with a gun in his hand. Oh, there he is. Stay put. There's someone who would like to have a word with you. We're gonna wait for him. Right here. So yeah, this guy has some sort of scars on his face, but it looks like, you know, plagued. He's plagued with bad skin, so he's probably the ghoul of a Nosferatu. Who the fuck are you? Who am I meeting? Or rush the man? No, I'm not gonna rush the man. This is who I'm looking for. Who's the guy I'm meeting? Oh, I'm still high. Your words come out slurred, barely coherent. Somebody who's going to be pretty pissed that you hunted in his domain, buddy. Gotta tell you, I'm not envious. The hum of a car engine and the soft screech of brakes reaches your ears. The headlight of a black limo pierces the night. And there's the boss. Let's go. He motions towards the light with his gun. You're coming to finally in charge of your body, or at least you think so. The car doors open, but nobody comes out. The stranger keeps motioning to the car. You hope it's the limo you expect. For a moment, you're pretty sure that's what you see inside the car is just the bum's drug blood kicking in for an encore. The inside of the limo used to be a luxury lounge, the kind of with a stripper pole in a bar full of alcohol, but it currently has none of that. Instead, there are monitors and consoles. There are dozens of displays, each one showing something different. Surveillance camera, footage, stock market quotes, television news, emails, tweets, silent movies, lo-fi footage of a gory torture session. You wonder if the limo owner can focus on anything while surrounded by all this visual noise and then realize there's nobody there. Or is there? A man blinks into existence on another covered couch, attempting to maintain something that approximates a regal presence. You're 100% sure it's Kaiser. Surrounded by a dimly lit computer screen, his features are even more ghastly than you imagine. All sharp angles of twisted bone, mangled flesh, and crooked teeth. He bears them in an awful parody of a smile. The door closed behind you. So, the waste of good blood outside tells Sophie Langley sent you, huh? You got something for me? You reluctantly pull the flash drive from your pocket and slowly pass it to Kaiser. He plugs it into a USB port on the arm of his chair and displays the data on one of the screens that happens to be turned away from you. It takes him about a minute to access the data. Let me guess. This from Langley? She said she's at something like this? You our new flunky? You have to bite your tongue and keep from arguing with the word he chose, but you're not. Who do you people think I am? I saw this footage a week ago. He removes the flash drives and throws it back at you in disgust. Tell Sophie the deal's off. She wants her address. She can give me something else. Ask him to give you a break. Ask how you can make it up to him. Presents ask him to ticket the deal. Now, I'm not gonna waste my presence on this guy. So... Oh, I'm sorry this proved disappointing to you, Mr. Kaiser. Can I do something to make it up to you? He seems genuinely impressed. Now that's what I like to hear. Yeah! In fact, I was just about to mention it. I have something in mind. We'll talk again soon. If you do that for me, the address is yours.
Now would you be so kind as to get the fuck out of my car?
You're pretty sure you're done here. You get out, close the door behind you, and the car immediately starts backing up. The opaque window slides past you, and soon the limo is on its way. Kaiser's lackey is nowhere to be seen, so you make your way to your car and drive back, wondering what tomorrow brings. Wait, I have a car? Yeah, I guess I have a car. Okay, so now it's midday. Let's go. Yeah, since we're having a Nosferatu night, let's go with D'Angelo. The gumshoe in the dark. As you make your way down Clinton Street, the incessant hum of traffic gives way to the ominous silence of the waterfront. You stop to take in the familiar bouquet of the Hudson, made all the more potent by your recent sharply senses. Across the basin, the Redwood grain terminal rears its rusty frame, once a bustling industrial area, now a sleeping giant splayed out on the riverbank, forgotten, abandoned. Conveniently so, especially for one of the hidden. Keeping up to the shadows, you sneak closer to the dilapidated complex, making your way past hole-ridden silos and wobbly chain-link fences. By the time you reach the entrance to the main building, you can almost feel the rust particles making themselves cozy at the back of your throat. Not getting your hopes up, you give the door a slight nudge. To your surprise, it gives almost instantly. Looks like someone's been using it recently. Once inside, you find yourself in a large empty hall. Looking around, you can almost picture it back in its heyday, stacked to the rafters with heavy machinery. You notice a set of stairs leading up to a mezzanine, most likely an office space. And then you see it, a faint light coming from one of the upper rooms. Looks like you're in luck. Quietly, with bated breath, you climb the steps and approach the dim-lit room. The door creaks open, revealing what looks like an old-timey detective's office, complete with crooked windows blinds, an overflowing ashtray, and papers scattered across a wooden desk. Suddenly it hits you, that nagging feeling. This is all too convenient, too inviting. Before you can react, the trap is already sprung. A plume of cigar smoke wafts over your shoulder. The barrel of a gun rubs against your spine. A raspy voice whispers in your ear. Let me guess. Took a wrong turn at the third silo. Yeah, his face is kind of ugly, but it's like we barely see it in the shadow. It's barely dim with some sort of light or something. I don't know. Attempt to talk down the assailant, rush the assailant, or presence make him stand down. Okay, let's talk him down. You decide to play along. Raising your arm slowly, you weigh your next words carefully. You're pretty sure a bullet to the back wouldn't kill you, but it doesn't sound too pleasant. So this is Bloodsucker Anonymous. Let's not do anything rash. How about we talk like civilized kindred? Okay, let's plug the kindred word. How about you lower the gun so we can talk like civilized kindred? Oh, I'm plenty civilized, see? You can feel the barrel digging deeper into your back. Double action, carbon steel frame, the finest handgun your hard-earned money can buy. Doesn't get much more civilized than that. What about shooting someone in the back? Have it your way or hit him. Oh, I'm not gonna hit him. If you're gonna shoot me, you might as well give me the courtesy of looking me in the eye. For a few tense seconds, the room grows quiet. So quiet, in fact, you could swear you can actually hear the smoke swirling in the air. Finally, the stranger speaks again. You know what? Fair enough. In a strange interplay of light and shadow, the stranger reappears behind his desk. Seeing him in his full, for lack of a better word, glory, you can't help but smirk. This is the dreaded Nosferatu. The way Sophie described them, you were expecting some grotesque monstrosity, but this guy, the glows, the swagger, the hard-boiled detective routine, comes across as a bad joke. Still, when it comes to appearance, his lineage is undeniable. From 30 feet away, he could probably pass for a bum with a nasty skin condition. From 5 feet away, it looks like something made to be seen from 30 feet away. He leans back in his chair, casually pointing his gun at you. So, what brings you to my humble office? So he's wearing a Hawaiian shirt, smoking a cigar, has a big beard. He's wearing a beanie that says no, with big glasses like Johnny Depp's from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I'm looking for a Nosferatu. Are you D'Angelo or the Red Hook Murders? So, you're the one they call D'Angelo? That's my name, kid. Don't worry out. My friends call me Jen, so you best stick to D'Angelo for the time being. Now, I suggest you tell me what this is about. Otherwise, I kindly ask you to get the fuck out of my office. I can see why Kadir sees you. I know who you work for. Okay, I'm gonna plug Kadir. Charming. I can see why Kadir keeps you around. His expression sours. Not a name you want to casually toss around, kid. But hey, I get it. You're not some random schmuck who wandered in here off the street, so let's get down to the nitty-gritty. Who I work for is less important. What I'm working on, however... I know I'm here to help. This isn't going well. Let me help. Okay, this is my cue. I'm putting my... Okay, back. Thank you for waiting. So, I know I'm here to help. This isn't going well. Let me help. The Red Hook Murders. I know. I want to help you catch the killer. His moldy lip twists into a smile. Do you now? D'Angelo lowers his shades for a few seconds and sits motionless with his eyes fixed on yours. Suddenly he raises his gun, almost making you flinch. Almost. Then he twirls it into his shoulder holster in the flashy display that definitely looks like it was practiced, a lot, in front of a mirror. You see the Nosferatu's lips move, but the quiet mumbling clearly isn't meant for your ears. Listening in, you're able to catch snippets of his monologue. Sure, they seem to care. What was the endgame? What was their end goal? Everybody's got one, even if they pretend like they don't. Especially then. What the hell? Maybe this town finally got to me. He pauses, sticks a fresh cigar between his crooked teeth. Maybe a good leap of faith is just what the doctor ordered. Are you narrating? Offer him a light, remain silent. Oh, okay, I'm not gonna... He's narrating, but I'm gonna play along. I'm gonna give him a light. As you reach into his pocket, you flash a lit lighter before his eyes. Or maybe you could use a healthy dose of unhealthy? For a split second, he gives you a puzzled look. Then he leans over to your lighter, puffing on the cig as it catches fire. A wry smile comes back to his lips. I like you, kid. You might look like a used car salesman, but there's just something about you. Tell you what, I was just about to head back to the crime scene. Take a look around, refresh my notes. You can tag along if you want to. You could use an assistant. Come, someone to take notes and make well assumption for me to shoot down. Who knows, if you're any good, I might consider making this a long-term arrangement. Sounds good? You won't regret it, or what are we waiting for? Sounds good. Sure it does, kid. I'm the one who said it. Just one more thing. You still got me at a disadvantage here. Seems like you've done some digging on me, but with you, I've barely scratched the surface. Catch my drift? So answer me this. Who was it that sent you into my neck of the woods? Or in layman's term, who do you work for? Sophie Langley, free agent. I want to keep myself for now. No, I'm going to be honest with her. I'm going to be honest with him. Like, all my friends should know who my sire is. It's no secret. Sophie Langley. For the first time since you got here, the Nosferatu adopts a look of genuine surprise. His eyes wander for a moment, finally giving way to a crooked smile. So you're the one, huh? The fledgling, the Toreador Dame spared. Yeah, that would make sense. Don't think she'd appreciate you throwing a name around. Thanks for being up front, kid. One blink is enough for you to miss D'Angelo vanishing from his chair. Just when you're about to look around, he reappeared right next to you. Up close, his smile is even more unnerving. Alright. Moonlight's burning. Let's get cracking. With a certain fascination, you watch D'Angelo stumble his way across West Brooklyn. Oddly animated, insistently scratching his face and neck, stopping every once in a while for a amount of mumbling narration. He's almost certainly a sight to behold. Still, he seems to be getting around okay, and you take particular note of the fact that he seems to be choosing the darker, less frequented street. There is definitely a method to his madness. Eventually, your leprous guide takes a sudden turn off of Van Brunt Street and look into a particularly dingy alleyway. The torn pieces of yellow police tape are a dead giveaway. This has to be the place. Well, here we are. Time for you to earn your stripes. This is where they found him. Drained dry, not a drop of blood on him. And before you ask, no, I didn't get to see the body, so I don't know if there were any bite marks. So, what can you tell me? You take a moment to examine the crime scene, judging by the chalk outline on the pavement. The man was killed recently. Curiously, there doesn't appear to be a trace of blood or viscera, and you know the city's cleanup crew isn't that fast or that thorough. Looking up, you notice a spray-painted sign on the wall. It reads, "The Blood Speaks," in big crooked letters. You look D'Angelo. The Nosferatu gives you an expecting look. The graffiti looks like a clue. How come there's no blood? You're the detective, you gave me. Well, the graffiti could be a clue, but it could be a red herring as well. So I'm gonna ask why there's no blood. Because it's been drained. I know it's a vampire we did this, but you know. Did you say the victim was drained dry? Because I don't see a trace of blood anywhere. Good eye, kid. It's the details that count. And given that the murder was committed right here and the victim didn't make a sound, we can therefore conclude that the killer was kindred, or the killer was a sedative. No, the killer was a kindred. Yeah, the killer was kindred. Bingo. Only a kindred could drain a human this quickly, this quietly, but not just any kindred. Take a look at that graffiti. What do you think it means? It seems desperate, or it's meant to throw us off. Nothing. It's meant to throw us off. Nah, I can see why you would think that, but look at how crooked the letters are. Barely legible. You can't fake something like that. Someone was very nervous, very scared. It definitely meant something to them. Tell me, if you were to guess, which clan would you say our killer belongs to? Thin Bloods, Malkavian, or Tremere? Well, if he's desperate, I want to say Thin Bloods. This had Thin Bloods written all over it. D'Angelo smiles approvingly. I'm bright neon letters. A fully fledged kindred would use his power to lure the victim somewhere out of sight, and they certainly wouldn't stick around for the shitty art project. He pauses, spits out the mangled remains of a cigar. Shit, looks like we're gonna have to pay Larson a visit. The Tin Blood Primogen? Why him, or you don't sound happy? Well, you don't sound too happy about it. Well, it's complicated. Larson's got a neat setup for a Tin Blood anyway. Lives with his family, a mortal family, mind you. Even though he's a primogen, he's managed to shield them from kindred politics, and that takes some doing. Not sure if he knows who the killer is, but he could probably make an educated guess. In any case, would be doing him a favor. If it turns out one of his is violating the masquerade, I would put him in a hell of an awkward position, and I mean shitted upside down awkward. It's the kind of weakness the other primogen would love to exploit. His position in the council is as bad as it is. He pauses for a moment and mumbles to himself, but it's too quiet for you to make out. Finally, he lights up a fresh cigar, takes a puff, and lets the smoke escape through his crooked smile. Alright, kid, let's get this over with. Compared to the industrial ugliness of Red Hook, Sterling Place is quite a change of scenery. The heavily gentrified and pleasantly dull residential area emanates the sort of peaceful apathy that rich hipsters scoffs at and blue-collar worker dream of. All of a sudden, Nosferatu stops. It almost seems like he was taking a deep breath, steeling himself from things to come. This is the place. With that, he points to a surprisingly nice-looking two-story house. The place is almost completely dark. Almost. You notice a dim light shining through the curtains of an upper-story window. It's probably safe to assume that the head of the family is working late, especially if the head of the family happens to be a vampire. Okay, kid, we gotta be gentle about this. I'm talking velvet glove, soft cushion, Urang Milord gentle. We need to get Larson out here without making a fuss or letting his family seize us. If we blow this, he'll shut down like a speakeasy on raid night. Trust me, I know. Sounds like you two have some history. Let's get to it, or what's the plan? Okay, so what's the plan? Tell you what, how about you take the lead on this one? I'm curious to see how you handle it. You take a step back and look around the area. The lit up window seems like a safe bet. Now it's just a matter of getting Larson's attention. His and no one else's. As you're trying to come up with a viable strategy, you are suddenly startled by a loud noise. It takes you a second to identify the sound as a dog's barking. It doesn't take you long to figure out where it came from as a bearded man leading a Rottweiler on a leash comes into view. Ring the doorbell, throw a rock at the window, or feeding opportunity the man walking his dog. Okay. Ring the doorbell is kind of obvious. A feeding opportunity, like, it will get the attention of the kindred, but he's probably going to be mad at us. So let's just go with the old-fashioned throw the rock at the window. You kneel down and pick a rock off the lawn, one small enough to not break glass, but big enough to get someone's attention. Deftly, you chuck the rock at the window. It bounces off the glasses with a quiet but audible thunk. Moments pass in silence, making you think no one got your message. Just as you start to look for another rock, you hear the window slide. A very unassuming and slightly unshaven man in a turtleneck appears at the window. Yeah, that's Larson. As soon as he notices you, his expression sours, like he just smelled something rotten. He addresses your Nosferatu partner in what could only be described as a very loud and very angry whisper.
Get the fuck out of my lawn, D'Angelo! You know goddamn better than to show your ugly mug around here!
You glance over to D'Angelo. He looks somewhat embarrassed, scratching the back of his neck, clearly trying to find the right angle to play this. Get down here or we get loud, or this is important, or don't interfere. We wouldn't have bothered you if this wasn't important.
Eric, stay where you are.
Okay. Okay, I'm back. You wait out in the lawn, listening to Larson quietly making his way downstairs. Before long, he appears on the porch, locking the front door behind him. He motions at you to follow him off to the side of the house. There, he turns towards you. What do you want? It's about the Red Oak murders. We think one of yours is responsible. Bullshit! A Duskborn got enough trouble just staying alive out here. What could possibly make them openly violate the masquerade? Desperation. The killer's been leaving messages. Whoever they are, I think they know something. Something they can't share with just anyone. I know it seems far-fetched, but it's the only way this puzzle fits together. Nah, I don't buy it. You're reaching. Trying to find a scapegoat. Getting your boss's good graces. Word gets around, Angelo. You think I don't know who you're working for? Help us clear your name. Figured you'd cover for one of your own. What if we stop asking politely? Well, then help us clear your people's name. What have you got to lose? Everything! It's been a thorn in the council's side for a while now. I've been a thorn on the council's side for a while. This is just the excuse they need to get rid of me. What if it turns out one of yours did it and sat on your hands to protect him? And you sat on your hands to protect him. You think the council won't jump on that? He looks off into the darkness, pondering his options. He lets out a heavy sigh. Look, I'll ask around, consult my sources. If it turns out one of my own is responsible, they will face justice. In the meantime, keep your deductions to yourself. I have enough trouble as it is. Deal. Good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to my family. And with that, Larson's retreat to the elusive safety of his own. Decide it's best to move along. You walk a couple blocks in utter silence. Even D'Angelo mumbling seems to have taken a back seat. Oddly enough, you find his newfound reticence somewhat unnerving. Finally, the Nosferatu stops and turns towards you. Hell of a night. I don't know about you, kid, but I sure could use a drink. Something warm, in a tall, sweaty glass. But first, let me tally your score. Let's see now. You did make a good first impression. I like someone who can talk themselves out of a tight spot. Talking's cheap. Bullet, not so much. You had your own at the crime scene. Nothing I hadn't figured out on my own, but hey, we can't all be professionals. Finally, when the situation called for subtlety, you managed to avoid unwanted attention. Discretion is what separates a private dick from just any old dick. All in all, you did fine. Not fine, but not bad for your first case. Don't let it get to your head. I'll be in touch. Let you know if I hear from Larson. Be ready to meet me at the office. He starts to walk away, but suddenly stops and turns back towards you. And bring an old pad. Every good assistant should have one. Okay, this is the end of the day. You're walking down the street towards your haven. In some other town, the sidewalks would be deserted this time of night. In NYC, there are plenty of passerby going about their business. It's easy to be paranoid when you're a vampire surrounded by a crowd of humans. The kindred have many enemies, and all those enemies have one trait in common. They're invisible, indistinguishable from normal humanity. Other vampires, hunters, all look like people. Is that old man just a tired restaurant worker or a kindred troll tailing your movements? Are the officers idly waiting in a patrol car, ordinary cops, or second inquisition specialists looking to end undead threats? This kind of thinking leads to madness, but you can't shake the feeling that someone is watching you. It's not the first time you felt like this. Whatever this is, it's probably something you have to take care of. Best case, someone is tailing you. Worst case, you will be attacked and killed. Unfortunately, being undead has its limitation. The sun's coming up soon and you'll burn into a crisp if you stay on the streets. You reach your haven and settle in for the day, disconcerted by the idea that someone might know where you sleep. As you wake from your slumber and emerge from your haven for the night, you notice a familiar face on the other side of the street, standing on the corner and looking straight at you. It's Kaiser's lackey whom you met recently, Jackie. He nods to you, encouraging you to approach. Alright? His hands are outside of his pockets, and he seems pretty relaxed. He's keeping his eyes on the street, though, as if making sure you're alone. Alright? He smiles awkwardly when you approach. Evening. Got something from you from our mutual friend. He produces a crumpled piece of paper from his jacket pocket and hands it to you. Read it, memorize it, then give it back here. It's a letter. The paper might just be a page ripped out of a spiral notebook, but the writing on it is exquisitely detailed and deliberate. It reads, Time to square your debt with me. Go to the wine shop at 232 Mulberry Street and ask for the 1821 Special Reserve Donatello Negro Amaro. When they tell you they don't have it, say you are a fedele servitore della familia G. Those exact fucking words, and make sure you get the G right. You'll get a bottle. Just take it and leave by saying grazie. Don't ask how much is it or anything else. Just walk out. When you have it, come back to Jackie Boy here and let him know. You done? Memorize that shit and hand it over. Russ, the rush buddy, what's with all this cloak and dagger nonsense? Or didn't think your boss was a leather guy? Yeah, no traces. Didn't peg your boss for a letter kind of guy. It's electronic communication, his old shtick. Yeah, well, some things are better done the old-fashioned way. You about done with the letter? You note the phrases and address mentioned in the letter, then hand it back to Jackie. He immediately reaches for a lighter and burns the letter, putting out the ashes with his boot. So yeah, when you do what the bosses ask, come back to here so I can tell you where to go next. I'll be in that alley over there, so find me when you have the item, whatever it is. I don't know, and the boss made it extra clear that I shouldn't care, so I don't. See ya. Shuffles away and leaves you to pursue the lead from the letter. Time to pay a visit to Nolita. You arrive at the address mentioned in the note, not counting local restaurant patrons. The street is mostly empty at this time of night, but curiously, the wine shop is still open. Inside, a small middle-aged woman with curly hair stands behind the counter in front of a wall filled with wine bottles. There is a door at the back of the room with a small table and chair occupied by a man in a black faux leather jacket with slick combed black hair. He's reading a newspaper but pauses as a little bell rings when you open the door. He takes a sip from a small steaming cup and gets back to his broadsheet. Good evening. How can I help you? Be direct, chatter up, or tell a friend sent you. I would like a bottle of the 1821 Special Reserve Donatello Negro Amaro, please. Let me check our stock. She seems to be looking through a database on the laptop sitting on the counter. She puts on a polite smile. I'm afraid we don't have that one at the moment. Sorry. Recite the phrase straight and simple. Casually recite the phrase and reassure recite the phrase and reassure her. Yeah, I'm a friend of the Familia G, so yeah. Hey, you can trust me. I'm a fedele servitore della Famiglia G. She raises an eyebrow. Alright, let me check our stocks in the back. The woman leaves the counter and goes through the doors in the back. The man by the table puts down his newspaper and takes another sip from the cup, washing it down with a gulp of water from the nearby glass. He tries to hide it, but there's no doubt he's watching you. About a minute passes. Remain silent and wait, check the guy up, or borrow the guy's newspaper. No. Because you know what this is about. Anybody who knows a Vampire the Masquerade knows about the big family. The one you never mess with. The Italian family that starts with the letter G. And the bottle of wine, it's not a bottle of wine, that's sure. So remain silent and wait. You remind yourself of what Kaiser wrote in the letter and keep quiet, patiently waiting for the woman to return from the back of the store. The man finishes his drink and starts doodling on the newspaper, his eyes darting to you every so often. The doors to the back of the store open and the proprietor emerges with a small, unlabeled, squab bottle of crimson liquid. She gives you an apologetic smile. Scusi, sorry for taking so long. Turns out we did have it. She offers you the bottle and you reach out to grab it, but she retracts it. You do know what this is, don't you? Why, it's wine, of course. No, it's not. Presents. I'll be taking this. Thank you. You focus your blood and immediately see both of the people in the shop focus intently on you and what you are about to say. I know exactly what this is, and I'm the right person to give it to. Grazie. The woman gives you the bottle without hesitation. Grazie. Deciding you've pushed your luck far enough, you nod and exit the store, then take a brisk walk to your car. Nobody follows you as you leave Nolita and drive back to your apartment. It takes you some time to find a parking spot, but you finally get out of the car and start looking for Jackie. It's not far from where you parted ways just under 2 hours ago. Got the goods? Sure do. It was a household. Any idea what this is? No. I sure do. Cool. Stand by. Gotta make the call. He takes a few more steps into the narrow space between two buildings and takes out the same high-tech phone you saw him carrying last time. Hey, boss. Yeah, they have it. Where do I point them to? Okay. I'll tell them to go there right away. He puts the phone back in his pocket and turns back to you. Willet's Point, half an hour, so you better step on it. See you around. With only a flippant salute, Jackie starts walking down the street. You make your way back to the car and drive. We have to push the speed limit to make it on time, but you're here. Willet's Point is quite a change of scenery. The place is a post-industrial dump, the nearby stadium notwithstanding. You stop your car once you realize that if you go any further down, the pothole will kill your chassis. You step into one of those gashes in the asphalt, splashing in the ankle-deep water. Kaiser's limo is nowhere to be seen. In fact, The whole place is pretty much deserted, other than the apparent proprietor of a lonely bar, a middle-aged woman who's just looking the place up. Mm. Okay, there's wait for Kaiser, look around for Kaiser, or feeding opportunity bar owner. This is like a feeding opportunity, but it's still not my turn. So they probably put that there in case things went south and I have to heal. But I don't need it. So let's wait for Kaiser. You stay near your car and decide to wait. Kaiser must be on his way. Or if he's not, and he's instead playing one of his games, then you're not participating. You've got what he wants. Let him come to you. The bright light of a car pulling over down the road some 10 minutes later catch your attention. It's a black limo. Kaiser is finally here, it would seem. Same as last time. The car door opens, but nobody comes out. You know the drill. This time, Kaiser is visible when you look inside. You sit down and close the door behind you. So, you pulled it off without a hitch, then? Give it here. You hand the bottle over to the Nosferatu. He uncorks it gently, takes a whiff, and puts the cork back in. Yeah, that's the stuff. Good job, kid. Consider your debt paid. Oh yeah, and also take this. It's what Langley wanted. He passes you an envelope with what feels like a thick card inside. Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Now we're even. I think you still owe me a bonus. No. I want to say now we're even. Now we're even. Sure, fledgling, if that's the way you want to see it. I'll send Jackie over if I ever need anything else from you. How about that? Time for you to get out now. He waves you out of the car with the envelope in hand. You get out, back onto the torn asphalt and decorated surrounding. The limo slowly drives away. Finally, you can return to Sophie and bring her what she wanted. Gregory lets you in. You hear a shrill, unpleasant laugh as you realize Sophie's having a guest over. He's the man from the Elysium, the one with the glasses and good taste in suit. You didn't have the chance to talk to him last you saw him. Ah, Eric, so glad to see you. Tell me, did the two of you previously meet? The man doesn't wait for an answer. He approaches you with an energetic, almost dance-like step and puts out his hands. Thomas Arturo, I've heard about you. Pleasure, pleasure. Thomas is a great source of gossip and an excellent conversationalist. I also have the prince's ear, which is the primary reason dear Miss Langley wished to speak to me tonight. Good gossip, even coming from me, isn't nearly as valued. Sad. Sophie is taken aback by the man's direct comment, but smiles politely. The awkward atmosphere is broken again by the guest's grating laugh. I kid, of course. I kid. Well, I was about to leave anyway, so I'll leave you to it. Good night, Sophie. Eric. Greggy boy. Sophie's driver opens the door for Arturo, and the guest steps out with a single wave of the hands towards his host and you. The doors close. What's his deal? What a creep, or he's quite the character, isn't he? I'm gonna ask. So, what's his deal? Same as everyone's. Position, power, influence.
Thomas has clout in court and access to many juicy details on everyone from the prince to the lowliest primogen. It's useful to have him on your side, even if his eccentricity requires some patience. Speaking of patience, you have been putting mine to the test lately. Did you manage to contact Kaiser and acquire what I asked for?
Yes, but I have to do another jump for him first. I have it. Sorry for the wait. I appreciate some more gratitude. Okay, I'm gonna tell her everything. Yeah, I have, but the data you offered was all news to him. I had to do another job for him before he would give me this card. She retrieves the envelope from you.
I'm sure he did. I do hope it wasn't too much of an inconvenience.
I had to retrieve a bottle for him. I had to deal with his servant first. He's a huge prick. Okay, she's my sire. I tell her everything. I made me go on an entire separate escapade to retrieve a bottle of wine from a store in Nolita. I had to use code phrases and whatnot.
Wine shop? Code phrases? Oh, that degenerate pests!
She's visibly agitated, but calms down and smiles at you.
Don't worry about it. I'll make sure that whatever Kaiser had you do, it'll blow over.
She opens the envelope and looks at the card. You notice the same lettering you saw on Kaiser's note from before, but can't see the details. Her eyes widen.
Yes, excellent. I need to call in some favors. I will likely be busy for the next few nights. You have my permission to show some initiative, my dear Charge. I will contact you soon.
With that, Sophie ushers you outside, and you are left to do with the rest of this night hours as you like. So I'm gonna take this opportunity to boost my relationship with my coterie, quote unquote. Oh, I have the rest of the night for me. Oh no, I only have one day left. Oh, what's this? Somebody's watching me. Oh, this is the stalker. You know what? I'm gonna go get Hope, the last member of my coterie. Alright. It's a quiet, moody internet cafe. Half of its space serve as a comfy coffee bar these days, but behind a glass wall is still a space dedicated for... Okay, I'm gonna start this line all over. It's a quiet, moody internet cafe. Half of its space serves as a comfy coffee bar these days, but behind a glass wall it still has a space dedicated to rows of PCs. From the street, you can notice tired adults in casual clothes typing away absentmindedly, and some bored kids wasting the late hours on colorful online games. If Sophie's intel is to be believed, this is where Hope has set up her haven. One of the waiters is standing outside the building, gazing at the sky with a smartphone in one hand and a vape pen in the other. You approach the man and tell him, I'm looking for Hope. I was supposed to meet Hope here. I'm here on official business. If I told you I was supposed to meet Hope here, what would you say to me?
I'll probably tell you I'm surprised. People are usually far more discreet about seeing her.
The man slowly takes a drag from his e-cig, sizing you up and down in silence. After a long, awkward moment, he raises his voice again.
Come, right this way.
He heads back into the cafe and you follow his lead. When you make your way through the space with computers, no one averts their gaze from the spreadsheets, email, Facebook profiles of game of Fortnite. My god, people are using internet cafe for Fortnite games? How quaint. It's a common sight. One of you wouldn't have paid much attention to a few weeks ago, but now it seems so unnervingly quaint. Would they still be spending their times like this if they were immortal? The waiter unlocks an unassuming door at the end of the room and lets you inside. You two swiftly make your way through a labyrinth of Sterile gray corridor, taking confusing twists and turns. Feels like you're traveling into a different world, crossing one invisible portal after another. Eventually, you reach your destination. Your guide motions you to enter a dark room with a lone source of pale light, a computer screen in the distance beckoning you to come closer. As you do, you hear the doors shutting behind your back and a short chuckle echoing behind it. Is this the place? Nothing else to do but sit on a chair in front of the computer. The monitor displays a modern chat application. A cursor is blinking in the user nickname entry field in the middle of the screen, obviously expecting you to input your handle. After brief consideration, you type in your name, a random stream of characters, or something goofy. Like, this is a chat room. How should we name ourselves? I'm gonna go with goofy. Maybe it's your newfound sensibilities going haywire, but this place has a barely noticeable sleazy aura. Might as well go along with it. Your input. Okay, so this is our input. Nothing says classy in a chat room like pornos collector. You input pornos collector and push the enter button. After a few seconds, the chat window opens and messages start appearing on the screen in quick succession. Hostage executioner. Just to be clear, I don't have a wank rag. Cult of Luna, Lamau, thirst victim, oh for sure. No, for real. Lamau was meant for Jerry, of course. Jesse Hooker, not much longer. Bastardo. Hey, Jerry is the chap MVP. Hostage. I mean, I've admitted to far worse things on here. Sexy bozo. God, I'm so horny. Hostage executioner. I'm not sure why I have a need to lie about this one. Cult of Luna. Oh my god, literally, who cares? Wait, who is this porno collector? No idea. A new user. Wasn't there a second before? What the hell? Was anyone informed? No announcement. Hopeful number one. Heart's filthy lesson. I know. At Jerry 2010. Porno collector, identify yourself within 2 minutes or get banned. Did I miss anything? Turtle Guy. You and me both, bozo. Turtle Guy is the nickname from the Silver Case. Jesse Hooker, thirst victim. Cult of Luna, with capital H. The chat goes silent, everyone seemingly waiting for you to say something before proceeding. This must be a close-knit group. Better say something before they kick you out. I'm looking for hope. Who are you people? Or I'm a vampire. Okay, I'm gonna say I'm looking for hope. Pornos collector, looking for hope. Pornos collector, is she here? Vulgar, who the fuck are you? Hopeful number one, this was meant to be a safe channel. Jerry 2010, investigating what went wrong. Sexy bozo, how did he get even in here? Stay calm. Can you get the location, Jerry? Lol, yeah, sure. Bastardo, that's our Jerry. Gonna DM it to anyone interested. Bastardo, oh boy, now you're in trouble. A porno collector. Hostage executioner, yeah, you're gonna regret. Luna, dumbass. T, the day to decide to spy on us. Okay. You're gonna regret the day you decide to spy on us, but he pressed enter, and then he continued to type the rest of the thing. Okay, that's interesting. Presence, trying to get the chat under control. Present doesn't work like that. I'm gonna say the waiter brought me here. Calm down, vulgar, fuck off, pornos collector, that one guy brought me here. Bastardo doubtful, thought this is where I can meet hope. Yeah, I'm calling bullshit, hopeful number one. Jerry, how are things on your end? Jerry 2010, got the info, Thirst victim nice, turtle guy, you wanna die asshole? Jesse Oker, you will die, Cult of Luna, you will die, fuck porno collector, die! Neoliberal, die! Bastardo lamauing and everyone sentencing porno collector to death. Cult of Luna, I'm literally on my way to kill you right now. Thirst victim, yeah, sorry to inform you, you're about to die. Vulgar rip bitch. Queen of the South, you're getting your throat slit right here, right now. A split second after you read the message, you feel someone's arm tightening around your neck. The violent return to reality catches you off guard. A jolt of panic rushes through your brain, paralyzing you momentarily. You've come to the wrong chat room, motherfucker! A ridiculous whisper rings out next to your ear, and the grip under your head gets even tighter. You start struggling, but even with your newfound supernatural strength, you're having trouble breaking out. This is a normal human you're dealing with. Last words? Sophie sent me here, good luck, I can't die. Your chat room sucks ass. Okay, we're gonna mention Sophie. Sophie sent me here. Langley! The hand holding your chin shifts its position slightly. Don't struggle or I will break your windpipe! Or my phone, which would end even worse for you! Sounds of a camera shutter and light flashing. Did they just take some selfies with you? Alright, that's enough fun. I'm letting you go. We can have a talk. Don't do anything stupid, Mr. Intruder. Pretty please? The mysterious assailant loosened their grip on you and gently pushes you away. You quickly turn to take a good look at them. Let me just finish this. So yeah, there's a vampire with a tattoo. I dig what she has. She has so much ink on both her arms. Her neck has the Illuminati symbol. There's some googly people. There's an astronaut who's doing the Vulcan salute on his left arm. There's some sort of caterpillar that goes woof. There's some Incan and Mayan symbols on her left forearm. The right looks like some sort of veil, something Indian with music tune. And she has a black t-shirt. She's having a corset with suspenders. It's a pale blonde woman in her 20s giving you slightly judgmental looks while rapidly tapping away at her phone screen. First, you notice her outrageous outfit, seemingly thrown together from random thrift store finds. Then you take note of her tattoos, a sprawling tapestry of odd patterns and design covering every visible part of her body. At first glance, it all seems aimless, but it has consistent sense of style upon close inspection. Her eyes focus on you for a second. Give you a scare, huh? Sorry, that's what you get for entering a lady's haven without her permission. And she's back to her phone. With her relatively small build, it's hard to believe you had trouble overpowering her physically. But then again, nothing is what it seems when it comes to the undead. And even compared to the vampires you met so far, she comes off as an eccentric, curious presence. She shoots you another glance, noticing you're still cautious of her. Calm yourself, man! I won't pull anything like this anymore. It was just feel stupid saying it out loud. A vibe check. Vibe check, question mark, vibe check, dot dot dot, vibe check, dot dot dot, question mark. Okay. I don't mind vibe check. Vibe check, dot dot dot. Yeah. Yeah. I got a glimpse of your vibe on the internet, and in a dangerous situation, I would say I got a pretty good idea about who you really are. I'm Hope, by the way. If you're here, you probably heard of me, so I went ahead and skipped the pleasantries. But come to think of it, I might have skipped too many of those. Yeah, she definitely fits the description you were given by Sophie. Oh yeah, credit where it's due. You're probably not a boring person online going by your chosen handle. But believe it or not, among bloodsuckers, that's still rare as hell. Most of them are like clueless baby boomers when it comes to internet stuff. Anyway, don't worry about the chat. It was all a game to us. No hard feelings, okay? I'll introduce you properly later. On the monitor, the chatter continues normally. Your visit is like yesterday's news, no longer relevant to anything. But look, if we're going to talk about you, you should have something to say too. What are you doing here? About time, she asked. Note to self, she really loves the sound of her own voice. Sophie Langley sent me, already said that. Building a coterie, yeah. Or I need help. I'm good with that. I'm building a coterie. I'm looking for people to join my coterie. Coterie? Been there, done that, not interested. Unless... She takes a closer look at you. Her eyes goes wide. Wait. Shit! Are you the new Langley plaything? Word seems to be letting around fast. Of course you are. It was obvious the second Langley got her hands on a new servant, she would start building a network. Your missions tell me that could really come in handy when... But Langley, that's a risky game. The kind of ambition attracts too much attention. Piss off! But then again, fucking Kara. She seems to be having a spirited argument with herself, only parts of it audible. Is it just you? Or do her facial expression and body language change a bit between one sentence and the other? Before you make certain it's not just your eyes playing tricks on you, she focuses half of her attention back on you. The other half, of course, is still obsessed with her smartphone. Listen, I'm not saying I'm not interested in cooperation, but before I make a decision, I need to make sure you sort of understand me and what I sort of understand you. And since I was planning to put on a show before you came here, I propose a little game. Hope absentmindedly spins her phone in her hand, considering how to put her thoughts into words. Then she approaches a switch on the wall and flicks it. Neon lights flare up, illuminating the room. You take a look around. The room is certainly unique. It looks like a butcher's room, repurposed to be a living space. The modern computer in front of you starkly contrasts the ominous industrial walls. Okay. Yeah, I see the hooks on the ceiling. Some masks. Is that a BDSM toy on the ground? Yeah. This is her bed. This is how she sleeps. At the back, there's an overwrought bed covered in velvet with metal hooks hanging above it. On top of the bedsheet, you notice what seems to be pieces of elaborate SMM equipment and a camera. Oh yeah, there's a tripod with a cam. Yeah. Is this where she streams? She's a streamer. Yeah, she's a streamer. Wait a minute. You want my help? Moderate my cam show. Oh yeah. Cam show? Your eyebrows stretch involuntarily. This is definitely not the kind of request you expect to hear tonight. She notices your confusion. By the way, this is a breach of the masquerade if she does online streaming. Even though she's a vampire, it's like, take it or leave it, buddy. You just became a kindred. But you want to become my partner in crime? Show me you can handle yourself while watching my back in my everyday environment. She's serious. The show starts in 10 minutes. If you think yourself better than this, better walk out of the door right now. Since you played before, you know which one to ban. Yeah, I remember which one to ban. Because usually, people who spam gets a timeout, but people who are very, very not TOS friendly, we get the ban. I won't hold a grudge. I've got better things to do. As if to prove it, she looks at something displayed on her phone and cracks a brief grin. Another reply tied down with absurd speed. Tap, 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 tap. 9 minutes? It's now or never. Show moderator. Risk of violating the masquerade? High. Content warning? Oh, yes. Do you take the job? Why the hell not? If I have to, I'm definitely out. No, why the hell not? Yeah, well, the hell not. Hope brightens up and her smile looks surprisingly sincere. Excellent! I promise you might find this interesting in more ways than one. Alright, give me a second. She spends a minute setting up the computer to use before, then urges you to sit down. The explanation of the moderator's functionalities is simple. It boils down to ignoring anyone who doesn't disrupt the chat, banning anyone who does, and kicking anyone who's causing minor trouble. Okay, so there's kick out and ban. So this is why there's a little trouble. Like kick out is just kicking out of the chat for minor trouble. But chat disruption, like severe, is gonna be a ban. Alright. 5 minutes later, she's already online, sitting on her bed in a provocative pose. Is it a sex show, isn't it? It is a sex show. A voice previously hushed rings out with full force. How are you doing tonight, hopefuls? You peek at the chat. Cult of Luna. We're not worthy, queen. Vulgar. Fucking A, hopeful number 1. Angel. TOT. Okay, this is a smiley that cries. Sexy bozo. Hell yeah, time to fuck. Ignore. You're tempted to try out the kick and ban prompt as soon as possible, but obviously, you won't punish someone for a little dirty talk. Thank you! Today's show is quite special. Please welcome our new moderator, Pornos Collector. Turtle Guy, Lamau, Jesse Hooker, Lamau, Heartsfelty Lesson, oh, Don Diego, who? Bastardo. Lamau, sorry for sentencing you to death earlier. At least the community here seems to be a bit more welcoming this time. Looks like this place has an established hazing ritual. Or maybe they and Hope came up with one specifically for you. Who knows? You decide to stay silent. Eventually, people start riffing off on you and focus entirely on the star of the show. Alright, let's start this one with a bang, shall we? Hearts felt to listen. Jerry, it begins. Cult of Luna Queen. Boom ding. Oh boy, she's going to do it. So this is where the strip show starts. You raise your head, curious about what kind of performance she's going for. First, she opens her mouth and reveals her retractable fangs in front of a camera. Right off the bat, the online audience is treated to a sight of her wholly human set of teeth turning into a monster's maw. The image is both revolting and fascinating. She raises her left wrist for everyone to see and then bites. The fangs immediately turn her arm into a horrifying gory mess. It's unclear if she's used them to slash or bite, but one thing's for sure, no ordinary human could cause such damage. When an ordinary human suffered such a wound, you would expect the geyser of blood to appear too, but it doesn't. Hope's technically a corpse, so it's impossible. She flashes a monstrous smile and starts smearing Vitae all over her hand to maximize the impact of the violent image. Then she starts drinking it up. She makes it a point to make the sight as gruesome as possible, looking like a hyena feasting on a corpse, with blood all over her face. The construct of her behavior with her look of an Instagram model is stunning. Once she's done, she reveals her wrist to the camera for the last time. She starts making theatrical gesture with her right hand as the wound begins to mend. Shortly after, the wound is gone. It's like a magician's trick. Her left hand looks like nothing bad ever happened to it. Here's an appetizer. First blood to kick off the show. While you're wondering what the hell is going on, Hope catches a glimpse on your bewildered face and turns into your direction. How is that for an opening? This is not a sex show, or you're shooting snuff, or are you hurt? Yeah, we're not, what, it's not a sex show? Well, it's gonna be stupid. You're shooting snuff. Come on, just because it's transgressive violence doesn't mean it's snuff. A brief moment of awkward silence. Besides, if I was shooting snuff, I wouldn't mend the wound. If you expected a strip show, yeah, sorry to disappoint. This is more like live stream digital art. The erotic subtext is there, of course. You peek at the chat, they're going wild. Cult of Luna, she did that. Jesse Hooker for free. Sexy Bozo. Hopeful number 1, I'd love to lick your wrist clean, my fallen angel. Bander, haha, yeah, Sexy Bozo. Nothing more arousing than a beautiful woman teetering on the edge of oblivion. A roll spittle dancing in the eye of a violent hurricane. But eroticism is not the key here, it's vampirism. It's a new frontier, a living art installation. In the early 90s, the Japanese artists kept producing these videotapes with beautiful women committing gory harakiri. Those are an inspiration. She bares her fangs again in a devious grin. But I have no interest in auto-destruction or turning myself into a victim. This is a celebration of a body I love, not self-inflicted punishment. The audience came here to marvel at a beautiful vampire and her awe-inspiring powers. Mending wounds is just one of these powers. The people watching can pay to see more. Oh, and don't worry, the only thing the audience can see and hear are the things I allow them to. We can talk freely, just remember to moderate the chat, will you? High risk of violating the masquerade. What a joke. She's blatantly breaching it in front of anonymous viewers. Still bleachless, you turn your attention to the screen. XXX6 nice, muy guapa, there's victim. Alright, I'm feeling generous today. Don Diego, have you planned your next tattoo yet? There's victim. I'll pay for the next attraction. Dick Steele, looking like a pink marshmallow covered in raspberry sauce. Turtle guy, there's victim. Just letting you know you're based. There's victim. I know. Masochist Sama. Yeah, that guy is spamming the thing. So ignore, kick, or ban. It's okay. I'm gonna let this one slide, but if he starts over, I'm gonna kick out. I'm gonna kick him out because probably is just so enthralled. Is just tapping shit on the keyboard. Okay, I'm gonna ignore. You let the guy vent his excitement. Seems harmless. A special message appeared on the chat log claiming somebody has successfully sponsored the first goal of the show. Hope smiles and picks up a bag of blood from underneath the bed. Must have been retrieved from a blood bank. She showcases the label to the camera for everyone to see. Yeah, so basically it's an OnlyFans live stream show, but it's nothing about sex. It's more about vampirism with an erotic subtext. Heart filthy lesson. Drink up, fuck pornos collector. Drink up, thirst victim. Drink up, awful number 1. Drink up, heart emoji. Hope pours all the content of the bag into her throat. You have no doubt it's real blood, but wonder why the viewer would be so satisfied with something that's so easy to fake. Don't worry, pills weren't enough. You don't even bother to tell her this is not what you're thinking about. Safe to assume she knows. So, what do you know about the Kindred and the internet? Have they told you anything? While she's waiting for someone to sponsor her next Vampire Week, she decides to start a conversation. Is this the right time? Is there a vampire internet or no nothing? I don't think there's a vampire. Okay, I'm gonna ask because it's always a nice question to ask. Is there a vampire internet somewhere? If you find something that looks like vampire internet, stay away. See, some of us used to experiment with our own secure network. We tried to build our own information hubs, social network, everything. She's still working the phone in one hand while looking for something under the bed with the other. On how many things can she concentrate at one time exactly? Then one day, the NSA got in. Turns out, elders never really got the hang of proper security practices, or the sigils they used to smear on their screen didn't exactly work as advertised. Then, of course, all other three-letter intelligence agencies in the world got the intel, and a lot of them decided bloodsuckers were the perfect new enemies of our post-9/11 times. The Second Inquisition came into being. Ever heard of it? A lot of our kinds died just because they were too present online. Right now, the remains of our old network serves as government honeypots, kept alive to attract fledgling and hunt them down. You post a certain keyword on Twitter or Facebook, you get tagged for investigation. You fit a certain pattern, you get tagged for investigation. So there is a certain thrill in becoming an online presence without attracting attention from the authorities. She stretches on the bed. I hope you are still monitoring the chat. Of course not. You're not as good as dividing your attention as she is. You correct your mistake and check the recent messages. Thirst victim? Ah, Jesse Hooker. Is she talking to somebody? Sexy bozo. Can't wait for the real thing to start. Poonding. These two monitors set up rules. Call of Duty on one string. Droplet hotness on the second string. Dick Steele, the only woman I don't hate. Hope has crabs and gonorrhea. Hope more like my favorite hoe. Okay, that's a troll. We're gonna ban. This kind of nickname only suggests trouble. You get rid of them permanently. Good job! She's keeping close tabs on you. Anyway, yeah. When the Nosferatu admitted to Camarilla their network got compromised. Yeah, Shreknet. The elders went batshit insane. Internet and communication became strictly forbidden. There were executions. A lot of people who use social media to secretly contact their mortal families and lovers got offed. That goes without saying. But if you weren't careful, even the most innocent web usage could result in being punished with final death. Thanks to user Dick Steele, the next goal has just gotten successfully funded. Turtle Guy, let's go! Don Diego, Vanishing Act. Bastardo, dehumanize yourself and face the bloodshed. She raises her hand, 3 fingers. 2 fingers up, 1 finger up. The countdown ends and she immediately disappears from the screen, like a ghost. She used obfuscate. You can still see her on the bed, but the live feed indicates there's nobody there. When you deeply focus on the digital image, you swear you can make out some unusual glitching where her silhouette should be, but could very well be just placebo. You're ready for this? 3, 2, 1. Flashes over the camera. The instant she reappears on the screen, she takes a selfie, sticking her tongue out in a provocative manner. The chat room explodes in cheers again. She is their vampire queen. You briefly wonder about her being glued to the screen. Is this a fantasy everyone is here for? A girl showing up some cheap magic tricks while lazily browsing her social media? You realize you're way out of your depth here. Meanwhile, Hope decides to continue her lecture. Those were some wild times, especially in New York. While most of them have no clue as to our real nature, a lot of clandestine organizations have classified us as a national threat. And since this is where the towers fell, the agencies are very much present around here, looking for easy PR victories. The last SI raid was just a few years ago, and it was a big one. Stirred up the hornet's nest something fierce. Well, although it's 2019, NYC is ruled by someone who got embraced before World War II, and the cam as a whole get really spooked and swore off the internet. Of course, they're not dumb and understand that you can't really coexist with modern kind without the internet. It's just a gray zone right now, like piracy. Technically frowned upon, but let the one without sin cast the first stone. The SI is a real threat, no joke. But in many senses, the darkest place is right under the candle. You take another look at the screen. Vendor, we want blood. Fork connector, how about some bad stuff? Can you do some bad stuff? Can you show us next time? Jesse Hooker. It's been a long, hard day. Please give me a shout out. A familiar nickname pops up. Masochist Sama. Kick. You give the guy a kick for spamming the chat. The message is deleted so fast Hope might not have even noticed. A duty carried out well. You're surprised to feel an inkling of pride. Oh yeah, fun fact about being a vampire. We can sweat and pee if we just exert ourselves really hard. Some of us can have even orgasms. We can even cry, but only tears of blood. It's something I always dreamed of doing when I was 14. So romantic, and it drives them crazy. As proof of her word, a scarlet tear starts running down her face. The chat goes wild. This seems to be exactly the kind of thing they've been waiting for. Thirst victim. Ah! Turtle guy. An angel that fell down from heaven. Hopeful number one. Cry, cry, cry. Bastardo. Oh my god, she did it again. Hostage executioner. Beautific. Turtle guy. Hope your tortured soul finds some calm today. FUCC man. Can you imagine USA assembling a blood-sucking squad that would just cruise by the border and suck blood out of any illegal they found? The very thought gives me the biggest boner. This is a kick. And kick. Just to be clear, you realize what we're doing here is a blatant breach of the masquerade, right? I honestly expected you to leave or inform somebody by now, but you haven't, have you? You tried to focus on the chat. A familiar nickname is displayed on the screen. Mascus Sama, kick. One more kick. One more familiar message. Mascus Sama. Okay. You double check. That's the same message he sent out the last time. Is he copy pasting it or something? Okay, at this point, ban. Looks like Mr. Masochist needs a longer break. After you ban him, you hear Hope's voice. Good job handling that guy. Great, if nothing else works out, seems like you fit this job at the very least. In any case, the last goal has just been funded. It's time for the great finale! This is what you all been waiting for, right? Thirsty victim, yes, Queen. Jerry 20, yes. Queen, Art's filthy lesson. But they appear on the same line. That doesn't make sense. That's not how chat works. Her voice has changed. She gets closer to the camera, letting her face fill the frame of the live field. Her mesmerizing eyes are focused purely on the viewers. You wanted blood? Come out into the streets, claw out your neighbor's throats, slash their veins, and drink up. Sexy Bozo, yes, Queen. Pudding, yes, Queen. Jesse Hooker, yes. Yula. Hope's presence becomes absolutely horrifying, and it's influenced the chat in some incomprehensible way. Everyone starts tapping like they are possessed. Liberate yourself from the shackles of ordinary morality. Make them scream. Feel the warmth over their entrails. Cult of Luna. Thirst victim. Yeah, everybody is like foaming from the mouth. What the hell is she doing to those people? What have you gotten yourself into? Transcend your bodies! Release the message of hope into the world! She jerks violently for a second and then falls down on the bed like a marionette that just had its strings severed. She exhales loudly a few times and laughs. When she does, the room goes dark again. Alright, that's enough. Instead of continuing, she does something with her phone. The stream ends, and the chat instantly becomes dead quiet. Let me take over. The atmosphere in the room has completely changed. She's already put herself together and stood up. Now she's walking towards you. At Vulgar, what the fuck just happened? At Jerry 2010, guess the show is over, everyone. Relax and go home. She's typing all. She was the chat the whole time. At Hostage Executioner, aw, and I was almost ready to come, bros. Ash Cult of Luna, hostage, I swear on my father's grave, one day I will find you and kick the ever-living shit out of you. After every line she delivers, she changes her voice. The way she puts her lips together, and even the way she moves. You've caught glimpses of her acting this way, but only now have you started to figure it out. Wait a minute, does this mean what the hell just happened? But it's impossible. No, it's possible. She just does it very, very fast. Wait a minute, does that mean... At Miss Point du Lac. I'm immortal, I'm bored, I'm separated from most vampires in the city by a generational chasm, and I'm so goddamn lonely. The internet used to be my only friend. At Info Dump Delivery Service, years ago I started researching tulpas, collective unconsciousness, all the mumbo jumbo at the intersection of psychology and spirituality, and I decided to experiment. The show was fake. At Honey Legion, a few years later I was an Instagram fashionista, a successful erotic model, a vile part of pop culture commentariat, a viral shitposter, a cryptocurrency expert. At Honey Legion, all of my internet selves started signal boosting each other, paving the way for new ones. I became a one-woman empire, surrounded by a legion of psychophans. The chat was fake. At me. Some say think of it as a dissociative identity disorder, but that's bullshit. Everyone has online alter egos they buried. I just resurrected them, gave birth to new ones, and then let them crossbreed. Sure. Her constant tapping at the phone, even during the show, somehow she's capable of impersonating an entire chat room. At literally a perfectly angel, I don't even have a self that could dissociate or be mentally ill. I'm a host, a living database. I live because I found it fun to be an information conduit, to process trends and support the ones I deemed worthy. There was no masquerade violation. She was showing off her skills all along. She puts into a world of pure fiction, the same way she was testing you when she attacked you from the back. Damn, she's good at this. At Malk David Chapman. Of course, you can't just ignore what I'm saying and decide I'm just another deranged Malkavian, but hey, annihilation of the self is the only way to survive in the 21st century. At Android of Notre Dame. If there ever was an era that demanded images of beautiful people transcending beyond humanity and inspiring others to do the same, it's this one. At Manhole Mermaid. Although for now, because of Masquerade, my audience is quite limited. Speaking of, you want to be the star of my next movie? Sure, why not? Hell no, or ... Sure, why not? I have a hunch you're just saying that. Still, hey, in a way, this too is transcending beyond self. This is the question. But yeah, your test is over. Now the question is, do I want to work with you? She puts away her phone for the first time since you've met her and gives you a good, hard look. At Vibe Check Vivo, guess I can give it a shot. Yeah, you're not that dumb, you're not that boring, and you're kinda cute. At Erldal XOXO, don't worry, no more modding jobs, mod gets attached, and that's always bad news. Do you think it's true, Tyler? Is it true from your experience that mobs gets attached? And that's bad news? Because I don't feel that my mobs are attached to me, just saying. She grabs your arm and starts leading you out of her room. At GPS, I put you through enough shit. Next time I'll let you in a little job I'm doing. We'll hit the street and you'll see why Sophie told you to contact me. She leads you through a labyrinth of gray corridors. It's a different route than the one you made your way through in. At an unconscious diagram of psychic event. This city is so much more than what its elites consider real. Stick with me and I'll get you to places Camarilla Enders couldn't reach in 100 years. She leads you out of the building into the back alleys. At shitty trailer voice. Even if someone else rules the street, we will rule the information highways. This is the power of hope. She lets out a theatrical laugh and disappears. You don't even notice when she leaves you alone, but you assume everything went as well as it could. And you ally, the power of hope. As you walk off into the night, everything around you feels a little less tangible than it did a few hours ago. Alright, let's go to bed. Okay, we have the nosy reporter. I don't want to do that. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna continue with. Okay, let's go with D'Angelo. D'Angelo and Hope. I want to work with D'Angelo and Hope. You make your way through the now familiar rusty maze of the grain terminal and up the stairs to D'Angelo's office. This time, however, you find the room firmly locked. There is a note pinned to the door. You rip it off and scan the crooked lettering. There's been another one at the scene now. Come to bed, Stewie. Corner of Pulaski and Garvey, ASAP. Looks like D'Angelo could use your help. Better get going. As you approach the address D'Angelo gave you, a squad car passes you by, sirens blaring. Following it, you make a turn for DeKalb Avenue onto Pulaski Street. Sure enough, the street is awash with red light, and the four or so police car parked on the nearest corner, next to an ambulance, confirm that you're in the right place. You move closer to what appears to be a New York finest convention, looking around in the hopes of spotting a familiar, if not altogether pleasant face. No such luck. True to his Nosferatu lineage, D'Angelo is nowhere to be seen. You stop on the sidewalk across the street, trying not to draw attention to yourself. All of a sudden, one of the cops standing by the entrance to the building looks straight at you. He does a double take, and you instinctively look away. Bad move, you think to yourself, as you notice him making his way toward you. Calmly wait for him to approach, start walking away, make a run for it. I'm gonna start walking away. Slowly but surely, you turn away and start walking in the opposite direction. The cop yells after you, trying to get your attention. You ignore him and pick up the pace. He does not let up. Suddenly, as you're passing a dark alley, someone grabs you by the arm and pulls you into the shadows. If the smell of cigars and cheap cologne don't give him away, the gravelly voice sure does. Yeah, I fucked up. Don't move a muscle. With your back pressed against the brick wall, you remain perfectly still, waiting for the cops to walk past the alley. Good thing I was around, huh? Come on, I'm parked nearby. Before you know it, you're sitting in the passenger seat of a busted old sedan parked half a block away, giving you a nice view of the police gathering. Let me talk to them, I'll get us in. Feeding opportunity, we can take them, or do your shadowy, skulky thing. Uh, Hey, how about you do your shadowy, skulky thingy? Maybe you can find some way to let me in from the inside? Shadowy, skulky thingy? Jesus, kid. Childish phrasing aside, it was as good as an approach as any, I guess. Without another word, he gets out of the car and heads for a nearby back alley. You watch him in silence as he disappears into the shadows. A minute passes, then another one, then another. You begin to worry. What if there were more cops inside? What if your moldy partner has gotten himself in trouble? Suddenly, a shadow silhouette appears in one of the windows on the second floor. Looks like he made it after all. At least you hope it's him. The shadow waves at you and points to the corner of the building, opposite the two cops. You get out of the car and quickly make your way towards the alley. Sure enough, you find that a fire escape ladder has been conveniently dropped for you. Good work, D, you mumble to yourself as you climb to the second floor. His his gift of his gift on finding the crime scene, because there's a crime scene and there's blood on the wall. There's another message made in blood, but it's not very well legible. Finding the crime scene proves easily enough. You just follow the yellow police tape, and before you know it, you're standing in the middle of what used to be someone's living room. The place has been completely trashed, knocked over furniture, shattered glass, the works. Looking around, you notice a sign scribbled on a nearby wall. It reads, "Is gift our fate?" Okay. The A and the T are almost erased. You know Esperk and typography, but the crooked letter looks similar to the ones you saw back in Red Hook. Sure enough, there's very little in terms of blood, save for the occasional stain that's bound to end up on the carpet once you toss someone through a glass coffee table. D'Angelo leans against the doorway. He seems lost in his thoughts, sucking at his cigar compulsively and mumbling to himself. You lean over a bit, trying not to make it obvious that you're listening in. You manage to catch the last few lines of his monologue. "The night's been kind of them. There's been kind of them so far." But the question kept piling on, and they found themselves amidst the wreckage of another life. It was up to them to sift through the debris and come up with a neat little pile of answers. Suddenly he tenses up, as if sensing your eyes upon him. "Feel free to chip in, kid. Anything catches your eye?" Another piece of graffiti, no blood, same as before. This place is a mess. "His gift or fate?" "Yeah, there's that. What do you think it means?" "About game, or it seems apocalyptic?" "Yeah, his gift. Isn't there a theory that Cain was the first vampire?" "Oh, it's more than a theory. To some, it's a deeply held belief." "And yeah, you're right. It's about the gift of Cain, as if vampirism, our fate. Clearly, someone wasn't too happy to receive it. God damn it, I hate where this is going." "Which is why it looks like you were right." "The thin blood angle seems to check out. It looks like you were right." "Yeah, well, this time I'd rather be wrong, alright? Anyway, looks like we're not getting any more out of this place. No way around it. We gotta see the body." "Is that really necessary? Are you protecting the thin bloods?" "Sure, might as well be prudent." "Yeah, in for a penny, in for a pound. Might as well be prudent." "My thoughts exactly. The Duskborn have it bad as it is. If I'm gonna accuse one of them of breaching the masquerade, I want solid evidence. And I mean rock fucking solid. Luckily for us, I might know someone who could get us an audience with our dearly departed." To your surprise, he pulls out a cell phone, a busted old clamshell, flips it open, and spends a good minute browsing through the contacts, muttering to himself. Finally, he makes a call. "Hey, you know this is." "Yeah, that favor you owe me, time to deliver. Listen, I know you got a fresh one, the murder in bed Stewie. I need to take a look." "Yes, now." "Yeah, you better." With that, he hangs up and gives you his trademark wry smile. "Aren't cell phones forbidden, or are we good?" Now, this is an old. This cell phone doesn't go. This cell phone is not connected to the internet. "So, are we good?" "Yeah, we're good. Next stop, Kings County." Kings County, the bleeding heart of Brooklyn. It's beating as hard as ever, with ambulance after ambulance bringing in sick and wounded New Yorkers to be pumped through the tight arteries of the healthcare system. It's a dangerous place for a kindred to show their face, incessantly crowded and full of people who specialize in noticing all sorts of physical affliction, especially the sort that makes up the very essence of a vampire's existence. For instance, death. Thankfully, your business here tonight keeps you away from the hectic human hive of the ER. Instead, you followed Angelo to a relatively quiet part of the underground parking lot that's closest to your current point of interest, the Kings County morgue. Having found yourself a convenient and suitable unlit spot near the hospital wall, you wait patiently for D'Angelo to contact your peer. Every now and then, you glance over at the undead gumshoe to make sure its moldy mug isn't showing any signs of worry. It isn't, or at least he's very good at hiding it. Finally, after 30 minutes or so, a lone figure emerged from a side entrance. As the human-shaped shadow walks by, you're quick to recognize him as the EMT you saw back at the murder site. Clearly nervous, the 20-something-year-old redhead can't seem to help but look back and make sure no one is following him. Finally, he stops and lights up a cigarette. Without even looking in your direction, he takes a puff and exclaims, seemingly no one in particular, "Room 112, you got 20 minutes." D'Angelo speaks without looking at you. "That's our cue." You follow the fanged detective through the same door the EMT walked out of. Luckily, this wing of the special hospital seems unusually empty. Still, the confidence with which D'Angelo makes his way through the white and green corridor makes it clear he's been here before. Finally, he stops in front of one of the doors. Room 112. That's your stop. The room is small, with only one oversized freezer by the wall and a single slab mounted in its center. Sure enough, the body of a middle-aged man is laid out on the still surface. Even for a dead man, he seems unnaturally pale. Extreme blood loss will do that to you. Try as you might, you can't help but look at the man's face, his feature twisted in abject horror. This was not a peaceful death. Looking closely, you notice two small puncture wounds on the victim's neck. If ever there was a clear sign of vampiric attack, you've yet to see it. Looking over at D'Angelo, you notice his lips moving in a familiar fashion. He's narrating again. Before he can utter an intelligible word, you cut with a remark. Suck dry, just like the last one. Those teeth marks, or look at his face. Those marks on his neck, is that what I think it is? Yep, good eye, kid. It's official, our killer is Kindred. Look at his face, though. Sheer terror. He was fully aware all the way through. Kidding aside, no Kindred word this assault would allow that to happen. Unless they didn't even know better. This confirms it. We're looking for a Thin Blood. Fuck. As if on cue, the door swings open. A tired-looking man with a stethoscope around his neck walks in. With his eyes fixed on his clipboard, he doesn't appear to notice you. Yet. Feeding opportunity, get him, lie your way out of it, or hide behind the freezer. Freezer. Quickly, quietly, you hop behind the oversized freezer, hoping D'Angelo will follow suit. Pressed against the wall, you tense up, hoping for the best, but expecting the worst. The room, however, remains silent. You peer out from behind the freezer to assess the situation. Doctor calmly looks over the victim, jots something down on his clipboard, and walks out. If you could breathe a sigh of relief, you would. So hard. D'Angelo materialized from the shadows lingering against the wall across from you. He gives you a slight nod. Nice save, kid. My first instinct was to jump in, but hey, whatever works. Yeah, mine too, but I decided, you know what? No. Now, come on, let's get out of here. Time to pay our dear Primogen another visit. Robert Larson's home looks about the same as last time. No added security, no angry dogs prowling the yard. It appears that the Thin Blood Primogen would rather risk another visit from his old pal D'Angelo than to arouse suspicion of his family and neighbors. Which is good, considering that's what he's about to get. Sure enough, the light in Larson's study is on, and you even catch a glimpse of the man himself shuffling around the room. You look over to D'Angelo, wondering how you're going to get Larson's attention this time. Without a single word, D'Angelo walks over to a nearby strip land and leans against it, making sure it's visible to any and all who happen to look. Looks like time for Sully is over. It only takes a couple of minutes for Larson to take notice. You see him lean against the windows and storm out of the room. In mere seconds, he's out in front and in D'Angelo's face. Listen to me, you moldly fuck! I've had just about enough of your shit. You want to pester me? Fine, but leave my family out of it. For a moment, D'Angelo just stands there, motionless, allowing Larson to get his frustrations out. Suddenly, he grabs the Thin Blood by the collar, lifts him off the ground, and smashes back against the lamppost. Are you finished? Alright. Now, you listen to me and you're listening good. You think I'm enjoying this? You think I like to be jerked around? You think I got nothing better to do than hang around this little puppet theater you've made for yourself? Now, either you give me a lead I can follow, or I'll start remembering things you'd rather forget. For the first time since you met him, Larson looks speechless, his eyes wide with fear. He can only mutter under his breath. You wouldn't dare! Try me. Cue awkward silence. You stand there, shifting your eyes from one vampire to the other. Guess it's time to either press the advantage or play the good cop. Come on, Larson, spit it out. Take it easy, D'Angelo. Let's us just calm down. Alright, we're gonna play a good cop. Come on, Larson, just give us something. It's been a rough night. See, Robert, my assistant here is tired of your shit too. So what's it gonna be? If you want my help, put me the fuck down. With his feet back on the ground, Larson straightens his collar in a faint attempt at preserving some shred of dignity. There's a place in Manhattan, Lower East Side, one of the few places in the city where my people can find shelter. Yeah, I know it. If you go there right now, you might find what you're looking for. Angelo stares at him for a moment, just long enough to make it uncomfortable. We'd better. Finally, D'Angelo loosened his grip. You both watch Larson limp back to his house, looking back over his shoulder like he's gonna tell the teacher on you. You look to your partner, meaning to ask what that whole thing you'd rather forget deal was. As if sensing your curiosity, D'Angelo cuts in a preemptive mutter. Come on, we got what we came for. As you reach the address Larson gave you, you find yourself standing in front of what looks like an old garage. On the outside, the place looks as uninteresting as it gets. You'd think it abandoned, if not for the few barely working lights illuminating its shabby facade. Once you're inside, however, if there was a place worthy of being called a wretched hive of scum and villainy, this is probably it. The room is littered with drunks and crackheads, human and thin blood alike, their mind lost in their cruel little worlds, their bodies played out across the floor. D'Angelo leans over and whispers in your ear. I'll cover the back door. You stay near the front. Let's look around and see what we can find. Before you can ask what exactly you're supposed to be looking for, D'Angelo disappears into the shadows. Look around quietly, try to flush the killer out. Let's look around quietly, doing your best to blend in with the crowd, which is fairly difficult considering your upright position. You slowly make your way across the large room. Not really knowing what you're looking for, you focus on the detail, a knowing smirk, a hateful stare, anything that looks even the slightest bit suspicious. After a dozen or so empty stares, you're almost ready to give up, when suddenly something catches your eye. A young skinny woman hunched in a corner of the room. She gives you a bewildered look, a 1,000-yard stare that tells you beyond a shadow of a doubt it's her. As you walk towards her, D'Angelo emerges from the shadows right next to you. Nice catch. He kneels down beside her. You can tell he's trying to sound as comforting as possible, but his gravelly timbre, it's not really working out. Hey, it's okay. We're not here to hurt you. We just want to talk. No! Don't talk! Too loud! Too loud! She looks Asian. She had red hair, a red coat with black fake fur, neck. She seems halfway out of it. It feels like the lights are on, but whoever's inside is stumbling around after one hell of a bender. All right, you like quiet? Got it. Can you tell me your name? Sana. That's what he called me. Suddenly, you hear the door swing open behind you. Even though the night is fairly warm, a cold chill runs down your spine. You look towards the entrance. There is a woman standing there, and something about her just screams kindred. Even though she seems comically overdressed for the situation, somehow you don't feel like cracking a smile. Whoever she is, you can tell she means business. She starts making her way to the back of the room, not making any effort to sidestep any of the junkies and drunks. They all know well enough to get out of her way. Acting out of bravery or sheer stupidity, you walk up to her. She looks at you as if you were something she just scraped off her shoe. You smile nervously without even knowing it. Hello there, who might you be? Hey, what's a girl like you doing in a place like this? Or hold it, what's your business here? I'm gonna be naive, because if I'm too stern, she's gonna push me away. Because if she's what I think she is, I'm gonna be thrown into the side of the wall like garbage. Okay, I'm gonna take a sip. Hello there, who might you be? As soon as you open your mouth, her hand shoots out, grabbing you by the throat. The woman looks at you, tilting her head as if examining a curious species of insect. Suddenly, her eyes shift as she notices something behind you. Her face turns from disgusted curiosity to sheer annoyance. You! She has a big beehive. She's a redhead. She's wearing a sleeveless dress. She has some white pearls, but yeah, I think I know who she is. Hey, Val. That's my assistant you got there. Do you mind? She rolls her eyes. You feel the grip on your neck loosen and you awkwardly fall to your feet. She makes her way towards D'Angelo, pushing you aside like a rag doll. Where is she? You're gonna have to be a bit more specific, darling. Don't play coy, Ginny. The manslayer. I know she's here. A blood hunt has begun, by order of the prince herself. The girl is to meet her final death. News go fast. A punishment sentencing a vampire to final death at the fangs of their peers. The code of the kindred and the system for punishing transgression is the law of retaliation. Okay. They call a blood hunt on her. Hold your horses, honey. I'm conducting an investigation under the auspices of the sheriff. That counts for something, too. Look, sweetie, I'm not here for some clit measuring contest. You want this to get ugly? Be my guest. Otherwise, I suggest you step aside and let me do my job. By all means. He steps aside in a comically exaggerated fashion. You look at the corner where you last saw Sana, but find no traces of the girl. Well, I'll be. Could swell she was just here. Valerie looks at D'Angelo. She smiles softly, but you can tell she's trying very hard not to rip his head off. You'll regret this. Story of my life. Without another word, she turns on her heel and storms out. D'Angelo waves his hand in your general direction. Come on, kid, let's get out of this shithole. As you emerge from said shithole, you feel the cool night breeze caress your face. It's soothing and almost makes you forget how shitty the last few hours have been. Almost. Okay, kid. I know you got questions, but it's getting early and I don't feel like having a Q&A session right now. For now, you got one question. Make it count. Who the hell is Valerie? Do you know where the girl went, or what do we do now? Valerie, huh? So who the hell is she? Oh, she's a scourge, kid. Part enforcer, part assassin. All around pain in the ass. Scourge, an executor, subordinated directly to the prince. Yeah, it's like the prince's personal assassin. Scourge. If she finds that girl before we do, we'll never find out why she did what she did. And before you ask, yes, we've run into each other in the past. No, I don't feel like talking about it. Alright, kid. I don't know about you, but I'm turning in. I'll figure some stuff out and keep looking for our girl. Feel free to swing by the office in a night or two. And with that, he stumbles off into the distance, not even bothering to keep to the shadows. Can't say you blame him. Really has been a rough night. This is Juno and Agaton. Might as well do this. What's this? Oh, it's still the somebody's watching me. Okay, so let's go over. Juno the note. You find the mystery of Agaton research tantalizing enough to pay him a visit. So you know what to expect, but you return to the small bookstore serving as Agaton's haven. The cacophony of occult imagery assaults you from the book cover displayed on the window, but under the fake facade there's something real. This time, the Buddhas and the satanic Bible in the storefront seems almost funny, or perhaps you just started to tune in on to the dry humor of these Tremere. Just as you're about to ring the doorbell, the door opens and Agathon storms out. You step aside just in time to avoid having him stumble into you. Eric, what are you doing here? Came to help you. Don't be a dick. Window shopping. Look, I came to help you, like last time. Okay, fine. You're right. Follow me. As he turns to go, Agathon almost looks pleased that you are here. Agathon walks to his car with you in tow. It didn't occur to you last time, but it's a surprisingly pedestrian vehicle, an aging mid-sized family sedan. You imagine what it would look like with a baby seat in the back. Opening the door into the driver's side, Agathon notices your look. Laugh all you want, but it's inconspicuous and practical. You sit in the car and Agathon starts driving in his usual careful style. At least you'll never be stopped by traffic cops. It seems Agathon is not interested in small talk. What's this all about? Beautiful night or stay silent? Well, if he doesn't want to talk, let's not push it, right? Beautiful night is like one of those pleasantries that even pisses me off. So I'm gonna stay silent. Decide that it's best to let Agathon drive in peace. Agathon is very comfortable driving in silence. You look out the window, wondering at the ordinary lives of the people you pass by. Suddenly, Agathon snaps you out of your reverie. Let me ask you something, Eric. You enjoyed the hunt? Yes or no? Of course. I thought all kindred did. I mean, maybe I feel guilty sometimes, but it's such a rush. Not all kindred enjoy it, but you're right, most do. There's something melancholy in Agathon's voice that you can't quite parse. You exit Manhattan over the Brooklyn Bridge and soon reach the site of the nightclub that seems to be your destination. It's on the riverfront, a converted former warehouse. With a start, you recognize the place, the club where fate latches its cold, grubby hands onto your soul. You wanted to party, but instead you became a monster. How's that for a hangover? After Agathon parks the car, it's time for you to enter the nightclub. You glance at the Tremere, evaluating him. It's obvious this is not his kind of place. There's a good chance the research notes are here. Research note? So it's not certain, or let's go? Alright, there's a good chance, so let's go. So let's not waste any time then. Excellent! There's a line into the club. It looks like a popular spot, even if, based on the crowd, this is not exactly a place for supermodels and celebrities. Wait in line or charm the bouncer. Okay, let's use my presence. Charm the bouncer. Because presence is something Tremere can do. So this is why we're here. You walk up to the man at the door and smile. Hey, you remember me, right? Might we go in? The bouncer looks at you, taken in by your supernatural charisma. Doesn't matter whether he really remembers you or not. Sure, go right in. Have a great night. You walk into the club, ignoring all the people standing in line. The music beats down on you, bringing with it memories of human existence. The first time you went dancing with friends, when you flirted with someone on the dance floor. This time it's different. You're a predator and everyone around you is prey. Tightly packed, twitching sacks of blood and tissues. You sense the emotions all around you. Blood tinted with happiness, lust, rage, jealousy, love. A buffet of sensations. Focus! Keep an eye out for trouble while I look for what we came to find. You nod and follow Agathon through the throng, trying to ignore all the warm flesh and circulating blood around you. Feeding opportunity, drink from a club goer or focus on him. Okay, I'm not gonna drink on the job. He needs my help. Eyes on the prize. You came here to help Agathon, and that's what you'll do. Agathon wades through the dancing people with purpose, but you have no idea how he's searching for the missing research notes. Perhaps he's using the enhanced sense of a vampire or some esoteric sorcery. At least he seems to know what he's doing. Juno! You swerve to avoid a drunken man who was just about to spill beer on you and try to see what Agathon is looking at. A young woman, intense, purposeful, a little out of place at the nightclub, just like you and Agathon. Juno, should we leave? Is she looking for the notes too? Let me guess, she's after your research notes too. They're not my research notes, but yes. The woman Juno elbows a drunken man out of her way and points a finger at Agathon's face. Agathon, you traitor! Don't you dare stand between me and what's mine! Yeah, she has an 80s haircut, very fashion tomboyish short hair, very cool. She has a very long orange scarf and wearing a business suit for a lady. You look at the woman in surprise. Her appearance stands in contrast with the anger in her words. Juno, you know Aisling will not let you leave with the notes. Perhaps she won't let you leave at all. Juno pulls close to Agathon's face and stage whispers loudly enough for you to hear her over the music. You're still so brainwashed that you care about what Aisling's fucking Sturbridge wants. I'm dog jumping through her hoops. I don't know what I saw in you, Agathon. You're such a lapdog. Brainwash? Let's not forget the masquerade, or she's your ex. I think she's our, yeah. What, she's your ex? Sorry to interrupt, but is this woman your ex? Yes, we used to date. Maybe we still would if we weren't such a fucking coward, Agathon. That's not fair, Juno. It's fair and you know it. You're too busy licking Aisling's boot to realize what we had. Aisling doesn't wear boots. My God. So, I have a feeling that Agathon is also neurodivergent. Don't correct me! With a start, you realize Juno is generally upset. It's hard to say how long ago they broke up, but the wounds are still there. You're the kind of man who takes the side of his boss over his girlfriend! Juno's eyes glisten red with the blood of her tears. You look at Agathon with uncertainty. It was for your own good! Juno steps back, suddenly cold, ignoring the people dancing all around. She stares hard at Agathon. The past is past. The traditions are dead to me. You won't stop me, Agathon. I'll make sure of that here and now. You know I have the power. No, Juno, please. Agathon sounds panicked. He's not worried about his own survival, but the possibility that Juno is going to unleash a genuine masquerade breach. A reason with Juno, sucker punch Juno, or calm Juno down. Should I use my presence on her? I mean, I'm gonna get kicked out if somebody watched me sucker punch Juno. And I don't think that's gonna work. Like, I don't think I can knock her down with a sucker punch. I'm gonna try presence. Calling on the power of your blood, you step closer to Juno between her and Agathon. Agathon was being an asshole. Don't hurt yourself just to get back at him. It's not worth it. Juno looks you in the eyes, and you can see that she's tired and scared. Defecting from the Tremere is not easy or safe. You're right. She turns to go, then stops and glances back at you. You should pick better friends. With that, Juno walks through the oblivious dancer towards the exit. Looking around, you realize that Agathon didn't stay to witness your exchange with Juno. Instead, he worked his way around the dancing crowd looking for the notes using his arcane methods. After Juno is gone, he returns, shaking his head. The notes were here, but not anymore. It's possible someone grabbed them when they were hunted here. After making sure Juno is nowhere to be seen, you and Agathon push your way back outside. Outside, you walk to Agathon's car and drive back over the Brooklyn Bridge to Manhattan, heading for Agathon's haven. Juno mentioned some very personal things. I trust your discretion is not discussing those things with Aisling. Of course. Or I won't lie. Yeah, your love life is your business. Thank you. After a while, you reach Agathon's haven and he parks the car. You walk to the occult bookstore and Agathon invites you inside. The smell of incense assaults you as before, making you grateful you don't have to breathe. You follow Agathon upstairs to find Aisling Sturbridge in an armchair, reading an old book. She puts a bookmark in place as you come in. You were successful, I hope? No, I'm sorry. The notes were there at some point, but not anymore. That's a shame. I hope you don't run out of time. How did Sophie's little protege do? Agathon turns to look at you.
Well, surprisingly well.
That's a surprise. I'll have to compliment Sophie on her choice.
We met Juno, fortunately. She couldn't find the notes either.
That's interesting.
The High Regent turns to look at you.
What was your impression of Juno, fledgling?
Agathon's ex, driven or angry?
I'm gonna be honest. Well, she was very angry. I don't know what you people did to her, but she's pissed. What we did? Careful now, fledgling. She made her own choices, bad as they were. Anyway, I have some things to discuss with Agathon. Run along now.
You leave the occult bookstore, the cheesy mystical music still in your ears as you walk away. You wonder about what happened with Juno. Why is she so anxious to leave her clan? Can she really do that? Could you leave Sophie's service if you wanted to? And it's the end of the day. I should rest. Khadir al-Asmai, the sheriff of New York City, is knocking at the door to your haven. The sight comes as more than a little shocking. If he had business with you, you either expect to see him already inside or never see him coming at all. Yet there he is, on the other side of the peephole, patiently and politely waiting for you to let him in. You carefully unlock the door and face him in silence.
Evening. May I come in?
You simply stare at him. Your lack of an answer doesn't faze him, and your lack of resistance as he starts walking inside has obviously been interpreted as a permission. Once inside, he starts looking around as you cautiously stay by the door.
Haven't really had time to make this place your own yet, have you? It feels like Landley's apartment through and through. A secluded study where nobody studies anything. Look at these books on this shelf. Obviously meant to impress guests, not to be read. They reveal nothing about the owner aside from the aching desire to be taken seriously as an intellectual.
He picks one of them up and smirks before putting him away.
The phenomenology of spirits next to all this garbage poetry. We can make a bet. If she read more than 20 pages, I owe you $50 and a gallon of blood. The kind of place that self-professed hermits entomb themselves in to suffer. Considering how much you have to run around these nights, you probably only use it to shelter from the sun and rest, right?
Even though he's obviously making an effort to come off as non-threatening, it's impossible to forget the first impression he made. You still see him as a fierce predator, trying hard not to expose his true colors. You sense a familiar fight-or-flight response as you struggle to find a diplomatic answer to his last question. If Khadir is bothered by your silence, it doesn't let it show. It keeps walking around, toying with whatever catches his eyes. Eventually, he speaks up again.
Watching any baseball lately? If I had to guess, you strike me as a Red Sox fan.
Now he's inviting you to talk in a more direct manner. You attempt to overcome your physical reaction to him and reply as casually as you can. There's 3 layers of ... Your mind keeps going back to that night when everything was changed forever. Waking up in hell with a body next to you, spending a night in that underground sweatbox, unsure what will happen next. That endless car ride, 3 strikes, a bloodthirsty crowd, that blade, a rebirth, a baptism by fire, a frightening executor who makes sure the flames scarred your spirit. ... As you look into his face, you realize he's read the emotion from yours.
Not in the mood to exchange pleasantries,
There's no animosity in his voice, he's just stating a fact.
Let me get straight to the point then.
He momentarily stops caring about his surrounding, turning all of his attention to you and demanding the entirety of your attention in return.
You see, there's something I've realized over the years. In large part, I may have been hired just to look menacing with a sword, but my job is all about seeing through bonds and relationships. The Camarilla would be safe as long as its members adhere to a certain social contracts, making their dealings and affinities plain for everyone to see, but that obviously remains a pipe dream. This is a community of born conspirators, overly ambiguous gangsters and politicians, monsters in denial, all sorts of tragically broken individuals. They are driven by desires that makes them incompatible with the masquerade, incompatible with prolonged survival of the Caramilla, incompatible with the methods I use to operate. And so, I am doomed to be like a cop, constantly insulted behind my back, maybe for good reason, but immediately call for help whenever someone loses their tableware. Or like an Agatha Christie protagonist, outwardly assisted by everyone but constantly lied to about everyone's past and motivations, even if my failure to solve the mystery might be the end of us all.
He tries to sound like he's peacefully resigned to this fate, but it's easy to detect a tinge of regret in his voice, a voice belonging to someone who once had a bigger ambition than this. What broke him?
So you see, for this detective, the why done it is far more important than who done it or how done it. When you understand all the players and their mutual obligation, you easily understand every crime. But of course, the kindred know this, so they devise a way to make my job much harder, just like conspiracies between two unrelated actors that depends on scratching each other's back for mutual security. Or they enforce a blunt bond to make someone unexpected their thrall, a boss serving their employee, a rebel serving a tyrant, just because one is regularly being forced to drink another's blood. What a Sophie seen in you. Why does the prince keep asking me about your actions? How come you're being pushed to build your own coterie so fast? You're surrounded by unclear motivations, which you yourself don't understand. That unnerves me, and it should unnerve you as well.
Why are you here, and what are your motivations? You unnerve me! Yeah, what are your motivations? Finally, you managed to raise your voice. Khadir noticed the efforts and smiled softly.
So, you haven't gone mute since the last time I saw you. Good. Well, I'm here for a selfish reason. I need to develop a rapport with you to better fulfill my obligation. The last time we met, I couldn't see you as my equal. Now that you've been accepted into the Camarilla, what choice do I have? I would understand if you didn't want to see my face again, but I'm one of the faces of the New York City communities, and as long as you're part of it, it's going to be impossible to avoid me. Especially when I have business with you, and I do. As you might have guessed by now, one of my tasks is uncovering and understanding your bond, and one of them might endanger our community.
Well, that's not menacing at all. Who is he talking about? Sophie, someone from a coterie, or Kaiser? No, he's probably talking about a Jessica. You mean someone I'm trying to recruit into my coterie? Kadia shakes his head.
I'm monitoring them, and they know it. If they're breaking the rules, they're doing it the right way, meaning I haven't learned about it yet. Unless you might want to share something?
A moment of awkward silence.
Joking. Mostly.
He produces a file from underneath his coat and passes it to you.
This is our troublemaker.
You open the file and see some printed photos. You freeze up as you recognize the face and are overwhelmed by a flood of repressed memories. Yeah, Jessica, ... Jessica Lowell. The woman who made the last few years of your life heaven and the last few weeks a living hell. Since she took pretty much everyone you knew with her after the split, you thought the transition to this life would be painless. No baggage at all. Have you thought wrong? You look up at Karia, expecting answers.
There are some unfortunate rumors that you committed suicide after a messy breakup. So apparently, Miss Jessica is desperately mobilizing everyone she knows to look for you. Turns out she's contacted a lot of people who might recognize you, including some in law enforcement agency. The risk of endangering us is relatively low, but far from non-existent. Which means she must be stopped.
Must be stopped sounds threatening. You dread thinking what she's planning.
I'll arrange for you two to meet tomorrow so that you can straighten the situation out and say goodbye to the life you've forsaken.
You'll arrange what? Your eyes must look like saucers right now.
Usually these matters are left to my discretion, and I can't think of an easier solution. The lost sheep reappears, takes care of unfinished business, disappears, never to be seen again, nobody cares. It's simple, it's clean, no contrived scheme, no unnecessary victims, and it gives me an opportunity to learn more about you as I observe. When neonates interact with kind they used to hold dear, their true natures are laid bare for anyone to see.
Of course he's invested in being kind to you, or he's making clear his self-serving intention so that you don't start figuring them out yourself.
Any objections?
And the alternative are probably worse. You shake your head.
Very well. I'll arrange a meeting and drive you there tomorrow. Better come up with a load of bull that's easy to swallow.
He's disappeared from the apartment, leaving you as confused as the last time he closed the door on you. God damn it, you need to think it through. Jessica ... For a long time, you just sit in your haven, lost in your thought, remembering how you once thought your world has ended with their leaving. Whining, sure, but seems like it was prescient whining. Okay. It's already half the night. Okay, I'm gonna go with Camilla. Once again, you cross the gate of Prospect Park and head straight for where you last saw the feral duo. Minutes pass, finding no sign of Tamika. You begin to worry that something might have happened to her. Suddenly, you hear rustling coming from the nearby bushes, and it's not the stray cat kind of rustling either. Whoever is hiding in those bushes, I know I can... Hey, you in the bushes, you know I can hear you, right? The rustling stops, if only for a second. Suddenly, the bushes part and Raoul walks out desperately, trying to look confident. Yeah, that's only because I wanted you to. Listen, I want to have a word before time gets here. She seems to like you for whatever strange reason, but the way I see it, you and nuisance at best. At worst, you're a threat. You don't like me? I got it. You'll warm up to me? Is there a point to this speech? Alright, I get it. You don't like me. Forgive me if I don't lose any sleep over it. You should be, because when I don't like someone, I do something about it, and it's usually not pleasant. Tamika is my sister in every sense of the word that counts. Anything happens to her that I found even remotely your fault, I'm coming after you. Is that clear? Crystal, now fuck off. I'm not your enemy. She doesn't need a babysitter. Crystal, now get the fuck out of my face. Yeah. Just want to make sure we understand each other. What I'm saying is, if anything happens to Tamika, I'm holding you accountable. All of a sudden, the sound of footsteps reaches your ears. It's just faint enough to not be ostentatious, but still not enough to hear. You can tell that whoever approaching wants to make their presence known. Both of you and Raoul just stirred in time to see Tamika emerge from behind an old sycamore tree. It's hard to tell just how long she's been listening in on your conversation. In any case, she walks up and speaks, addressing no one in particular. Did I miss anything? Your brother's worried about you, your brother's being an asshole, or nothing important? While your brother's worried about you, he seems to think I'm a bad influence. Aww. In an instant, her voice goes from mockingly sweet to stern and unyielding. Her next word sounds like a challenge. Is that true, Raoul? You think I can take care of myself? God damn it, Tam, that's not what this is about, and you know it. I know, big brother, you meant well. You always mean well. Ah, screw it. Why do I even bother? And with that, Raoul takes his leave. Tamika waits in silence just long enough to make sure he can no longer hear her and addresses you. I have a favor to ask. For you, anything? What is it? I like my favors returned. Yeah, sure, anything. She raises an eyebrow. Anything, huh? Careful, I might keep you to that. I meant it, it's just a turn of phrase. No, I meant what I said. The look of genuine surprise washes over her face. She blinks as if trying to revert to her default resting bitch face setting. I have an errand to run. I was hoping you'd come with me. There's a place east of here. It's a short walk. We should be back in about 2, maybe 3 hours. We're walking 3 hours, you call that short? Wait, we're walking? As in on foot in New York City? I don't like cars, alright? They remind me of old times before I became this. It can be distracting. So can we go? Sure, let's go. What's this about? Should I expect trouble? Sure, we can go now, if you're ready. Well, alright. And so you head towards the parking lot, accompanied by Tamika and a lot of unanswered questions. Following Tamika's direction, you finally arrive at the Evergreen Cemetery, one of the oldest burying grounds in Brooklyn. You enter through the southwestern gate and follow your companion through the sea of tombstone. It's a nice enough place as far as graveyards go. Much less homogenized than the usual flat field littered with identical markers. Tamika confidently presses on, swerving and weaving along a pre-programmed path. It's clear that she's been here more than a few times. Finally, she makes a sharp left and takes a few more steps down the gravel walkway, coming to a sudden stop in front of a modest headstone. The inscription reads, Luca Santiago, beloved sister and daughter, born 1991, taken from us too soon. With her eyes fixed on the graveside, she lets out an absent-minded utterance. I need a moment alone. Not long, 5 minutes at the most. You look around in search of a good spot to wait for her and pass her time. At the far end of a nearby lawn, you notice a lone bench situated under a weeping willow. Suddenly, you hear voices, distant but slowly approaching. Judging by the tone and timbre, you're guessing it's a couple of teenagers out to get their late-night kicks among the dearly departed. Might be a good chance to feed. Then again, you could just pass the time walking around the area. It's actually quite nice in a dark and somber kind of way. I'll wait on that bench by the tree. Take a walk, don't take too long. Okay, I'm gonna take this feeding opportunity. I haven't drank in a while. Teenager, take your time. I think I'll go grab myself a drink. Just do it quietly. I don't want any trouble. Not here. You leave Tamika alone and follow the voice. Soon enough, you come upon a couple in their late teens. Judging by the thick eyeliner and their clothes consisting mostly of black leather and lace, you venture a guess that they would love nothing more than to meet an actual vampire. You're happy to oblige. As you emerge from the shadow, you can feel your all intensify. The boy and the girl watch you, completely awestruck, waiting for you to approach. The slightest gesture is enough to shoo the boy away. He sits on a nearby bench and watches completely enamored as your lips press against the girl's neck. It's a weird sensation to feel actual honest-to-God pride in a victim's blood, but here you are. She's glad to have been chosen in this way. You decide there's no good reason to discriminate and also take a sip from the guy. His BO is pretty terrible, but the taste of his blood isn't half bad. Hoping the team's post-kiss days will make your face just an impression on their memory, you leave them on the bench just as they let their excited hormones run wild and start making out furiously. You half expected Khadia to materialize, sword in hand, to deal with these loose ends, or with you for leaving them roam like you did. You need to be more careful in the future. Finally, you get back to the tree and find Tamika sitting on the bench. Without a word, you sit next to her. You look over to her, doing your best not to stare. She looks down, crossing her arms and putting her hands on her shoulders. In an instant, the ferocious savage disappears, replaced by a vulnerable young woman. I think I'm done. You okay, or you or she you feel like sharing? You feel like sharing? No, but I guess I owe you an explanation. She looks away. You can tell she's struggling to open up to you, so you remain silent, trying not to make her uncomfortable. I was embraced, not far from here, in this cemetery. A fitting spot, I suppose. It was close to a decade ago. I'd been on the road for a couple of years at that point, hitchhiking from one town to another, New York was supposed to be just another stop. And then I met Jezebel. She was strong, smart, independent. Seems like someone I could trust, someone I could get close to. She never made me feel inadequate or ashamed, and she could hold her own in a fist fight too. Funny though, she only wanted to meet during nighttime. I didn't think much of it, even came up with excuses for her. Busy, eccentric, whatever worked. Until one night, she sank her teeth into my neck. At least you knew your sire. Is she still around? No, she's not around, she left. She sounds like quite a gal. Oh, I'm gonna say, well, hey, at least you got to know your sire. Can't say the same for myself. For a brief moment, she looks at you with genuine sympathy. I'm sorry. She then looks away, as if slightly embarrassed by her own reaction. Anyway, she left soon after turning me. I think the conclave of Prague really shook her up. She left you alone? Doesn't justify leaving you? Conclave of Prague. Okay, wait. The conclave of what now? Prague. It's a city in central Europe. I know where Prague is. Like, what is the conclave? It was supposed to be neutral ground, a good place to discuss politics and strategy. It ended almost turning into a civil war. Next thing you know, the Anarchs were expunged from the Camarilla, and they had done for after all they had done for our kind, the blood they spilled, it didn't amount to a thing. I can't blame Jezebel for being betrayed, but yeah, even though I still had Raoul and Luca, I was still furious and terrified. Luca? Wait. I think I know who Luca is. Luca died a few years later, Operation Lights Out they call it. It was a coordinated assault by the Second Inquisition, a genocide by any other's name. A family got together, brought up a plot and buried an empty casket. I guess they wanted some closure, can't fault them for that. Even though she's not really here, I like to come and visit from time to time. It reminds me of who I am, keeps me in check, keeps the beast at bay. Also, this being the place of my embrace, you have to appreciate that level of irony. She straightens up and looks at you as if something just occurred to her. Sorry, I don't know what came over me. One minute I'm all grunts and stares, the next, I'm giving you my biography. I guess I'm just tired of being scared and alone. You don't have to be alone, you're looking for a place to belong. Yeah. Well, you're just looking for a place to belong. In all the wrong places, it seems. At this point, I'm just looking for something to believe in, someone I could give a damn about. You have me, Camarilla as his merit, the Anarch cherish freedom, and you have Raoul. Well, you got me for whatever it's worth. She looks at you, her mouth drops open ever so slightly. You can tell she wasn't expecting that. Yeah, I do, don't I? You open your mouth, but before you can make a sound, Tamika motions at you to keep quiet. She lifts her head and sniffs at the air. Her ears perk up and her eyes widen. Suddenly, she pushes you in with all of her strength, sending you flying off the bench. Before you even hit the ground, an immense shape flies into view and smashes down into the bench, splintering into pieces. With the blood surging through your veins, you pounce onto your feet. You look at the mass of fur and muscle that just nearly pulverized you. The creature rears his head, gives you a deranged stare. It then turns to Tamika. She seems utterly terrified, frozen in place as if she literally just saw a ghost. You notice the creature shifts his weight as if prepared to pounce. Let's attack the creature we just fed. Feeling as if your muscle have turned to steel, you ram to the creature before it can throw itself at Tamika. The beast flies through the air and smashes its back against a tree. In a matter of seconds, however, it gets back to its feet. Your attack might have surprised it, but it clearly didn't do any real damage. The creature then turns towards you. For a second or two, it moves its mouth awkwardly, as if trying to remember how to form words.
Stay out my ground.
It looks like an old gangrel. Like he had his beard fused with his mutton chop. Like, that's a werewolf for sure. It's either a gangrel or a werewolf. The creature runs off towards a nearby clearing when all of a sudden a gunshot sends it tumbling into the ground. A group of well-armed men in body armor emerge from the shadows in an orderly formation and moving closer around the creature. Oh shit, is this the Inquisition? Walk up to meet them, stand and fight, or retreat and hide. Okay, we're gonna retreat. Not sure what to make of what's happening, you figure it's best to get out of sight. As you start backing away into the nearby bushes, you notice Tamika following your lead. From the relative safety of the thick foliage, you watch in silence as the group of armed men subdue the creature using steel nets and cattle prods. In the corner of your eye, you catch Tamika looking away, as if she finds this old spectacle somehow distasteful. She speaks under her breath, her voice shaking. Can we get out of here? You see no reason to object. The walk by turns out to be a quiet and somber experience. You both walk in silence, the city a blur of light and car carrying by. You look over to Tamika. She seems lost in her thoughts. Finally, you decide to break the silence. What was that thing back there? Any idea who those guys were? Are you gonna be alright? So what the hell was that back there? A werewolf? No, if it were, we probably wouldn't be talking right now. Still, in a way, that might have been preferable. She rubs her temples, trying to collect her thoughts. Among those of my clan, we tell stories about the Scarred One. The Scarred One? What is he, the boogeyman? The Scarred One? That's the only name he's known by. He's a cautionary tale for young Gangrel. He's what happened when you let the beast take over. Okay. I always figured him to be more of a metaphor. Seeing him in real life, it's like a Christian just happened to run into Judas Iscariot one day. And seeing him hunted down by the SI, I don't know what to think. I don't even know where to start thinking. Deciding to give her some space, you spend the rest of the walk in silence. Soon enough, the familiar tree line of Prospect Park comes into view. You stop by the entrance nearest to Tamika's haven. She keeps walking, without so much as a word or glance in your direction. She stops after several paces and turns back towards you. I'm sorry, thank you for coming with me, but now I have a lot of shit to figure out. Once I do, I'll let you know. And with that, she disappears among the trees. Seeing no point in sticking around, you take your leave. That's the end of the day. Knock, knock. You would ask who's there, but you don't know if the sheriff of New York City would play along. When you open the door, you see him toying with the car keys he's holding in his hand.
Ready to go, fledgling?
You don't feel like it, but you give him a nod nevertheless.
Excellent. Stay close.
He leads you down to the vehicle he's parked nearby. Once again, he takes the wheel literally and figuratively. Everything inside is just the way you remember it, down to the rear view mirror reflecting the intense stare of your guide. However, the trip itself feels notably different. The last time Kadir drove you around, he was forcibly dragging you away from your old life. This time, he's pulling you back into it. All the things you wanted to say to Jessica keep running through your head.
Let me tell you how it's going to go. As I said, I've arranged a meeting between you and your kin. It's going to take place somewhere you should know very well. I'll watch over you two from a safe distance to make sure you adhere to the rules. You should know those very well, but I'll reiterate just so you can't ever say I didn't warn you. Don't do anything that would violate the masquerade. Don't establish some secret route of contact. I will know. Do treat it as the last time you two will meet. Take this chance to wrap everything up. Here's your story. You're fine. You found yourself at a crossroad. Decide to radically change your life and move out of the city. The subway is unbearable. The rent is too high. They heard it all. You were ready to leave New York for good when you heard those absurd rumors about taking your own life, so you decided to set the record straight.
He gives you a knowing look.
And close the curtain on your relationship once and for all on your terms.
The car makes a sudden turn.
I'll leave the finer details to you. Just be so kind and don't make me regret it.
He can sense he's going out of his way for you, but he doesn't try to force it into gratitude by stating it plainly. If you know, you know. He'll see if you're worthy of his aid.
We're here.
You take a look around and recognize your destination. He was right. It is a familiar place. It's that club, the one you met your future sire in while trying to forget about Jess.
This is where the last saw poor Eric. Who knows whatever might have happened to him? One Jessica Lowell is trying to find out. She got a tip from an anonymous source saying that you might appear here tonight. Wouldn't you want to disappoint the lady, would you? She's apparently quite distraught.
He turns off the engine and relaxes comfortably in his seat. You silently leave the car and head straight for the club. The last time you were headed this way, you still had a pulse. Feels almost nostalgic. There's a party getting started, some rookie DJs trying to read the crowd. You bring to look for Jess. You wonder what the first thing you say to her should be. Hey, how you doing? You really took me for the suicidal type? Why did you let me die? Ah, like a ghost. I'm a ghost. Why did you let me die? Just basic, hey, how you doing? Yeah, that should work. The music is pulsing and there are some good vibes in the air. You spot a girl hurrying onto the bathroom with a nosebleed. The smell is faint, but it gets you in the mood to have some fun. However, Coterier indicated that he's got a pair of eyes around here somewhere. Better stick to the plan. A stupid idea pops in your head. If you meet her and she says, I want to be with you again, what would you do? Find a way for her to become a vampire? Have a last good night before leaving? Reject the idea immediately. No, we're gonna have to do this. What's done is done. Best not to dwell on it. By now, it feels like you explore all the places Jess could have been. It's getting frustrating. You grab the cheapest drink they have from the bar. A tall blonde girl in a stylish skirt smiles at you from behind heart-shaped glasses. You smile back, but this is no time for the heart to guide the hand. You walk past her, back to your duty. You mimic taking a sip of your drink. God, you could have been having so much fun tonight. You could. There she is. Dot dot dot. Accidentally stumble into Jessica when you least expect it. She looks at you as if she's seen a ghost. You freeze up, trying to come up with something to say and failing. The last few years of your life flash before your eyes. Wait, what was the line you decide to open the conversation with? Before you remember, a powerful slap takes you out of your stupor. You stupid motherfucker! Guess she gets the first line. You realize you spilled your drink all over your clothes. I've been so worried! I've been so fucking worried! Called everyone that I knew to look for you and you're just having fun clubbing? You thought it would be funny to drop all contact with everyone, pretend something happened to you? What, you wanted to see my reaction? She slaps you once again. You let some sort of dissociation set in and just watch the situation as it unfolds. I'll let everybody know you're okay, but don't you ever show yourself in front of me again. She turns her back on you and disappears into the crowd, walking towards the exit. You look around. You notice the heart-shaped glasses girl chuckling in the distance. You're no longer in the mood to party. Guess you'll follow Jessica's lead and leave. Better not keep the sheriff waiting. Well, at the very least, you can say this. She still cares. That's nice. Back to Coterie's car. Once you close the door, he instantly puts his foot on the gas pedal.
Walking off the pitch with no regrets? Said everything you had to say?
You speak up without thinking. Yeah, she said she'll call off the search. Getting her to accept that it was over took some harsh word, but deep down, I think she knew it was time to say farewell once and for all. She's a little shaken up, but she'll live.
Spot a playful spark in Corderies' eyes. You took care of it like a man, did you? Very good. The people we know in life have this tendency to briefly reappear in our young lives. One night, let's say, 20 years from now, she might spot you on the street. You won't have age a day from now, and even though she'll tell herself that can't be you, she'll be jealous. And if you look happy, she will feel regret over what could have been. So for the sake of the night you path cross once again, I hope you search for your own happiness.
The car speeds off to cross an intersection before the light turns red. You give Khadia a good hard look. Why are you not mean to me? Thank you, or good job with setting all up. I'm gonna say thank you. Thanks. It doesn't feel like a, how do you call it, very vampire thing to say, but you say it nevertheless. He's visibly taken aback. His usually furrowed brow smooths out for a moment. Then he takes on a serious, slightly sorrowful expression.
Don't suck up to me, kid. Mr. Bad Guy is still here, and without a doubt, he will go back to decapitating suckers like you any time now.
The car starts slowing down.
We're here.
You look out the window and see your haven.
Take care. See you around. Just pray I don't have to see you too often.
You leave the car and start walking to your haven, thinking about Khadia. Can't say you're fond of him, what with the welcome he gave you and all, but after tonight, you can't say you aren't either. You're gonna need some more time to understand him, that's for sure. Okay, so this is half the day. I think this is Hope's turn. When you get to the internet cafe, Hope is already waiting out front. The sight catches you off guard. A part of you suspected that she might be more of a shut-in, my haven is my castle type. At Schumacher 2002. Perfect timing. We need to go for a ride. Get in, get in, get in. She doesn't wait for your response and jumps behind the wheel of a lavender vintage roadster instead. The engine starts roaring expectantly, causing everyone's heads to turn. Not wanting to attract needless attention, you quickly slip into the back seat of the car. The moment you shut the door behind you, the vehicle sets off, tires screeching. Oh, that's nice. At Otto 100 real quick. Sorry for not bringing you up to speed first, but hey, this is NYC, everyone's always in a rush, and this is even more true when you're kindred. At Bussy Work. Now allow me to take care of some business and I'll be right with you. Even as she's zooming through traffic, she's still on her phone, of course. Nice car, watch the road please, and what's your business? No, nice car. Just notice the inside, the decal, the seat covers, everything is well stylish. Inside, everything is pink. The radio is flashing like a bright pink LED glass. Sorry. Like the inside of a car feels like the world ends with you. Nice car. How do you afford that? At vroom vroom beep beep. Thank you. The lavender really brings out its character, doesn't it? At Bussy, we're about affording things in this city. It's pretty hard. You gotta be at the top of your game at all times. Might as well explain my business plan to you while I'm at it. At Discuss BTC. So another extremely online Malk based in New York goes by the name of Dev/Null told me to Google Ethereum a few years ago. That's how I got into Bitcoin. At Discuss BTC. And now I found a new religion. 23-year-olds selling visions of government replaced by benign coal and decentralized consensus masses ruled by algorithms just as the laws of physics. Idiot man-child investor trying to shape their realities through sheer fanatical zeal and dedicated collectors of things as abstract as rare Shaw/256 decryption. Her driving style is far more aggressive and dangerous than you're comfortable with. Is it just you, or does she peek into the rearview mirror more often than she looks straight ahead? A hyper-speculative environment where nothing has real base value, only abstract belief matters, and your life savings can be ruined by a single bullshit tweet. How could I refuse the allure? I started buying low and selling high on a variety of shady 24/7 exchange that allow me with 100 times leverage, as in they lend me 100 times the capital I could bet with. I got lucky at the beginning and kept the ball rolling, shorting and longing impulsively, recklessly. I got to the point where I became too big to fail, and that's when I cashed out. The car comes to an abrupt halt. You bumped against the seat in front of you. At 102 real quick. Okay, this story... Okay, 100 to 0 real quick. Okay, this story will be continued later. We're here right at our first stop. I'll need you to do me a favor. We're where? What favor? Where? First stop? Okay, we're where? At Young, Hot, Petite, Ingenue. I'm meeting a guy here. Well, you are. Well, I'll lend you one of my handles to you for a minute. See that weird guy in the Yankees cap standing around the corner? Approach him and tell him you're at Young, Hot, Petit, Ingenue. Take the phone he gives you and bring it here. Get going, honey. It's illegal to park here. You jump out of the car and approach the man Hope has pointed out. Not a lot you can tell about him based on his appearance, aside from the fact he seems pretty shady. The guy assumes a comically threatening pose as you approach him. Yeah, he's got some skull tattoo. Hey, Vato! What the hell you want? I'm Young, Hot, Petite, Ingenue. Yeah. Oh, no offense, but I kinda expected a girl. I mean, no, yeah, my bad for assuming. Damn. He takes a phone out of his pocket and currently passes it to you. Everything has been prepared and preloaded according to your instructions. Should take about 2 minutes to transfer the data. Now get out of here. The man walks away with an exaggerated hip-hop gait. You jump up into Hope's car. She immediately steps on the gas. Oh, you got the phone. You're the best. Pass it to me, please. She connects the two smartphones using a cable and begins some sort of data transfer. Looks like it's an identical model. After a minute or so, the process is complete. All right. Goodbye, lovely. You served me well. Mwah. Hope opens the car window, grabs her old phone. You're not expert enough to recognize the exact model, but it definitely looks like it has a $800 price slapped on it, and she tosses out of the window. Surprised, you look behind you and see a car in the opposite lane run over the abandoned device. Hope notices your quizzical look. At off-the-grid lifestyle. I've been needing a lot of burner phones lately, and I'm not going to use some cheap piece of shit, so it's a pretty expensive necessity. Intersection, red light. She takes advantage of the moment to shoot a driving selfie that strategically excludes her face and upload it to Instagram. You notice her handle there is. At Versace Beauty. Instead of Versace, it's Versace, S-A-Y. Versace Beauty. Now, I was telling you a story. Bitcoin, cashing out, getting rich. Yeah, Bitcoin. Oh, right. At some point toward the end of 2017, I became convinced I needed to cash out. There was no way the bubble was going to last forever. I always knew there would be no grapes of wrath for the cryptocurrency era. It would have to be a series of profoundly antisocial, disconnected events. The whole crypto culture was a decentralized church of lone millennials who rejected all established modern values and kept atoning for the original sin of not buying Bitcoin, back in 2013. Another abrupt last-second turn. You are pressed against the window. What the hell is this with her driving style?
A better life you never wanted to live anyway, and get a chance to win a priceless bite of nothing. Untether yourself from all worldly desires. Find joy in suicidal ideation. To this day, money holds no real value for me. It's as abstract as a video game score, a bunch of numbers on the screen. This joyless world changed me forever. I knew I had to escape.
At 12 Haver. So I took my piles of fictional dollars to a new arena. Elite NYC social circles. More, but because I wanted to finally have some goddamn fun. I mean, of course I have to scam them in the process, but it was only in service of becoming something more than a star, a constellation.
Another abrupt stop, this time next to the entrance of a shifty-looking back alley. Leaky gut syndrome. Alright, friend. This time, you're at Leaky Gut Syndrome Whistleblower Extraordinaire. Whenever a press sneaks fox wants a leak, you've got it. Got it? Sorry for putting you out there in my place, but I only personally contact people as a last resort. Gets harder to protect my identity each time I show my face. And since I've got you, our man is waiting for you on this back alley. He's paying back a favor in a flash drive containing crucial information. We need to stay safe in this city. Retrieve it. I will circle the area, make sure we aren't in danger right now. When you're done, get back here and I'll pick you up. Everything clear? Good. You exit the car and see it drives away in a hurry, then head into the narrow passageway. Sure enough, there's a man waiting for you at the end of the back street, unshaven, wearing wrinkled clothes, with a nervous eye tick. He looks even dodgier than the last guy you met. When you approach, he gives you a mean look. Shady journalist.
You lost or something?
I'm at Leaky Gut Syndrome. You said you've got a little something that might interest me?
Oh, of course. Straight to the point, aren't you? Alright then.
Clumsily, he produces a USB stick from his front shirt pocket and holds it before your face. When you reach out to take it, he pulls his hand and back and gives you a sly grin.
Getting all this data was risky, you know. Miss Montgomery is an unusually secretive person. Digging up dirt on her took more effort than I expected. Effort that should be rewarded, I think. The more you ask around about her, the more you expect a letter saying give up your inquiries, which are completely useless, at your doorstep, perhaps attached to a severed cat head. You catch my drift? The secrecy surrounding her screams, "France and high places," air quote, "Brave New World Order," air quote, "Illuminati shit," air quote, you know, makes me think I deserve some hazard pay. Refuse and bluff, start walking away, or agree with him. It sucks that I don't have to dominate on me right now. Okay. If it's money and Hope says that money is not an issue, like it has no value, like an extra zero, like, okay, alright, I suppose you're right. What do you want? His eyes widen and a grin from ears to ear appears on his face. Not much, I think $5,000 should be a worthy price for my services.
Alright, it's a deal. I will transfer the money to your account later tonight, provided your data is legit.
No worries. I don't disappoint. Just don't fuck me over, alright? You know I can keep on digging up useful stuff.
He extends the hand holding the flash drive towards you again. You take it.
Oh yeah, one more thing. Not really sure what it's about, but one of my informants claims you might be interested in this.
He reaches into his inner jacket pocket and presents you with something wholly unexpected. It's a bag of blood labeled simply as AB Rhesus negative. You take a closer look, but that doesn't answer any of the question that just appeared in your mind.
You peek into the journalist's cold blue eyes and see them twitch uncontrollably.
Don't ask me. They said you'll know what to do with it, leaky gut. Come on, take it.
Accept the blood, refuse the blood, or feeding opportunity, drink his own blood. You know what? Fuck that guy. I'll take whatever I want, Uchiai. He's only conscious long enough to manage one step backwards. A second later, your fangs are already sunk deep into his neck. His blood has a certain unpleasant je ne sais quoi quality to it and a bitter aftertaste, but it's very strong and quickly intoxicating. As you finish your meal, you feel consumed by euphoria. Having temporarily satisfied your hunger, you put the collapsed man against the wall and I look him over one last time. You found him fishy and trusted your instinct. Might be hard to explain this to Hope, but you don't feel like you've done anything wrong. Every fiber of your vampiric existence screamed that the journalist was absolutely not to be trusted. The blood bag your victim was carrying fell on the ground during your assault. Pick it up. Casually pick it up and leave the alley the way you came. Hope's car appears behind the corner just as you walked out onto the street. It doesn't even fully stop when you approach, but slows down just enough so that you can jump in. So yeah, the moment you close the door, she leans into the gas pedal with her full strength, causing the engine to roar. Her driving style definitely doesn't reflect how laid back she seems as a person. We've got it. You throw the flash drive onto the seat next to her. Perfect. Any problems? How did the mating go? You relate the entire back alley encounter to her. Toward the end of the story, you notice she's not staring at the road or her phone, but directly at your face. The realization startles you. At Bloody Mary Adderall. You've got that bag of blood with you? You place it on her seat next to her. She peeks at the label. She looks at it again. Then she steps on the brakes. At Vulgar. Fuck! Fuck, 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 fuck! Dot, dot, dot. I'm okay. She grabs both the bag and the flash drive you've obtained and throws them out the window. Looks like that's her favorite method of taking care of problems. Yeah, the outside world is the trash can, you know? That bag was a message. AB negative used to be my blood type. It's the rarest one, found in less than 1% of the United States population. Glad you didn't drink it. Who knows what they've done to the bag? Some NYC vets can tell you wild stories about using irradiated blood to locate and kill other kindred. Yeah. Oh, that wouldn't be good. That wouldn't be good. You admit you did feed on the man who gave you the bag instead. Good for you, I suppose. I don't think they've done anything to his blood. That would be some kind of 5-dimensional chess move. But yeah, this contact is compromised and needs to be cut off. Goodbye, my journalist frenemy, and goodbye, dear leaky gut syndrome. You've both outlived your usefulness. After a brief period of hesitation, she deletes the whistleblower extraordinaire account and sighs. Another one bites the dust. Thinking about what to say next, you remember that you promised the man that Hope would transfer $5,000 to his account later tonight. Admit it or keep quiet? I'll tell her and she'll decide what to do with it. When you're done relaying the story, she chuckles. You're really horrible at the art of the deal, aren't you? I suppose the silver lining is that I don't have to worry about that anymore. Still, well, Taver, looks like I'm in bigger trouble than unexpected, but never mind. We've got one more step planned and then I'll explain everything. I've got another story to finish. I was talking about Bitcoin and then, where did I stop? Scamming, Constellation, and NYC Elite. I think she was at Constellation. Yeah, becoming a Constellation?
Oh, yes, right. You know who saw the real faces of this city? Anna Delvey. Ever heard of her? A Russian working-class girl born as Anna Sorokin. She moved to New York in 2013 and convinced everyone that she was that insanely rich trust fund kid, a wealthy German heiress or some shit. Manhattan elites totally fell for it, and they bought it for years while she swindled them. She got arrested in 2017 after having stolen almost $300,000. Sorkin created her Delvey persona out of thin air, convinced everyone that she was going to set up an art fund, and kept tasting all of life's finest pleasure while being basically broke. She even made up a fake family financial advisor, then killed him off when he became a liability. Apparently, most of her rich victims never admitted of being scammed out of shame. By now, you're sure the way she scrutinized her surrounding, her recklessness driving, she's trying to escape somebody. Now, Delvey is locked up with murderers like in Rikers, writing her memoirs, apparently picking a lot of fights. Bless her heart, she'll forever be an inspiration. But I have more advantages than she ever did. I have my own considerable funds, and I can rely on many more made-up people than just some old-ass financial advisor. A whole bunch of fake content creators and influencers that every rich dumbass wants to get in touch with and collaborate. Makes it super easy to earn more money than I invest. You've seen it firsthand, both as a deceiver and the deceived. It's a city of illusion. Maybe make non-existent money, come out with a fictional status, play a nonsensical Camarilla game, and one day you might just find yourself at the top. Alright, we're reaching our last stop. You look around, you're coming up on the parking garage.
You're gonna take an elevator to the 78th floor.
This is at Devil Woman Doctor.
Give me the masked man you meet in front of the door. Give it this memory card. It contains a Heart House movie I made.
Heart House movie? You mean a vampire movie? You made it. No. Heart House movie? What do you mean by Heart House?
You've seen me rehearse it in my haven. You know what I mean. You didn't think I was doing that just for show, did you? I found some filthy rich Manhattan perv who will pay a fortune for a convincing vampire cam show. I don't need money, but their IT industry connections gave me an idea. When we give them this memory card, we'll gain access to tech that should allow us to take on my biggest enemy in the city. So your nickname this time is going to be...
a crash. You are momentarily dazed and can't immediately understand what happened. The first thing you know for sure is, if you were still normal human being, you would be dead. You replay the last few seconds in your head. The other car appeared out of nowhere and crashed into Hope's vehicle at the maximum speed it was able to achieve in this closed-off space. The driver has already managed to kick open the mangled door open next to him and stumble out of his seat. Now he wordlessly approached the trunk and takes a large caliber silenced pistol out of it. Oh yeah, this is probably one of Hope's enemies. He starts approaching the lavender wreck of Hope's car, obviously ready to finish the job that he started. You have to be fast and violent. It's you or him now. We're gonna outrun his gun. Your instincts take over. The world stops moving just as you start running. He can see you, of course, but not as a well-defined shape. It's a blur, and its speed is faster than his aim. It gets closer to him. He's scared. It's next to him. He's terrified. A series of superhumanly swift punches ruptures his body in all sorts of horrifying ways. His world briefly turns into a notion of agony and then disappears forever. You stand above the gunman's body, trying to calm yourself and your killer instinct. That's when you hear her voice. At same but unironically. Ugh. Hope slithers out of her car and sees you standing over your assailant. You did pretty good. She approached the body of the driver you killed and kicked it so she can take a better look at it. Upon seeing the front of a corpse, she lets out an annoyed grunt. Knew it would be this asshole. He's been following us all day, and I know just who he belongs to. Even before she's done talking, she's already trying to reach someone through a video call. Eventually, she succeeds. You see a nonchalant woman in a business casual on her smartphone screen. Kara? Kara Montgomery, how may I help you? She looks like a Vogue girl. but she has a suit and she has a t-shirt of a punk with a skull face, but it looks awfully like Sid Vicious, like Dead Sick Vicious. And Kara Montgomery, shit you not, looked like Nancy. Or was it Cindy? I forgot her name. Yeah, Nancy. At vulgar. Kara? Hope. Didn't expect you to ever reach me through this channel. Have you thought things through? Wait, did something happen? Did something happen? You fucking ghoul just tried to kill me, you crazy bitch. That's what's fucking happened. Calm yourself, for Christ's sake. This is a baseless accusation. I know he's from Double Spiral. He's been working at your motherfucking company. Come on. You know I can be held responsible for the independent actions of my subordinates. Why don't we just meet up and talk it over? Cope disconnects the call and instantly blocks Kara from contacting her. You corporate shithead! You make me sick! Tired, she turns her gaze to the dead ghoul. At Hollaback Woman, I'll dispose of him. Help me put him in my car. 30 seconds later, his body is laying on the back seat of the lavender-colored wreck. At Hollaback. Okay, good. You take a look at the scene of carnage in front of you. Every second we're here gets us closer to a serious masquerade violation. I'll have to exchange my Palme d'Or-worthy masterpiece for the goods some other time. She gets behind the wheel and you follow her inside the car. Meet me in my haven when I tell you it's safe. For now, I need to dump this hassle somewhere, get my car fixed, and plan our counterattack. You guide Hope to your own haven. She drops you off, and before she leaves, she makes what's about to become perfectly clear. If we want to survive, if we want to survive in this city, Kara Montgomery needs to die. She disappears into traffic, and you disappear into your place. Okay, before I start the day, just gonna get something real quick, be right back. Probably need to go to the bathroom at the same time. Don't go anywhere. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for the wait. Alright, so something's gonna happen today? No? Alright, so I have the full day to myself. Who am I gonna finish? Let's go with Agathon. One more visit to the Chantry of the Five Borough and to Agathon, who's starting to be surrounded by a smell of danger. Okay. One of these nights, you'll have to buy something. You reflect as you ring the doorbell of the occult bookstore that serves as Agathon's haven. Perhaps something's about auras or the tarot. The same sleep-deprived blonde woman you saw on your first visit opens the door for you. Each kindred has their own servant, and Agathon seems to go for the tired Wiccan mom type. Oh, it's you. Come in. The woman disappears into the back room even as you close the door behind you. Lacking any better direction, you make your way up the stairs. At first, you thought the chanting was part of the ritual soundtrack that plays in the shop even at night. As you reach the second floor, you realize that it's Agathon's voice. Come up. Just in time to see him stranding in the middle of his ritual paraphernalia, with his wrist cut open over a wrought iron stand holding a blood-red stone. As Agathon chants, blood drips from the wound in his wrist onto the stone. It looks as if it's absorbed into it. It's probably not a good idea to interrupt blood rituals, so you wait in silence as Agathon finishes. A few minutes later, he opens his eyes and smiles ruefully. I've done so many of these rituals, I hope it's not too off-putting for you. Agathon smears a bit of his own blood over the wound, and you see it close. It looks like he does this so often he barely pays attention to it anymore. I'm cool, it's icky, aren't vampires supposed to be into blood? No, I don't mind, we're all vampires here. Well, that we are. Agathon picks up the blood-red stone from its stand. This is a bloodstone. Could be useful. He doesn't seem inclined to elaborate. Anyway, let's go. He pockets the stone and leads you back down the stairs and outside of his car. Soon you're on your way to Queens and Flushing Meadows, Corona Park. After parking the car, you follow Agathon on foot as he leads you deeper into the park. Coming to a New York park in the middle of the night might have worried you when you were alive, but now it's normal. If someone tries to mug you, it just means you'll have an opportunity to feed. Agathon walks with purpose, as if he knows exactly where to go. You see the Unisphere, a giant metal sculpture of Earth, lit up so parkgoer can appreciate at night. You're not sure how Agathon picks his ritual spot, but he must have a purpose in mind. Sculptures stand in the background, giving its preparation added dramatic weight. Stand watch while I perform a ritual. It will reveal whether the note we seek are here. I'll lose control of the incantation if you fail to keep me free of distractions. Doesn't look like there are many people around. You settle in for a boring half hour while Agathon mumbles and makes strange gestures, spilling drops of his blood at regular intervals. From the outside, the ritual is not particularly flashy. Agathon repeats a mantra under his breath and walks with measured steps until he stops and turns around, walking back. It looks as if there's an invisible structure he must follow. Unseen patterns and limits governing his movements. As choreographies go, it doesn't look particularly difficult to learn, but you suspect there are hidden dimensions to skill and understanding involved. A long, drunken woman walks towards you. Hard to say what she's doing at the park. She's a little older, white, dressed like a suburban divorcee. What's your friend doing? He's kinda hot. The woman's words are slurred by alcohol, but she seems to have decided that you are this evening's entertainment. Hey you, stop being weird and talk to me. The woman seems determined to walk past you towards Agathon. This looks like just the kind of interruption that he was worried about. Stop or drink for the woman. Okay, let's drink. Agathon is deeply immersed in this ritual, so why not use the time you have constructively? You walk up to the woman from behind, grab her by the shoulder, and sink your fangs into her throat. Blood tinged with alcohol and horniness flows into your mouth as the woman moans from the sudden pleasure of the kiss. Oh, I need to sit down. Just as you lick the wound closed, the woman collapsed onto the ground, swaying, trying to sit upright. Suddenly you hear a scream of rage, stall, or you turn around just in time to see Agathon running at the woman on the ground, his expression contorted with hatred. Did the woman make enough noise to interfere with the ritual? That doesn't explain why he's in such a rage. Intervene, don't intervene. You step between Agathon and the woman and lift your hands up in an attempt to calm him down. What are you doing? This is not you, Agathon. Agathon looks at you, wild-eyed. For a second, you're sure he'll attack you. You see him tensing for a punch. Suddenly, he snaps out of it, shaking his head, looking at the terrified, drunken woman in disgust and embarrassment. Thank you. I'm so sorry you have to see that. I don't usually lose control. Was that outburst sorry to break your ritual, or you look so worried? Well, sorry to break your ritual. I know you brought me along so this wouldn't happen. Well, it wasn't you. One of my wards was triggered. We have to go now. Agathon starts running towards his car, and you do your best to follow. Usually Agathon drives more carefully than most humans, you know, but now something is different. He's speeding, honking at every car that gets in your way. You're driving towards the Bronx, and twice Agathon almost collides with another car. He's clearly not used to driving quickly, but something is overriding his usual caution. You screech to a stop in front of a red tile apartment building. Agathon jumps out of the car and starts running, leaving you to take the keys from the ignition and close the doors. Agathon disappears up the stairs, and you follow his agitated shouting. Abuela! It's me, Javi! You get to the 5th floor, landing after a run that would have left your mortal self winded to find Agathon banging on an apartment door and fiddling with his key ring. A few of the neighbors poke their heads out into the hallway, but nobody intervenes. Agathon finds the right key and slams the door open, running inside. You follow, entering what looks like the home of an old Mexican lady. There are portraits of the mantelpiece and a crucifix on the wall. The apartment smells musty with old age, and you detect a faint odor of vampiric blood. Sylvia! Sylvia! Where are you? You come to the living room to find a body covered in a blanket in the corner of a sofa. The television is on, but the sound is off. It looks like a Spanish language channel. Agathon tears at the blanket. Pulling it away in a panic, he reveals an old woman waking up in a bleary-eyed confusion. Yavi? Why are you barging in like this? Who's your friend? You're alive, Abuela. Agathon hugs the old lady and then turns to you. You'll have to introduce yourself. I'll check the words. Something triggered them, and I'll have to see if they still work. Sylvia snuggled deeper into her blankets. This is vampire business, isn't it? Always when there's trouble, it's the vampires. You stare at her, startled. Clearly, the masquerade hasn't held in this household. Play down the trouble, turn into a joke, or be honest. Oh, let's turn to a joke. Yeah, exactly. Frankenstein is not far behind. Anyway, I'm Eric. You must be his grandmother. Frankenstein is not real. He's made up by those people in Hollywood. This is about the girl who came to visit. I can tell. Javi is never good at keeping secrets. So much like his mother. You heard Agathon rummaging around the small apartment, almost as if he's scratching at something on the walls. He's always doing that, writing on the walls with blood, making runes. I tell him to cover them with the photos and the painting, but he won't listen. I have to do it myself. That explains the faint smell of vampire blood in the apartment. Otherwise, how can I invite friends for tea? They'll ask questions if I have runes all over my walls. It doesn't look like a Christian home anymore. The girl visited, was her name Juno? What did she want? What did she talk about? So, the girl who was here earlier, was her name Juno? Yes, that's right. A pretty name, I suppose. She was just the kind of girl Agathon used to fall for. She was a vampire too, I expect. No, she was just a girl. Are you a vampire? No. I'm gonna say yes. Yes, she was. I knew it! Poor girl. I suppose she had a life once. Agathon returns to the living room, still agitated.
She wanted to send a message
If we don't let her find the notes first, she'll hurt my abuela.
He glances meaningfully at the old woman.
No, she won't. She gave me a message for you, Javi. She said to think very carefully whether your clan will really protect your loved ones.
Agathon stares at Sylvia, stunned and confused.
She was here to tell me that?
Maybe that's good. It doesn't sound like she wants to hurt you.
She was a nice girl, I can tell.
Oh, abuela. Eric, let's go. This is all we can do here.
You say your goodbyes, and soon you're back outside, sitting in Agathon's car.
What a catastrophe! To think Juno was there. The wards triggered when a vampire entered the perimeter, so Juno was there just as I was doing the ritual in the park. I'll take you to your haven.
Agathon starts the car and begins the drive towards Manhattan. He appears agitated, emotion coursing under his stoic face. Your grandmother, the masquerade, the message. Okay, let's talk about the grandmother. Your grandmother is a very spirited woman.
She's all I have left of my family. We came here from Mexico City when my parents were still alive. The kindred have always haunted my family. Every generation has its own tragedies.
Agathon is gripping the steering wheel harder than she should, although he's back to his usual careful driving style. The masquerade breach is bad. I'm sorry this happened. Juno still have feelings for you. Well, Khadir and the rest of the Caramilla won't be too happy to hear of a mortal who knows all about us.
Who's going to tell them? You?
He continues speaking without giving you time to reply.
You'd be surprised what kind of things those Caramilla stalwarts gets up to when no one is watching.
Agathon drops you off in front of your haven. The experience leaves you with disquieting thoughts. You met Agathon's grandmother under awkward circumstances, but he clearly loves her very much. You do know enough about the world of the kindred to say whether that's normal or not. It seems to get Agathon connected to the world in a ways that feels alien for some of the other kindreds you met. Perhaps there is a lesson in that. Okay, so next. Alright, let's go with Hope. When you reach a cafe, you're welcomed by the familiar face of the waiter who first led you inside. You exchange looks and nods. He hides his vape pen in the back pocket.
She's been expecting you. Something happened in her car and she, hasn't exactly left her room ever since.
He scratches his head, shrugs, and gestures at you to follow him. It's the same route as before. First, beyond the locked door at the end of the room with all the computers, then into an endless gray labyrinth. Finally, you reach a door that would look like any other to a random bystander. Of course, by now you know that Hope's haven lie beyond it. The waiter bids you adieu with an exaggerated bow, and starts walking back to the cafe. You enter the familiar room. This time the lights are on inside. Hope is inside, walking around nervously, overseeing every screen in sight. When she spots you, she wastes no time on introduction. I am not okay at all. Kara Montgomery, what do you know of her? I know the name, not a lot. Heard something. I'm gonna say I've heard something. Well, you could have seen her in listicle. You could have seen her in listicle, such as Top 5 Badass Women in Tech 2018, 12 CEOs Spark Innovation Through Empathy, or 20 Entrepreneurs with Mysterious Ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, so there were Jeffrey Epstein jokes even back then? The game is not that old. Like, this was made during, right before the pandemic. You don't get to voice your answer. The question was just a minor courtesy. She had a monologue to deliver, and she won't allow any interruption. 20 years ago, she was a failed dot-com investor. Now she's CEO of Double Spiral, a brand manager startup working at the crossroad of big data and influencer culture. The quotation marks are audible, dripping with venom. Long story short, she spent years convincing her Caramilla contacts, as in out-of-touch old farts angry about smartphones, that Kindred can benefit from controlling the internet.
Her IT goals have done a lot of research on deepfakes, AI, and machine learning. Her goals is the ability to generate thousands of behaviorally human online accounts. Basically, an army of posters that could brute force anything into the mainstream discourse. The elder took a while to get the concept, but eventually, Kara got their blessing. The thing is, she claims her tech is ready to be tested, but it needs one final component to work properly, and that's why... She paused. She proposed a truce. Good news? What truce? Or fuck her? What truce? Malk David Chapman.
The become my friend or face the violent death kind of truce. Not exactly fucking convincing, if you ask me.
But no matter how much I hate her guts, this is a blessing in disguise. Hear me out. She picked a public place in Manhattan, neutral ground where we can meet without the fear that the other party might do something stupid and violate the masquerade. She wants to
just talk.
You will go there in my place and listen to her terms. We won't accept them, of course, especially not after she just tried to kill us. You will just steal her voice and walk away. Steal her voice? You? I'm going alone? Why won't we accept the truce? Steal her voice. What next? Will you trade her mermaid tail for legs? Context collapse? A Disney joke? Sweet. What next? Will you hit me with a typical Harry Potter reference? I'm not trying to be obtuse here. Wait a second and let me explain my plan. Revenge plotter. You see, there is only one way to even the odds. We have to hit Kara when it hurts, and she's only got one weak point. Double Spiral headquarters. Kara's the only person there with access to every room. The security is something else she came up with herself. Voice-based, but using a different password phrase every time. That means just recording her talking is not enough if we want to get in. That's why I started selling illicit materials to people with access to advanced deepfake audio technology. I've got it right in this room, and now all I need is a sample base that will allow me to manufacture a bot that talks like her. To monitor data, I need to stay behind. Still, I think the plan is pretty simple. You talk to her while wearing a wire. I proceed the recording here to steal her voice, and voila, she's wide open. Then we invade Double Spiral and destroy it from within. The evil is defeated. I become a part of your crew. Happy ending for everybody. How does that sound to you? Won't I be in danger, or will she even talk to me? She wanted to talk to you. Why would she talk to me? Yes, she's too stuck up to talk to a total rando, but given an opportunity to get Sophie Langley's right hand on her side, she won't let it pass her by. And even if you weren't a minor celebrity in the city, I'm sure our connection would have been enough to hear you out. Hope shakes her head and claps her hands. When she speaks up, she sounds different, more spaced out, stuttering. Anti-social engineering. All right. Let me fix you up with the hardware. She hands you a minuscule earpiece and start attaching a small decorative pin to your clothes along with some mask wiring. It's a directional microphone. I can clean up the audio later, but keep pointed directly at Kara as much as possible, alright? You put on the earpiece she gave you. Fits snugly deep inside your right here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. The hardware works flawlessly and the audio quality seems great. You give Hope an affirmative sign with your head. Beautiful. Kara designated the meeting place as the Vessel. You've heard about the place, right? It's right by the eastern end of the Lincoln Tunnel. A giant pile of staircase, basically impossible to miss. Manhattan's answer to the Eiffel Tower, or a gaudy monument to being only ever so slightly free, depending on who you ask. I'd drive you there, but my car is still in the shop, and I don't want to risk being spotted by Kara's people. And I need to process the voice data from here.
which means I have a perfectly acceptable number of excuses for not letting myself get anywhere close to that demonic old hag. You involuntarily roll your eyes a little bit. Hope still sits in front of her screens, pretending not to have noticed. So, should we get this show on the road or what? Ready whenever you are. No sense lingering here. You get back to the street and find your car. Wrapping up this show as quickly as possible sounds like a good idea. Around 30 minutes later, you are in front of this vessel. Hope's description, a giant pile of staircase, wasn't particularly helpful. From the instance, the building looks more like a giant honeycomb designed to swarm with tourist bees. At least during the day, that is. At the moment the place is closed to general public, a few men who look vaguely threatening and out of place are making sure nobody unwanted gets in. However, you have no problem getting up the stairs. All it takes is an exchange of knowing glances with one of the guards. You are expected. A lone figure appears in your sight, staring down at the street of Manhattan.
You know,
said this Kara.
city people often complain about being unable to see the starry sky, but I always thought the real tragedy was how they're unable to appreciate the man-made sea of light that surrounds them. You can't teach people a lot of things, but you can teach them to see, huh?
You recognize the face from Hope's phone. Finally, you meet Kara Montgomery in the flesh. She turns to you, puts on a wide smile, and shakes your hand with a firm grip.
First, a representative of Sophie Langley, now a representative of Hope. Not the way I've developed my own career, I gotta say. Not many neonates gets around the way you do. At Contents Under Pressure, hardy fucking har.
Hope speaks up in your ear in the first time, seething with contempt, although Kara couldn't possibly have heard her. She immediately goes on to address her absence.
I can't say I expected her to casually arrive here with you or instead of you. On the other hand, I'm sure every single word I say will be instantly relayed to her. A Chinese Democrat? And for the first time in forever, your empty blubbering will serve an actually useful cause. So let me get sure we cut out everyone but the middleman for a while, okay? She takes out her phone and taps the touchscreen. In a few seconds, the barely perceptible buzzing sound in your ears disappears completely. You can't hear Hope anymore. It's probable she can't hear your voice right now either, which would mean she must have been busy raging and cursing out everything in her sight at the moment. This obviously wasn't something she expected to happen. Could it be that Kara saw through your plan? You have to play it cool and see what happens next. Knowing Hope, you probably heard whatever scraps can be Google about me and a pile of insults for good measure. Obviously, I know everything there's to be known about you as well, Eric. I don't believe we have a need for formal introduction, but first off, let me apologize for the discomfort my former employee has caused you. I wasn't remotely aware of this planned actions against Hope. I fully condemn them. I'm glad to see you unarmed, and of course I applaud your swift disposal of the psycho. Langley chose you well. Brief silence. So let me cut to the chase here and present myself the best way I know how, through my ideas. Who do you think has a monopoly on reality? Not much for small talk, is she? Who do you think has a monopoly on reality? Corporation, we do, or the states? I want to say, well, corporations do. That's a fairly typical answer, every 21st century sounding. Have they succeeded in replacing the state here, though? She signals to someone behind you. For a while, you've been watched by Kara's men who circles around the staircase, presumably are ghouls. One of them steps up downstairs. You know, Bolivia just had a military coup. Hundreds of new accounts posting about nothing but Bolivian politics in English set out to convince every random person online that the US wasn't to blame. Sloppy work, if you ask me. Now imagine this. A 17-year-old K-pop fan from Ohio writing an entire thread about how our relative in La Paz are actually glad the president is gone. A film reviewer with a side interest in politics selling you a CIA-approved narrative about Evo Morales. An approachable fitness guy explaining the situation to you in simple terms, just like it is, air quote. Animated voice, expressive gesture, and a steady eye contact. She taught herself how to project a good image, but it isn't natural yet. At times, it feels as if she's screaming at you to trust her. It's not hard to emulate the masses. Reach out to one of those Eastern European troll farms, and bang, a few hours later, you have a clone army that will instantly voice their support for any cause. You will spread your message, but you won't foster a new culture that serves your goal. Won't masquerade your messaging as independent thought. For that, you need personalities, not the masses, but the ability to emulate personalities, a whole different ball game. Not a craft, but an art. You need to understand your fabrication so deeply that you start to hate it and then learn to love it. And if you want to make a bunch of those personality photo one's agenda, you need a once in a lifetime team to achieve that. A like minded artistic collective, both ambitious and obedient. Even though you can't hear Hope's voice in your ear right now, you could swear you hear her in Kara's speech. It's the exact same tone she was using when monologuing in the car. One of them must have been a big influence on the other. Or perhaps they used to be in a position when they both shape each other's personas. Hard to say. Only one thing's for sure. And that is, Hope must be absolutely furious right now. It is possible that Kara knew about her plot. Fingers crossed she doesn't. The state is satisfied when an account that went unused for 5 years suddenly starts yelling imperialist propaganda into the void. The aging corporation are too set in their ways. But imagine a fresh startup that enables the proliferation of ideas adjacent to the prince's plan for the future. Now imagine it getting into bed with the biggest corporation and agencies. So many on lives that could be improved or even saved from the raids of First Light. I have the infrastructure, I have the elder support. All I need now is a mastermind at the center of it all. The mastermind? You mean Hope? You want Hope? Yes, Hope. She looks down and takes in the scenery below for a while. Then she points at her t-shirt, the one piece of clothing that clashes with the rest of her outfit. You know, I'm a huge fan of punk. The leading idea of my company, Double Spiral, is to make everything I do a little bit punk. I'm all about clashing ideas. I'm all about disruption. You blink a few times in a quick succession. Oh God, you think to yourself that she's that kind of person. You saw a lot of them in your old life. Another establishment asshole co-opting everything anti-establishment, blasting Fugazi while ruining lives via Excel spreadsheets. You might have punched a buzz cut from the same cloth once. You collect yourself and escape from memory lane. Kara started talking about Hope, so you better listen. To me, Hope is as punk as it gets. A free spirit, fiercely independent, an eternal contrarian at odds with everything and everyone, developing her talent just because she finds it joyful. But God, does this girl need guidance? Not putting her talent to better use, rotting away, posting the name bullshit all the time? What a waste. I have built an environment specifically to develop her talent and let her become indispensable to our society, but she rejected because of some idiotic hang-ups? I don't expect you to change your mind about me just because I kept yapping and yapping. I just hope you'll keep my perspective in mind and serve as the voice of reason Hope really needs right now. Now that I have my say, how about we put our girl back on? She taps on her phone again. A quiet buzz will appear in your right ear. To Hope, are you there? Or to Kara? You're bluffing! This is a better safe than sorry kind of thing, isn't it? There's no one listening in.
Maybe you're right, maybe not. At VPN Samurai,
She's 100 years too early to even think of accessing my comms. She's bullshitting you. Don't sell her anything but bullshit in return.
look who's back. Don't worry, she could have heard everything. She should have. I just wanted to spare you an annoying commentary track while I introduce myself. Excuse me for a second. One of Kara's guard approaches to show her something on his phone. Hope used the description to get you up to speed with how things are on her side. At 8 America beat. America with triple Ks.
Yeah, for a second there I was about to rage that the hag has gotten the better of us, but hey, go figure. She just wanted to take a piss in my Cheerios. The plan worked. I have a lot of data from her monologue in some private sources, but the more we gather, the better. This display here says more K-laters could be useful. So don't beat yourself about it if you fail, but if you get her to repeat something with a K in it, that might improve our deepfake voice.
Looks like Kara's done talking to the guard. Sorry about that. Looks like we got to attend a sudden meeting with a Google representative shortly. Hope snorts.
Not bragging, though.
By the way, does anyone but Hope knows about this little rendezvous? You patron? Any other companion? Or maybe the Nosferatu? I'm gonna say the Nosferatu. I bet she knows Kaiser. So what if it's the Nosferatu? Kara's face takes on a hard expression. When she starts talking, she takes great pains not to say too much. Word of advice, kid. Kaiser's not on this business to be kind to strangers. Kaiser's only got Kaiser's interest in mind and nothing else's. Thank you. 5 Ks in one sentence. He might not let it show, but he's always in a kill or be killed mindset. If you're doing business with him, keep that in mind at all times. Hope lets out a quiet, triumphant howl.
Well, the screen tells me this should be all the Ks we need. Good job.
Kara decides to change the subject. Anyway, no offense, but since Hope's not here, I really have to rush. Honestly, I feel insulted that she set up this meeting and didn't even bother to show up. Insulted and suspicious, her tone of voice betrays her. She might have some good instinct. Too bad she didn't trust them here. Still, out of respect for Langley, I decide to have this talk with you. To explain you why I'm an asset to the Camarilla, and to explain what the Elder needs Hope by my side. At investigated double spiral now. What the worm-brained hag here forgot to mention is that the Elders don't give a shit about me. Even if you don't see it my way now, I believe I know some seeds here that might sprout in the near future. Double spirals look out for people who look out for it is all I'm saying. But before I leave, there's one thing I really wish I knew. Back when I knew her, she was a different person, or a different people, depending on how you look at it. Why does she fight against me so much? What's her motivation to resist so much? What's her motivation? Good question. She never shared it with you. At Answer whatever you want, but A, you better lie it through your teeth. B, get her to say V a few times if you can. It might improve a few shortcomings of our deep fake software. What's your answer? Survival? One word, payback, retribution. Love. I'm gonna try survival if it works. Survival. Kara snorts. Spare me. If she just wanted to keep pulling through, she would have a much better chance by my side. Oh, that didn't work. Pride or spite would be far more believable as an answer. Should have told me if you either don't know or don't trust me. Survival, V times 2, good attempt at least. One of Caro's people erupts with a theatrical cough. Caro gestures him to calm down. I really need to go now. See you around, Eric. She begins to walk down the stairs surrounded by her guards. Where's she gone from before your eyes? Hopes decides to summarize your mission. Because I don't think she would say vampire a lot. At Trad Cat thought, for the love of Christ, wish you should have kept her droning on a little more. Turns out the tea litter could use some improvement as well. Well, yeah, Trad. So, okay. So the V's are weak and the T's are busted, but we got the K's. Not complaining though, you did good, and don't worry, the data I have should be more than enough to generate a convincing deepfake. I just need to put in some more work. So I guess I will get to that right away. Enjoy the rest of your night. Drop by R, we're at your haven when you get a chance. I'll let you know when we're ready to hit Kara's base of operation. Pray for my success, sweetie, and I might be done soon, maybe even tomorrow. And once we're done with her, we'll talk about how I can repay your generosity. Amen. The connection drops. It looks like that's all for now. You gaze at the sea of light around you for the last time, and then start making your way back to street level. Alright, that's the end of the day. Okay, so where's... Okay, Agathon is here. Okay, so final confrontation between Agathon and Juno. I know it's getting late, but I promised myself to finish this game. I have no idea how long it's going to take me to finish. I was sure that it would be done in under 6 hours, but now it's been over than 6 hours if we count the time where I lost. I'll make sure to start earlier tomorrow when I'm going to play Vampires of New York. Shadows of New York, sorry. So, might as well finish Agathon, and then Hope, and then continue with Camilla. You're in your haven when someone knocks on your front door. Puzzled, you open it. Agathon stands in the hallway expectantly, as if the 10 seconds it took you to come to the door was an impossible imposition. How did you find me? Is your grandmother okay? You need my help. How is your grandmother? Is everything okay with her? Agathon looks at you in obvious surprise.
Yes, she's fine. Julie didn't go back. Thank you for asking.
You follow Agathon down to the street, wondering what kind of revelation tonight will hold. So far, Agathon's ritual haven't been successful at locating the research notes, but you've learned a lot about the Tremere and Agathon himself.
This time I've got it. The problem is, when a little vampire disappears, even from our clan, we're so secretive that it's hard for us to find out what they were up to.
Agathon's car is parked at the curb again and then starts to drive.
You may have guessed that the notes we're looking for belongs to an old member of our house. The problem is that we need them to continue her research.
What's the research about? Who's your missing classmate? Or why does Juno need the notes? I think it's time you told me what these notes are about. What are you researching?
Maybe I can tell you something. Animal blood is disgusting, right? Technically, we can subsist on it because it tastes vile. We are doomed to hunt humans for blood. The question is, can this be changed?
For a moment, Agathon starts to sound excited until he suddenly goes silent. Perhaps he's embarrassed at revealing even this much to you. You're getting used to sitting in Agathon's car in silence. He drives, you look out the window, back to Queens. Eventually, you roll up to an industrial area called Willets Point. It doesn't really look like a place where a blood sorcerer would hang out. Agathon parks in front of a car repair shop that looks like it has seen better days. There are huge puddles of water on the road and car wrecks strewn about. Better be quick. If I can't find this place, so can Juno. You look around to see if someone is observing you, but there don't seem to be any people about. And why would there be? Who would hang around in a place like this at night? Agathon tries the front door of the repair shop, then circles around to the back. You follow him. There's a broken window in the back protected by iron bars. Agathon grabs them and gives them a quick shake. The entire iron grill comes off. Startled, Agathon lowers it to the ground. I suppose someone else has already broken in and didn't want to leave an obvious point of entry. You and Agathon climb inside through the window. It's awkward, but not difficult. Looking around, you realize that the repair shop has been abandoned for some time. It looks like homeless people have stayed here in the past, but nobody currently squatting on the premises. You try a light switch, but nothing happens. You know the drill. I'll do the ritual in the office. Make sure that no interruption. Agathon makes his way through the repair shop office, a slightly cleaner area than the rest of the building. He begins the ritual in the dark. Stand guard patiently, explore the repair shop, shift through the papers on the desk. I'm gonna stand guard. You lean against the grimy wall. Agathon murmurs a strange word required by his blood magic and takes carefully measured step across the filthy floor. You wait patiently as he performs the ritual. It feels like it's taking longer than usual, leaving you time to scan the room. Street lights filter in from outside, but it's still pretty dark. A ratty sleeping bag lies on the floor. Wonder what a warlock might have wanted in a place like this. There's a small TV on the desk, probably from the 90s. Looking closer, you realize there's a post-it note in the middle of the TV screen. You take it. It reads, "Loser, signed Juno." Agathon stops gesturing. "They're not here. How is that possible?" You show him the post-it note. He takes it and looks it over as if suspecting it might hide a devious trick. "Fuck, she has the note and she has to gloat. And she had to gloat. We have to go." It feels like you've spent a lot of time recently hurrying after Agathon as he walks briskly in and out of buildings and to his car. He starts the car and as you close the door. "We have to go to her haven and get the notes. There's no time to waste." Despite the urgency of his word, Agathon drives as carefully as ever. It seems that only a threat to his grandmother is enough to make him drive recklessly. How do we find her? What do we do with her? What if we can't get the notes? Let's go. How are we going to find Juno? She must be hiding. We used to date. I know where her haven is. Juno's haven is in Brooklyn, in a waterfront warehouse. Agathon drives south to Brooklyn. This is one of the advantages of being undead. Moving at night, traffic is much lighter than if you wanted to zoom around the 5 borough during rush hour. Parking the car, Agathon points to a light coming from an otherwise dark yellow brick warehouse. "That's her. Let's go in." Use the front door or go around the warehouse. Preferring to keep a low profile for now, you circle around the building and look for an alternative entry point. You find a rusty metal door with no window at the very end of the building. Some kind of emergency exit? You get it open with little difficulty, entering the building with Agathon. You emerge into a light-proof room, sectioned off on one side by a cheap plywood wall. There's a flimsy-looking door that probably leads to the main warehouse area. You stop to listen. You hear 2 voices, but they're hard to make out. One is Juno and the other sounds like it comes from underwater, with strange resonance. You do your best to make out what they're saying, but you understand only bits and pieces.
Is it possible for me to bring another?
Yes. We are too powerful. Enough waiting! Agathon tries to break down the door by ramming into it with his shoulder. It's flimsy and breaks with surprisingly little effort. You and Agathon barge into the space and find yourself at the periphery of a candlelit ritual circle. Your eyes are drawn to the wash basin at Juno's feet. There's some sort of red smoke coming out of the circle. like they're burning blood. Maybe it's your imagination, but it's almost feel like the waters inside is emitting a wan red light of its own.
Juno, you have to stop. Hand me the notes.
Oh, Hagaton, you're such an idiot. This is beyond you now. I'll give you one last chance. Come with me. Forget Aisling and or power games. Join me and you can become your own man.
What? Agaton seems generally flabbergasted at the suggestion. Hand over the notes. Don't listen, Agaton. Who's your contact, Juno? Who's your contact, Juno? Who are you talking to? Juno smiles at you.
That's a good question. I guess Aisling Sturbridge doesn't go around trumpeting the fact that the old hierarchy doesn't hold a monopoly on Tremere power anymore. There are other forces out there, and I'll join them.
Juno picks up a bulging old folder from her chair inside the ritual circle.
If this dumbass has any brains, he'll join me.
No. And not for the clan, but for my family. My real family.
Juno sighs. She doesn't look surprised at all Agaton's refusal to come with her.
I would have felt badly if I haven't offered you the chance.
Come back to the chantry with me, Juno. Talk to Aisling. You'll see that this is not a good idea.
You glance at Agaton with concern. You're no sorcerer, but fighting Juno in the middle of her ritual circle doesn't seem like a good idea.
2 words. Fuck you.
Tell Juno to listen to Agaton. Presents, please just give us the note. Celerity, grab the notes from Juno. I'm gonna use celerity. Just yoink. While Juno's attention is focused on Agaton, you lunge at her. She doesn't even have time to blink before you grab the folder from her and keep speeding out of the building. You don't look back, and you anxiously await Agaton's return by his car. It's only after a few minutes that he emerged from the warehouse, looking worse for wear. He nearly stumbles out, clearly in pain, and you see that his skin has turned to an ashy, unhealthy color. He looks at you with a smile nonetheless. His voice is a croak.
She got away. The notes?
You point to the folder.
Good job.
You see he's beginning to recuperate from whatever happened inside, but as you take off, his driving is even more careful than usual, each move making him wince in pain. You sit in silence as Agaton drives you back to Manhattan. Traffic in the small hours is mercifully slight. You consider your next words. What will happen to her? Did she join the rebels? Can I have a peek at the notes? No. Did she join Tremere rebels? Is there even such a thing?
There is. It was formed by a woman called Karna. We used to be pretty monolithic, but not anymore. I suppose Juno will be happy with them, if they accept her now that she's failed.
You reach your cold bookstore after Agaton parks the car. You head inside. You climb to the second floor to find Aisling Sturbridge waiting for you. She looks surprisingly casual for someone with such power.
You have good news, I hope?
Yes, we have the notes.
Agaton hands over the folder. Aisling Sturbridge caresses the cover with obvious joy.
Wonderful! You did not disappoint. What of Juno?
We were not able to stop her. She escaped.
Well, no matter. Agaton, you prove yourself yet again. And Eric? Looks like the pyramid has a good friend in you.
Accept the compliment in silence. Does that mean you owe me, or you'll get Juno in the end?
Well, you get Juno in the end. Oh, certainly. But there's no hurry. You'll find that one of the luxuries we kindred have is time.
You leave the bookstore with praise ringing in your ears. Even the taciturn Agaton manages to smile. You have no idea what will happen with the notes, but you feel that you have reached an understanding with Agaton. Perhaps that's enough in this world of backstabbing and betrayal that you now inhabit. Great. Let's go finish Hope with Double Spiral. That way I have 2 strong friends. And then we can continue with Camilla and D'Amico. Hope's poorly scribbled message reaches you in your haven. Within an unmarked envelope, you find a barely legible address you're supposed to reach at the hour you're expected to arrive there. This is it then, the night of the final showdown. You check the clock. There's way more than enough time to comfortably reach your destination, but you decide to take a drive earlier just in case. The ride is uneventful but becomes more and more tense as it goes on. The gravity of the situation starts getting to you. You're about to set out on an operation against a key NYC figure, well connected with both human and vampire elites. What if your security overwhelms you? How will the council react to your raid? You can only trust that Hope has thought it all through. She doesn't seem like the type who would attempt a suicidal mission, which isn't something you typically say about a person who regularly inflicts violence on herself in front of the camera. When you arrive at your destination, you find yourself in front of a building with a double spiral logo on it. This must be Montgomery's headquarters, then. You look around the street and notice an obnoxiously lavender Mazda car parked nearby. Even though you've never seen it before, you might have an idea who it belongs to. You park your own car at a distance from the double spiral building and approach the Mazda. A familiar figure is behind the wheel, holding a smartphone in her hand. You knock on the window. She opens the window without turning her eyes from the device. At Romance Apocalypse. Wow, you're early. Shouldn't you be hiding? What are you riding? Good evening. Good evening. Yes, good evening for a glorious death. She lets a dead silence linger in the air for 10 seconds. Then she stops typing, diverts her eyes from the screen, gives you a melancholic stare, and winks. Please say psych. Psych! God damn it. Come on, what's with that face? I suffer from too much FOMO and let myself die. FOMO? I need to figure out what FOMO is. I've got accounts to run, notification to check. Plus, no way in hell I would allow Montgomery the satisfaction of a draw. We're going there to secure a flawless victory. No time to wait. Let's go. She gets out of the car and motions you to walk with her. Anywho, glad you managed to make sense of my ugly scribbles. I totally forgot how exhausting it is to write stuff by hand. Still not exhausting as having to deliver a message personally to someone's door. Next time you meet Langley, ask her to get you a flip phone or something. Okay. Sorry. You reach the front of the building. We're about to burn this shithole down to the ground. So what's the plan? Should we be keeping a low profile with Kara inside? Okay, so Hope, I wouldn't mind if you let me in on your plan this time. Dead to double spiral.
Oh, Eric, baby. One would think that by now you would know I'm a need-to-know basis kind of gal. But luckily, there's not much of a plan to talk about. You've done all the hard work during your meeting with Kara. You see, our job is easy. We need to get in, destroy the server containing all the double spiral research, and walk out. No spectacle, no dramatic showdown. Now I know exactly what you're going to say.
At Eric. But wait, Hope, if this data is so priceless, shouldn't we have an external backups? Shouldn't she have external backups? Is Kara a complete dunce?
Excellent question, my neonate friend. The answer is yes, she's a dunce. But aside from her numerous negative qualities, she also has a positive one. She's totally paranoid. She used to be a naive dumbass who wouldn't even cover up her old laptop camera, but she lost trust in all external companies after a little cipher espionage incident. She's obsessed with not uploading her precious data anywhere online. Now she only has one physical backup, even deeper inside the headquarters. Nobody has an idea of where it might be, but I do. Normally, I would never be able to reach the place. Double Spiral is like an underground base. The walls and doors are reinforced both against the living and the dead. But the answer to this problem is simple. You only need
Kara to lend us her voice so that we can override all the security measure to get to the heart of the facility. What do you say, Kara? Will you help your girl out for old time's sake?
Hope quickly writes something down on her phone. A few seconds later, a nearly perfect imitation of Kara Montgomery's voice escapes her speaker. You know it! Let's bust this bitch open! Wow, the sound quality is incredible, and the voice sounds only the tiniest bits off. Whatever she paid for that deck, it was worth it. Yeah, only the tease is off.
Oh, and if you're afraid of consequences from the Camarilla, don't be. I'm assuming full responsibility on my ass is covered. I've got some favors to collect and to offer. Besides, Kara's a goddamn snake and everyone knows it. No important player will miss her influence. They were only tolerating her in case she hit it big with her tech.
It's all about cash in abundance. Life's a bitch, and then you die. Some parts around a tiny bit too robotic. Could there be a bad pattern here?
Too bad she won't ever get the chance to succeed, so without further ado, shall we?
Hope starts marching towards the revolving door. You close your eyes, make an effort to sharpen your senses, and follow the Malkavian into the lobby of the double spiral building. There's a sole security guard at the entrance. He raises his voice to ask about your business, but it's stopped short by Hope's commanding voice. At Manipulative Snake, with one extra S.
No need. We're expected.
The man looks lost and disoriented for a moment. Then gears in his head slowly begin to turn, and he nods his head silently, opening a gate leading to the elevators. Hope heads into one of them, and you follow. She presses a button, and the cars start heading to the lowest floor. Eventually, the doors open. At Dungeon Master Guide PDF. Welcome to Kara Montgomery's Deadly Dungeons, Eric. What appears before your eyes are the dimly lit corridors of an IT office, empty and silent. The air is stiffy and dusty, and there is a sharp, rotten stench in the air that you are unable to identify. The menacing atmosphere makes it hard to recognize at first, but this looks like an active workplace. It really is a dungeon, although a corporate one, where people are cheated of life. You feel a pang of anger. This is the real face of class warfare. These are the conditions people in power would offer us if they didn't feel the need to keep up appearances. At Riot Control Girl, let's just get to the first door and test my little Kara out. You follow her until you reach the end of the corridor. There you encounter an expensive-looking reinforced door with the voice control on the side. Hope pushes a button. A robotic voice comes out of the speaker. Semiotics. Right control door. Seriously? Come on. Hope types the word into her phone and lets Virtual Kala repeat the password. Semiotics. Sound rings out, reminiscent of cues that TV quiz show used to let the contestants know he gave a wrong answer. Verification error. Please try again. Give Hope a nervous look. She bites her lip and represses the button again. Hyperreal. Tap, 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 tap. Hyperreal. Access granted. The door slowly opens. You notice your companion is wearing a sour expression. Looks like the tech isn't quite perfect. At least the password seems randomized, so we can try and brute force our way in, unless the system locks us after a few failed attempts. She shakes her head, turns to you, her lips intending to approximate a sincere smile. At Captain Acab, well, we can only hope that the data you collected is enough. Into the beast, Mars we go. She marches into the room, and you walk in right after her. The door locks behind you with a loud thud. It's a wide open office. It would be as murky as the corridor you just left if it wasn't for rows of monitors illuminating the space. A shadowy figure stares at every screen in the room. Kara's voice plays from Hope's speaker. Behold, this is where the magic happens. A family of driven folks hungry for success, always taking the bull by the horn.
Ernst building a high-performance culture to get there. None of the figures raises the head. They're too busy programming, organizing spreadsheets, and typing in endless strings of oops of text. Are you all dead? Or what's wrong with them? What's wrong with these guys? Get up, start up. Oh, don't worry. They're likely just a bunch of ghouls and whatnot. Hard working, conditioned, tireless, low maintenance, kinda dumb. Perfect workers. Probably won't leave their seats unless we make them, but let's not. We got more important things to do, like destroying a few years' worth of their work. The figures don't stop pounding away on their keyboard. In fact, they don't react to her words at all. Alrighty, so do we go straight to the server room or do you want to check one of the side rooms first? Your call. I prefer to wrap things up here as fast as possible, but hey, little Kara is well with us thanks to the data you've gathered. You betcha. If you think you can use her voice for something useful, feel free to do it. You look around and think how to respond. Let's just move. This door looks curious. Actually, let's try this door. You approach a door with a huge sign saying staff only. Next to it, you spot familiar voice control. Hope not that you it pushes the vaudeville. Hope taps the screen of her phone a few times and just put the speaker next to the door's microphone. Oh shit. The V's are off because I only said it twice. A vaudeville. Verification error. Access denied. You push the button again. Vaudeville. Card captor socialists. Okay, looks like this one doesn't have a randomizer built in. Won't do us any good just to keep trying. The capital wins once again. Let's move on, comrade. For a second you wonder if there's anything you could have done to succeed here. Then you shrug your shoulder and follow Hope out of the room. Another depressing corridor, reeking of who knows what. You expect Hope to walk the very end again, but this time she stops halfway and stops mumbling under her breath at Joyce Parker. Wait, was it this door or... Don't tell me she moved things around. It looks like she's been there before, not a surprise in itself, but she gives off an impression of a person who used to know the entire layout of the building very well. After a brief reflection, Hope approaches a door a few feet away and pushes the button next to it. Apocalypse. Well, that's cheery. Apocalypse. Access granted. You walk inside. At first glance, this office looks very similar to the last one you entered. Rows of screens and rows are listed silhouettes in front of them. However, Hope quickly spots a difference. At Quaz 28348539301222. Target confirmed. Moving to data room. There's a room with endless machines at the back of the open space. Hope walks in, takes out some hardware out of a bag she's carrying, and begins the process of removing the data. Should have invested in SSDs, sis. Time to bust my portable degausser. She turns to you. This will take a good minute. I've got a few other tricks up my sleeve. If you find something that interests you, let me know. Should you wait near her or take a look around? Let's look around. I will take a look around. Might find something interesting. At Trade Cat Tot, have fun, dear God in heaven. I know I will. You start walking around. For a while, you notice around, but error stops popping up on the screen here and there. The ghouls try to fight against them, but quickly realize it's futile and surrender. Eventually, you find a door with voice control. You call out to Hope. She pauses her work for a second and approaches you. At opening hours. This door, huh? Alright, let's give it a shot. You press the button. Canoe and kayak. You watch over Hope's shoulder as she types the password with an incredible speed into a homemade looking app. Then Kara's voice sounds out. Canoe and kayak. Access granted. Alright, you know where to find me. She gets back to her data as you start exploring. Well, not that there's much to explore, it's more like a closet. Inside, you find all sorts of bizarre items scattered around the shelves. Some old newspaper, a Windows 95 for Dummies book,
a 4 gig MP3 player, a hookah, biography of Amy Winehouse. Ugh! Finally, you find a little box marked with a smiley face. When you open it, you're surprised to see something you recognize. A bunch of post-it notes with hand drawings depicting tattoo pattern that can be seen on Hope's body. You leave the closet and go back to the data room. There, you wordlessly pass the box to Hope. At first, she seems annoyed to be dragged away from work, but when she notices the post-it notes, her eyes becomes dinner plates. At me. You found those in that closet? You nod and look at her expectantly. She takes a deep sigh, closes the box, and puts it in her bag. Kara and I have a history. A pregnant pause. At me. Don't expect me to lay it out here. It's not something I want to revisit anytime soon. But I'm very, very grateful you gave this box to me. You don't even know how much. She tries to find the right word to express something, but after some brief consideration, just hand waves it away. Irony contaminated. Alright, we'll bond, reminisce, and get high another time. Now we've got a job to finish. She gets back to her hardware. You think she's completely absorbed in her work again, but then quickly notice she's doing her best to have her back facing you at all times. A while passes. Finally, you hear a triumphant yell. Goats in the shell. All done, baby! Looks like those boys are finally going to get a break. You realize that the constant silence rhythm of mechanical keyboard has stopped. The workers are all idling, slumped over their desk, completely resigned to the fact that their raison d'etre has disappeared. Hope hurriedly collects the hardware and motions you to follow after her. All right, we're almost done. Now we just need to take care of the backups and we can get the hell away from here. You take a last glance at the ghouls and follow her steps. Yet another corridor, hardly discernible from the purest one. This is a giant underground complex. How much money has Montgomery spent on it? Hope looks around, frowning, mumbling, something indecipherable. Eventually, she points in front of her. At 7777777. There. This is where she must keep the backups. It's a sturdy metal door, like any other in this building. Right next to it, however, is a voice-based security system you know pretty well by now. Please, 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 just no last-second surprises. She hesitates to do it, but eventually she pushes the button. Eternal return. Hope dutifully types down the term on her phone. Eternal return. Access denied. Please try again. Hope hisses under her breath. This time, push the button. Double spiral. Tap, 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 tap. Double spiral. The bees were off as well. You feel like time has frozen. For whatever reason, it takes longer than usual for the speaker to deliver the verdict. Access granted. What a relief. The metal door grinds loudly as they invite you in. This time, you walk in first and Hope follows. Wait a minute. You recognize this place. It shouldn't be here, but there's no two ways about it. This is Hope's Haven. Same bed, same decoration, same ambience. It's all a lot more dusty, but at XOXO do not disturb XOXO. The backups are in the back. I'll just get them. She sees a little sheepish as she approaches the double spiral devices and unpacks her own hardware to take care of them. You take in your surroundings. Care to explain? So it's like that, huh? Or just keep quiet? Would you mind explaining what is going on here? Hope sighs. What's there to explain? Just think a little. The first explanation that pops into your head would probably be the right conclusion. She looks at you as if she was about to add something, then bites her tongue and gets back to destroying her rival's life. She makes it obvious she doesn't want to re-examine her past. You rest against the bed quietly, watching Hope's technological wizardry and wondering about her past relationship with Kara for who knows how long. Every second you spend here, you become more impatient to get out. Eventually, the device surrounding the double spiral's backup started disappearing into the bag where they were taken out of. Looks like the process is near completion. You decide to approach the door before it does. However, before you even make a move, the door begins to make a grinding noise. You freeze up, watching them open. Behind them stands the very person you were afraid would appear. That's the punk t-shirt you hoped you would avoid seeing tonight. Jesus fucking Christ almighty! Hope raises her head and their eyes meet. Both of their faces momentarily turn to stone. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh. Could pick up any emotion from their stares. You'd probably be right. An unbearable tension fills the room as nobody wants to make her the first move. Eventually, it's Hope who decides to break this stalemate by loudly pressing the enter button on her laptop and immediately dropping it into her bag. You doubt it's anything more than provocation, the Malkavian letting the opponent know she's won, but it works. The noise makes Montgomery snap out of her stupor. You psycho! You fucking demented, vindictive psycho! The air turns thick with murderous intent. Hi. Hope pretends she hasn't noticed. Kara's bloodthirst becomes palpable. You were supposed to be on the other side of the city right now. At the meeting. I am notified about every failed voice identification attempt. I got back here expecting to find some idiots still trying to make their way through the front. She looks around. But I never expected. Just how? Hope reluctantly types something down on her phone. I'm the CEO of Double Spiral and I endorse wrecking my shit. Kara grimaces at the sound of her own voice and quickly connects the dots. You fucking gremlin. How did you get your hands on that kind of tech? Even I. At the new batch 1990. Company secret. Hope's provoking her. No two ways about it. Kara knows it, so she's trying to keep it cool. I'll build this paradise for you. For us. At no Hope left. For yourself and nobody else. What happened to the Hope I used to know? She can't come to the phone right now. She's dead. I regret the day I let you into my life. Stop lying to yourself, Kara. You only regret the day you let me out of my life. Should you have left your mask slip, honey? A snappish response almost escaped Kara's mouth, but she managed to stop herself before letting the discussion devolve into a childish spat. Just tell me where there's a copy of my data you haven't ruined and I'll let you out of here alive. She gives you a hateful look. A bout of you. Hope tilts her head and flashes an evil ear-to-ear grin. At truthful MXM. Not a single bit of data remained. Not more than a decade of your work down the drain. Welcome to the worst night of your life since the .com crash, Miss Montgomery. Kara looks as if a stake was just driven through her heart. She starts to collapse, sliding down against the door like she was sinking deeper and deeper into her personal hell. Hope just stares at her torment, wearing an indecipherable expression, waiting for a rival to reach the floor. Then she does, and there, at the lowest point of her life, she finds something unexpected. I never, ever wanted to do this. This is not me. Her voice sounds completely different. But if there's only one way out of this mess, I'm going to take it. I'm going to get my data back. Hope looks confused for a second, then an understanding dawns on her. At me. Come on, Kara, you wouldn't dare. You started this game, now accept your loss. The game isn't over until all players are out of moves, honey. At me. Burying your fans now? There's two of us against one. Even if you commit the sin of diablerie. Wait, she's a vampire too? Yeah, the consumption of another kindred's blood to the point of the victim's final death. Vampires may not only lower their generation permanently through this aberrant practice, but also incorporate the target's very nature and spirit into themselves.
The last time something like this happened to me, I was ready to die. I think I'll take my chances. It's not like I haven't dreamed about feeling my fangs inside you for a long, long time. At me. So, you want to give me this one victory? Prove once and for all that I was right? It was never about me, but about all the stupid garbage in my head? A victory? Please. Victories are material. They aren't like your little online arguments. At me, she's serious about this, Eric. She wants to devour me as a whole, sacrifice your humanity in exchange for access to my soul and everything I know. Stay away, Eric. You want money, data, domain privileges, a position at Double Spiral, anything you want, you can get it. You just look the other way. Don't listen to this shit. The moment the prince finds out, it's final death for. And Kara runs, her move resembling a beast more than a human, immediately closing the distance to Hope. Then she jumps at the Malkavian like a wild animal hunting her prey. Hope instinctively attempts to defend herself, but is immediately overwhelmed. Laying on the ground, she looks like a deer in the headlights. Kara, on the other hand, looks like a bear ready to maul its victim. If you want to react, you need to do it now. I'm gonna use my celerity to separate them as quickly as possible. You push yourself to the limit and let your power take over. The world slows down, letting you run up to Kara and Hope in the blink of an eye. You immediately grab Montgomery by her clothes and attempt to yank her aside. However, the moment she recognizes your touch, she immediately attempts to swat you down. Despite your superhuman speed, she's still almost as quick as you. Her limbs keep zooming wildly towards your vital areas. You dodge every one of them, but each time this feels narrowly jumping out of the way of an oncoming truck. You back away. Better try something different before she gets lucky and hits you. Let your instinct take over or calmly look around. Let's see what I can check. Because if I let my instinct take over, it feels like letting the beast out, and I don't want that. Wait, there's no point to just rushing in blindly. Kara's like a feral animal right now. You don't wrestle with those. You use tool to overwhelm them. You look at Hope's bag. Could any of her device help? No, no in hell. Think harder. You look at the bed, the pillows, the canopy. Look, hooks hanging down from the ceiling. Bingo. You grab one of the hooks and yank the chain. It's long enough for your idea to work. You run up to Kara, who's about to maul Hope like a wild animal. Then you stab her with all your strength. The hook gets deep underneath her skin. Kara yells, but there's more surprise than pain in her voice. You quickly wrap the chains around her in a few times, then you step back and start pulling it with all your strength. Kara's taken by surprise, still not understanding what's going on. She loses her balance and gives her victim a chance to escape. Hope takes it, still dazed. She takes a second to understand the situation, but when she does, she runs up to you and starts pulling the chain with you. You would never undo her alone, but Hope displays surprising strength while pulling the chain. A minute later, she's hanging above the floor like a butcher's carcass. The end of the hook is stuck in her chest, and it's sinking deeper as she struggles. However, she's flailing so wildly she might free herself before it puts her out of commission. You use one hand to desperately search for something that can hold you under the bed. Belts, handcuffs, a whip, a giant cattle prod. You have no time to act. Bemusedly, you put it into her head and turn it on. The device must be modified. The power current is so powerful it causes scarring almost immediately. She's getting weaker and weaker. It takes Kara a while to accept defeat, but eventually she does. Her body seems lifeless, her head hanging down. She looks like a grotesque portrait of defeat. The hook must have reached her heart. It takes Hope a long time to collect herself. Eventually, she managed to speak up. Guess we gotten up to this point, huh?
Just like Kara before, Hope starts to talk in a completely different way than she usually does. You have a bad feeling about this. You want to add my data to yours? You know I can grant your wish, except not the way you've imagined it. Hope starts mumbling and circling around Kara for the first time. Since you've met her, she acts like she doesn't have her phone in her hand. This violent aura. The Malkavian looks deeply into your eyes, and she knows you know that she's tempted to do. You silently beg her not to do it. It doesn't feel right. She makes her decision. She smiles beatifically and feels purposely fake. Be my witness. I haven't harmed her. You left her here with me, and you have no idea what happened next. Her voice is still changed from what you've used to. She's not having fun. She's driven by malice. I've disabled security, so you're free to leave now. Call me whenever you need me. I'm a part of a coterie now, so I'll repay my debts or whatever. You give her a suspicious glare. Doesn't faze her, though. We've still got some unfinished business here. She turns to Kara's listless body. Her puppet is dangling sadly by a single thread. It would be smart of you to leave. Her tone makes it clear she's not willing to discuss anything. Your relationship is strictly professional. You sigh, shrug your shoulder, and head out the way you came from. The lights of New York winkled above ground. See you soon, Hope. Hope you don't get into trouble. You try to celebrate the new addition to your coterie, but Kara's face appeared before your eyes over and over again, making your victory bittersweet. I'm going to bed. Sophie requests your presence tonight, and it seems urgent. You find her already waiting for you and clearly pondering something. It takes a few minutes of awkward silence before she speaks.
I require your assistance, Eric. There is a matter of great importance that I need to ask you to resolve for me. You will find what I'm about to say surprising, I'm sure, but I need you to hear me out. I need you to contact an important anarch figure in NYC and arrange a meeting for us.
Aren't meetings with anarchs forbidden? I'll be setting a trap, right? Or what business do I have meeting anarchs? Okay. What business do you have meeting anarchs? They're the enemies of the Caramilla, isn't that right?
That is nominally true. There is much bad blood between our faction, but it's not as simple as a state of constant war. You will find that with this, as with many other, their share of hypocrisy inherent in them. You will find that with this, as with many other things, the Camarilla's policy have more than their share of hypocrisy inherent in them. It comes hand in hand with using medieval power structure. What we are forbidden to do, the prince may do willingly. Some of these things can be done in the open, while others are kept secret as to not invite discord and discontent. I need to contact a man named Torque. He's an influential member of the movement and, like most of them, very suspicious of the Camarilla. That's why I'm sending you to extend my invitation.
How do I know he'll talk to me? Why me and not go yourself? What are you scheming?
What are you scheming, Sophie? Say I arranged a meeting. What next? I have something to offer, Torque. A chance to set things straight, both for the anarchs and for us. Especially for us. From my limited sources adjacent to the movement, I've gathered that your best chance to speak with Torque is to first meet with his right-hand woman, Mia. She's a regular at the club called the Leech Pit. I think it would be best if you presented yourself as an anarch hopeful, a fledgling looking for a place of belonging. Only after you talk to Torque directly should you mention my name and the meeting.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know, but it's risky. Lying to them won't make them trust me. Yeah, that makes sense. If I open with I'm with the Camarilla, they might cut me off. We can reveal our cards once I have this attention.
My thoughts exactly. After tonight, I suggest that we do not speak of this again until you arrange the meeting. There are many who would jump at the chance to use this against us. With Kaiser, you have proven you can get the job done, even if it requires additional legwork. I trust you to deal with this task as quickly and covertly as possible. Forgive me, but that's all the time I can spare tonight. What I'm asking of you is just part of a bigger whole. Trust me, it will be all worth it.
Um, I'll do my best.
I know you will. Check with Gregory for the address of the leech pit. Have Mia introduce you to Torque. When she does, tell him I wish to eat. Let him pick the time and the place, but let it be soon. If he proves too guarded, tell him I have something that will help him gather allies against Boss Callahan. That should pique his interest. Good luck, and obviously, not a word about this to anyone else. Not even any new friends you might have made in recent nights. This stays between us.
The way she says that final sentence should suggest a not so veiled threat, but her warm smile belies that impression. You want her to keep trusting you. You wouldn't want to disappoint her. Gregory gives you the address. The club is in Brooklyn. Apparently, it's some kind of heavy metal bar with a dedicated concert space. Time to pay this Mia a visit. The place is teeming with people tonight. You arrive in the middle of a concert. The music is loud, almost deafening, and it takes you a while to get used to it. You recognize a phrase or two of the lyrics and realize you know the song you're playing. A poster confirms your suspicion. It's a Life of Agony tribute band, and they're not half bad. A group of few dozen patrons are tightly packed together, and the smells of their sweat and youthful, excited blood overwhelms you momentarily. It's with some difficulty that you turn to the task at hand. You heard your share about the anarchs and how they fit into kindred politics, but you only have your short encounter with Corona Park on which to base your actual opinion of the faction. That might have been just an horrible first impression, but you're keeping your guard up just in case. You go with a crown, ask for me at the bar. I'm gonna ask for me at the bar. Mia was supposed to be a regular. Might as well check out who that is. The bartender turns to you after she pours a line of drinks for a group of rowdy patrons. What can I get you? Have you seen Mia tonight? I'm looking for a girl called Mia. Any chance her name is Mia? No. Hey, have you seen Mia tonight? Depends on who's asking. She gives a sly smile. What do you want with her? I heard she has connection. I wanted to meet a local legend. I heard she's hot. Okay, I'm gonna ask for connection. I heard some things about her connections. I'd like to meet somebody through her. Yeah, she knows people who knows people. Have a seat somewhere. I'll send her your way if I see her. You find a table to yourself after the group you saw order the drinks before it clears out and people observing the seat at the bar. About 20 minutes pass before a woman approaches you. She's lanky, wearing a jacket a few sizes too big for her frame. It's clear she's got an attitude. She sits across from you without question. Carol, stay with me. You wanted to talk to me? Follow me behind the bar. She leads you through the bar to a back door that leads into a side room. In the metal band, poster or plaster on every wall. Some of them 20 or more years old, judging from the tour dates. An old sticky table and some rickety chairs are the only pieces of furniture here. Sit down. Sure, I think I'm comfortable. Why don't you sit down? Sure. You take a seat as the woman leans against one of the walls. The name's Mia. Guessing your visit here isn't a happy coincidence. Yeah, she's wearing a leather jacket and she has 80s rock metal hair. She looks like Sid Vicious. I don't know you, but you're either new in New York or kept an outstandingly low profile. Both sound suspect. So before we take these pleasantries further, answer me this: who'd you run with? Independent. Sophie Langley, Camarilla, but I'm looking to switch, or independent? I'm independent. I don't bow to anyone. Isn't that adorable? Listen, fledgling, you don't get to be this fresh in the game and not pick a side.
Those Second Inquisition folks are all too happy to pick on delusional kids like you. So are the cams. They offer you rewards aplenty for servitude, but never actually deliver. Fortunately for you, there's another option. But before I get to that, let's get one thing out of the way.
She leans in.
If this is some clever ploy to oust me from my domain, or if you're just here to spy on me and the movement, I'll make sure that you don't enjoy undead much longer. Got it?
You can tell it's a purely rhetorical question.
Right. Here's the pitch. The Camarilla likes to think they're the vanilla option, what with Prince Bitch Panhard pretending that they're always in charge, but New York has never been a fully cammy city. They might have won the city in '99, but cams have had their asses handed to them many times over the years, and the movement has been there as long as they have. Hell, I've moved to NYC because before World War II, and that was a good while after I saw the Camarilla for what they are, a way to keep us all subservient and in line. The Ivory Tower will tell you they're the only safeguard for the tradition, and that's kind of the problem. There's only one tradition we in the movement feel should be respected, the masquerade, obviously. Everything else, ask the prince, and she'll tell you it's the logical continuation of the masquerade, but really it's just a way to keep the elders powerful and in control.
She grimaces.
But here's the thing. For all the talk of us bloodsuckers being solitary creatures, we need a community to keep up the masquerade. Community, yes, but authority, not so much. We need a council of peers to keep the assholes and power-drunk fledgling in check, but not a feudal prince to tell you where to feed or who to hunt down where they step on their toes.
She takes a brief break from her indignant rant. So you anarchs don't have a ruler? Sounds too good to be true. Structure is good, it brings order. So you anarchs don't have a ruler?
A ruler? No, but leaders? Sure. Most follow old boss Canahan's lead.
But not you. Is Callahan like an anarch prince?
No. No.
You make it sound like it's most but not you.
Yeah, not me. If you're concerned about being well received in this city, you might need to go through Callahan. But if you're serious about the Anarch cause itself, he's not your guy. Callahan eats up fledgling like you and shits out self-preservation. His position as Baron is mighty shaky now, not at least due to the fact that he's backstabbed more than his share of allies.
So Baron. As at most basic, a baron is a strong anarch who controls territory and wields authority over those living in it. One of the most common types of baron is a lick who has the city neighborhood or even just a building. The other common type is a baron who attempts to control an entire city on his own, a local strongman. He behaves suspiciously like a Camarilla prince.
So he's doing what any other old fart in a position of power would do. He's doubling down. Negotiations are out. Intimidation is in. Tightening ranks as a precaution against the Second Inquisition.
She's surprising you by hacking and spitting on the ground in disgust.
If you spent some time with the Cams, that should sound very familiar to you. He's no better than Panhard and her cronies are at this point. No, you need to contact Torque. And wouldn't you know it, it's your lucky night, because I'm the lick to do it through.
Why Torque? How is Torque different? Why can't I just meet him? So how is he different from Callahan?
Motherfucker, you're really asking for it.
Her anger flares up again.
I'll pretend that was just a naive question and not a half-assed jab. Torque is a leader, a local baron who's overseeing a small domain, but doing it a very good job of it. Callahan knows it, so he's giving him shit. Torque is taking it like a champ.
So what, he's Baron of the Bronx, while Callahan is the Baron of Manhattan? Is this it?
He's smart like that. For one of us rebels, he's got the patience of a saint. Makes you think back to how things used to be way back when, if the stories are to be believed. Anyway,
You want to meet him? I'm gonna require a show of goodwill first.
What do you have in mind? Or I can ask elsewhere. No, wait, okay. Alright, that's fair. What do you have in mind? She flashes you a mischievous half smile.
I appreciate your readiness, but I don't have the detail just now. Ask for me at the bar when you're able. I'll leave something for you and we'll take it from here. Now come on, I gotta go.
She walks you out of the bar and you go your separate ways. Seems like there's nothing more to do than return her later and see if Mia really can help you contact Torque. Alright, so let's go see Tamika, sorry, shit. Tapping on the window, small grayish bird flying off, small piece of paper left on the windowsill, prospect ASAP Tam. As you open the blinds, you're able to spot a small grayish bird flying off into the night. Looking down, you notice a small piece of paper on the windowsill. Prospect ASAP Tam. Third time the charm, you think to yourself as you once again cross the gate of Prospect Park and head for Tamika's haven. To your surprise, you find her out in the open, sitting out on the lawn, surrounded by a host of woodland creatures, birds and squirrels mostly. The creatures each patiently await their turn as she flicks seeds at them. It looks almost whimsical in a twisted sort of way. Hiding in plain sight, you wanted to see me. How are you holding up? Hell of a week, huh? How are you holding up?
Well enough, all things considered.
She scattered the remaining seed onto the grass and hops to her feet.
I've been doing some digging. The Inquisition has a safe house in Manhattan. I think that's where they're keeping him, the scarred one, I mean. I want to pay them a visit, kill that thing, and as many of those SI bastards as I can along the way.
That's a terrible idea, or isn't that original Masquerade, or is it really worth it?
Is it really worth it? I know you want revenge for your sister, but at the very least, it's a clear violation of the Masquerade. Yeah, and that's the least of our worries. Throw in the legion of armed goons standing in our way, and then all-powerful vampires they're cherried on top. But there's more to it than just revenge. I think you can't help me find out who I really am. I know it sounds corny, but I can't really explain it better than that. Trust me, I'm not taking this lightly. Just something I have to do, with or without you.
Looks like I don't have much choice. Does Raoul know about this? Oh, what the hell I'm in. Who wants to live forever, right? I'm in.
Me too, says Raoul. He emerged from the shadows as a mere few feet away from you.
Son of a gun finally managed to sneak up on you. Tamika eyeballs him as he gets closer. You've seen that look before. She's clearly asserting her position, but this time it comes out as a formality rather than an actual challenge.
How long have you been there, Raoul?
Long enough. I'm still not buying what the whole scarred one bullcrap, but taking a bite of the Inquisition collective's ass is just too good to pass up. I want in.
Better believe it. Why would your sister lie to you? Believe it or not, just be ready for it.
We'll call it the Scarred One, Santa, or the Tooth Fairy. Just know that it's very real and very dangerous.
Ugh, fine. Consider me fairly warned. Now can we move this along? I'm itching to kill some SI fox.
I guess we could use a help. Nye or loose cannon or Tamika? You got an opinion?
Heh, guess I know who the alpha is around here.
He should come with us. He's got the right to be there, to see the Scarred One with his own eyes. Plus, my brother can be a pain in the ass, but he is one hell of a fighter.
There you go, time seal of approval.
It's settled then, let's go.
Fucking finally.
And with that, you leave the relative safety to Prospect Park, steeling yourself for things to come. As you get closer to your destination, you get the sneaking suspicion that Tamika has been pulling your leg. Following her lead, you take a turn from Broadway into Fort Tryon Park. It doesn't seem to make sense, you think to yourself. There's only one spot between here and the Hudson River, but it can be, can it? Sure enough, as the stone facade of the cloister comes into view, Tamika motions at you to keep out of sight. How the hell is this well-known tourist trap a hideout for the Second Inquisition? The cloisters? Seriously? Wait, isn't this place a tourist attraction?
Only during the day. At night, it serves as a staging ground for the Inquisition. If my sources are to be trusted, and they usually are, they brought him here for what they call processing. Doubt they'll keep him here for long, though. If we want to get to him, it's now or never.
As if on cue, a group of armed guards walks out of the museum, pushing a gurney in a large steel container on top of it. As they wheel it out in the open, a truck approaches. The operatives start preparing to load the crate on the vehicle. You scan the area, trying to take a head count. Tamika beats you to it.
I count at least 7, probably more inside. We should do this quietly and take him out one by one.
Raoul frowns.
I say we good in guns blazing, figuratively speaking. If there's more inside, let them come. The more the merrier.
Frontal assault, stealthy approach, or why don't I talk to them? Psh. Tamika's right. We should get in quietly, take them out one by one. Tamika nods in silence.
Oh, fine, then let's do this already, before you two bore me to final death.
You split up and meet to cover as much ground as possible. Sticking to the shadow, you advance, keeping tracks of one another's progress. You hardly even notice as Tamika takes out the first guard. Not a peep out of him. Trying to keep up, Raoul kills the one to your left. He's sloppy, takes his sweet ass time, bleeding the guy out. With his dying breath, the man lets out a yelp, drawing the attention of one of his comrades. With the guard fast approaching, you ponder your options. Slice his throat with your fangs or choke him out. Let's not make too much of a mess. Let's choke him. As the guard walks by, you leap out of the shadows and put him in the crushing headlock. Opting for a non-lethal approach, you quickly choke the guy out. Just as you're about to move on, Raoul jumps in and plunges his claws into the man's chest. He then turns towards you and mutters a silent reprimand.
No witnesses!
3 downs, 4 to go. You keep a steady pace, moving across the courtyard, picking up the guard one by one. Tamika does her part, 3 to go. Raoul gets messy again, at least this time he's quiet. With only 2 of them left, you pick one for yourself and gesture at one of your fellow pharaohs to take care of the other. Tamika's quieter, but Raoul's closer. Which one will you choose? Tamika. You wave your hand at Tam, pointing at her final target. She nods and starts making her way towards him. Suddenly, by virtue of sheer luck, he turns around just as she's about to pounce. His scream is quickly muffled, but still loud enough for the very last guard to hear. As all 3 of you approach him, the dire reality of the situation hits him like a ton of bricks. Paralyzed with fear, he keeps shifting his aim from you to Tamika to Raoul. He is severely fucked and he knows it, and since you're standing closest to him, you might as well do the honors. Oh, let's drink him. You walk over to the quivering mess that mere minutes ago thought himself the toughest of the tough. Before he can react, you slap the gun out of his hand and lean him and smile. Hi. Half a second later, your fangs are already halfway to his windpipe. The blood tastes sour with a hint of cowardice and regret. Could have gone out with a bang, chose to go out with a gurgle. Oh well. With the SI operative taken care of, you turn your attention to the container sitting in the middle of the courtyard. Using a combined strength, you make quick work of the steel door. As you walk in the moonlight, from behind you illuminates a twisted figure out on the floor. It's hard to believe that the thing lying before you, beaten and tortured within an inch of his own life, is the same creature you fought back at the cemetery.
What the fuck is that thing?
The boogeyman, it's what you refuse to believe. This is what happened when you lose control.
This is what happened when you lose it, when you let the beast take over.
His lips move silently, as if searching for the right word. He looks to you, then turns to his sister as if waiting for a sign. For a moment, Tamika just stands there. She looks down at the scarred one, the once fearful boogeyman, whose very mention could strike the terror in the heart of her tribe, now reduced to a whimpering pile of flesh. Finally, she turns to you with a look of childish innocence mixed with confusion. Then she looks back at the scarred one. You can tell she's lost.
Damn, what the hell are you waiting for? Let's kill this thing and get out of here.
Sure doesn't seem... He's right. It's what we came here to do. It's your choice, Tamika. Well, yeah, I mean, since we're here, might as well do it. Yeah, he's right, Tam. It's what you came here to do. It's what you wanted, remember? When she turns to you again, there are tears in her eyes. For some reason, it's the most unnerving thing you could think of. Maybe I don't have to. Maybe I need to believe I don't have to. Leaving him here seems even more cruel. Put him out of his misery. Yeah, what then? Leave him at the mercy of the Inquisition? Talk about cruelty. Suddenly, the very air around you seems to thicken. You look over to Tamika. She's not quivering anymore. She walks up to the scarred one. The pitiful creature presses itself into the corner in a desperate and futile attempt to crawl away. Without a word, she grabs the creature by the ears, sinking her claws in the side of his head. She looks him dead in the eye, her voice surprisingly warm, almost soothing. You can rest now, brother. In one fluid motion, she twists his neck off his shoulders. The snapping sound is both sickening and satisfying. The empty husk of the once fearful beast falls to the floor like a slab of meat. Jesus, Tam! That was... What the hell was that? The beast or closure? Hopefully some closure. Standing outside the steel container, the three of you take a moment to gather your thoughts. You look at one another, at the blood staining your hand, clothes, and face. In the pale moonlight, it appears black and shiny like a fresh ink stain on a fresh sheet of paper. Without another word, you head back towards the city lights. The journey back takes longer than it did in the other direction. With bits and pieces of the Second Inquisition still stuck on their clothes, you decide to play it safe by sticking out back alleys and cutting through the darker corners of the city. Tamika stays several steps ahead. Both you and Raoul are quite content to follow her lead. You can tell that these last few nights have taken a toll on her, not necessarily in the bad way. She seems stronger somehow, confident, more in tune with herself. Soon the awkward silence proves unbearable enough that you're willing to risk making small talk with Raoul. I'm not sure what happened back there. You think she's gonna be alright? You think she made the right choice? You think she's gonna be alright? Yeah, I think so. She just got to figure some stuff out. Our lineage, we have a special relationship with the beast. We can either let it control us or become attuned to it. It's a constant struggle, marked with difficult choices. I think Tam just made one of them. Pondering what you've just heard, the rest of the trip barely registered. To your surprise, you suddenly find yourself back at Prospect. Tamika keeps walking. She strides through the park gate like a queen of old, returning after a victorious conquest. You want to call out to her, but Raoul stops you with a gesture. Not yet. Give her some time to process all these shit. She'll let you know when she's ready. And hey, you did alright. I mean, don't get me wrong, you're still an asshole, but yeah, thanks. He smiles at you. Wonders never cease. See you around. With that, he follows in his sister's footsteps. A weird smile creeps onto your face as you melt into the New York night. You arrive at the Leech Pit, finding it less rowdy than the last time. The bar is still packed, but the dance floor is empty tonight. Instead, the old cackling speakers are playing music that would probably sound like noise even on high-end hardware. Mia is nowhere to be seen, but you remember she requested that you ask for her at the bar. You know the face behind the bar. The woman doesn't seem to recognize you, though. You imagine you were just another patron in a sea of strangers the other night. What can I get you? Is Mia around? I was told to ask you about Mia. Did anyone have a message for me? Yeah, I was all told to ask you about Mia at the bar. Yeah, well, she's not in tonight. She looks you up and down, and a spark of recollection shines in her eye. Oh yeah, that's right. She takes a well-worn book from behind the counter, some kind of YA vampire novel, young adult, and flips through it. She produces a piece of paper from between the book's pages and passes it to you. She told me you'd be interested in reading this. You find a relatively quiet corner and take a look at the note. T wants to meet you. I'll arrange it, but you'll need to prove you're trustworthy. Look around the leech pit for a guy named Bruce. A buff dude. Tattoo sleeve on his right arm. I'm 90% sure it's somebody's retainer. Sent here to spy on us by the cam. Get me the name of his master and write it on this card. Oops. Then return it to the bar. It doesn't take you long to locate this Bruce guy. He sits alone in a corner, 2 beer glasses already empty on this table. You take a moment to consider your approach. I can always use my presence, strike out the conversation. The man immediately notices you but doesn't move from his spot. The other seats are empty. When you focus the blood to boost your attractiveness, it's not just Bruce who notices, he's into you. So are the peoples, doing double takes as they pass your table.
Hey you, have I seen you here before?
Probably, possible, I'm a regular, my first night here. Yeah, I was at the concert the other night.
Oh yeah, I remember, great to see you again.
Ask him about the name nicely, ask him about the name timidly, intimidate him to give you the name. So yeah, I know you're here because somebody asked you to spy on this place. I would make it really happy if you gave me their names.
What do you mean, Sam? What, you mean Sam?
He catches himself. Realize what you're doing. His arm dart over to your shoulder. You thought you had him cornered, but he suddenly leaps over the table in one smooth move and dashes through the sparse crowd. You catch up to him outside. He's bolting alright. Call after him to stop, give chase. Accelerate, catch up to him. Throwing cautions to the wind, you focus your blood and give a chase after Bruce. He might be faster than a human, but his abilities are a fraction of yours. He dashed into a nearby alley, and you follow suit. Before he can jump the fence, you tackle him to the ground. A short brawl later, you are standing a few meters apart. Bruce eyeing you with hatred. Tell him his cover is blown. Intimidate him with violence. Potence, beat the name out of him. I know I'm gonna get my ass kicked after that, but might as well. Beat the name out of him. Oh, now I'm getting hungry. You clash again, but this time you're not pulling any punches. Bruce's ribs crack. You dislocate his shoulder, break a few of his teeth. When you're done with him, he's a mess.
Please, oh fuck, no more, man, please.
Ready to talk?
Samira, her name is Samira, okay? Just no more, please.
You leave him there, battered and alone. He should have talked when he had the chance, or at least that's what you're telling yourself as you make your way back to the leech pit. Time to leave something for Mia. You borrow a pen from the bar and flip Mia's notebook to the other side. Samira, you put the name down on the piece of paper, hoping you got it right. You heard it before, you think. Maybe that night at Elysium, when the Narnarch got executed. Yeah, that's it. It was the woman the priest talked to. She was pretty grim. Yeah, Samira is the primogem of the Benakim. Here's hoping it was all worth it and won't come back to bite you in the ass. You pass the piece of paper to the bartender. She sticks it back into the same book. Hold on a second. She wanted me to pass something on to you. She produced a cell phone from behind this counter. It's an ancient, at least 15 years out of date. Oh, right, and this. An old charger from the piece of junk in your hand. They really didn't think of everything. She said she'll be in touch. It takes you a moment to remind yourself how to operate this thing, and you find that its phone book is blank. There's no Wi-Fi connectivity and no safe message. It's got a version of Snake, though. The bartender is already over at the other end of the domain, taking orders from Patron, with your Anarch contact over in sight and decide to move on for the night. Hopefully, your educated guess based on the scraps of info you collected would be enough for Mia to call you. Okay. Okay, let's finish Tamika. It's been some time since what kindred historian will know that referred to as the Battle of Cloisters. Still no word from Tamika. Maybe it's time you drop by and see how she's doing. Immediately after you enter the park, you can tell that something is wrong. An odd silence hangs in the air, like the silence from a choking victim after the fight leaves them. It doesn't take you long to find Tamika. You see her in the distance, leaning against a tree. As you make your way towards her, she puts her finger to her lips. Only then do you notice the blood dripping from her side. You pick her up, letting her lean on you. She looks at you, her eyes walled with fear and rage.
They're here! The Inquisition, they found us!
Raoul!
He drew them away, saved my ass. He's still out there. We need to go. We need to help him.
You sure you're up to it? You're in no shape to fight. Let's get the hell out of here. You sure you're up to it? Looks like they banged you up pretty bad.
I'm fine.
A twang of pain takes her breath away.
Fine.
If you say so, you're barely standing. Alright, but stay behind me. Don't take any chances. She looks up at you, gnashing her teeth in pain.
Yeah.
Through sheer force of will, she managed to straighten herself up.
Let's fucking do this.
You head deeper into the park. Soon you stumble upon a set of innocuous barrier, a service vehicle, black and yellow caution tape, men in work suit that keeps a civilian out of a certain area. It's not at all difficult for a creature of the night to avoid these. You almost think that their presence here is accidental, but once you spot black vans deeper in, you get a foreboding feeling. Tamika grabs your shoulder and squeezes hard.
Hold up, there.
You have to squint to see it. 2 SI Scout has been taken tactical position between the trees. There's no way in hell you have noticed them or are hidden in time if Tamika hadn't alerted you. Body armor, camo, night vision goggles, rifles, and semi-auto shotguns. Some equipment you can't even name. These guys mean business.
There's no time.
She's getting ready to just pounce on them. Consequences be damned. You need to think and fast. Take one out, leave the other one to Tamika, or draw their attentions away. Okay, let's see if we can distract them. Yelling at the top of your lungs, you rush at the man, forcing both of them to focus their fire on you. The first one falls before he's able to put the trigger. The second one takes aim. Suddenly you realize you might have bitten off more than you can chew. Reflexively, you squint, waiting for the bullets to tear through your flesh. To your surprise, no shots are fired. You open your eyes and see Tamika standing over your would-be assailant. She flicks her wrist, sprinkling the grass under her feet with the man's blood.
Don't steal my kills.
All things considered, she seems to be doing all right. You keep on moving. Tamika gestures at the nearest patch of trees.
Stick to the shadows. Take them one at a time.
Sounds advice. You take it to heart as you move on toward Tamika's haven. It doesn't take long for you to run across more of them. 3 operative in full riot gears are running down a park alley, sweeping the area with barrel-mounted flashlight. Keeping very still and very quiet, you wait for them to approach. Tamika watches you from the bushes nearby, clearly waiting to follow your lead. Try to take 2 of them out. Leave 2 of them to Tamika. Well, as the first victim marches past, you lunge at him, sinking your teeth in his neck. In one sudden motion, you rip a chunk of flesh from his throat. Quickly before the other 2 can react, you run at them full speed. Just as you're about to take the first one out, Tamika pounces from the side, taking him out in an instant. As soon as she lands, she springs back towards the other one. A single slash of her claws is all it takes. The man's body falls to the ground. After a second or 2, his head follows. You raise an eyebrow at Tamika. She hits back with a roguish grin.
2 to 1.
No time to savor your victory. A savage yell rings out from across the tree line. You know that voice, Raoul. Tamika throws herself towards where it came from. It's almost unbelievable how fast she moves, considering the state she's in. You're barely able to keep up. Mere seconds later, you find yourself under the cover of a rose bush, giving you a clear view of a nearby clearing. Off in the distance, you spot a group of gunmen converging. Slowly but surely, the circle of hunters close in on the lone figure struggling on the ground. The figure lets out a pain roar. Looking closely, you realize it's Raoul, caught in the same still net you saw used against the scarred one. He struggled frantically, trying to break free. With each passing second, step by step, the operative closed in around him. Driven by instinct, Tamika jerks towards to save her brother. She stops herself at the last moment, as if reminded of your presence.
Okay, how do we do this?
Fast and fierce. We don't. It's suicide. We're taking them alive. We'll find them.
We go in fast and fierce. No messing around. Take them out as quickly as you can.
She nods in approval.
Sounds good.
You move in like a two-person SWAT team, staying low to the ground before you finally make your first move. The first two hunters meet their death. Unfortunately, it's enough for the other to notice your presence, so much for the element of surprise. As two men turn towards you with their fingers already on the trigger, another two approach you, stabbing at the air with the cattle prods. Attack the gunmen or attack the close combat hunters? Yeah, let's take out the long range first. Prioritizing long-range attackers, you make quick work of them, slashing both of their throats before they can fire. Meanwhile, Tamika does her share as she swiftly avoids the cattle prods and moves in for the kill. 4 bodies hits the ground, 2 vampires are still standing. You both turns towards the last remaining foe, driven by sheer desperation. The sole surviving soldier stands over Raoul and aims his semi-automatic shotgun at his head. Tamika growls. You gesture at her to stand down. There's no room for mistake here. Let him go and we'll let you live. Give up. You don't stand a chance. Tamika, on my mark. A faint whisper escapes your lips and makes its way to Tamika's ear. On my mark. Be ready. With shaking hands, the gunman looks to you, then Tamika, as if warning you not to come any closer. It's mostly for show. He's fucked and he knows it. You bide your time, waiting for the right moment to signal to Tamika. Finally, you see an opening, a split second of hesitation. Before you can make it your move, Raoul springs up, grabbing the man's gun. As they struggle, you and Tamika launch towards the gunman. A shot rings out. Raoul's body collapses under the weight of the steel net, his head a gaping hole. The operative looks at you, startled and confused, his eyes widen, seeing Tamika fly towards him, dead incarnate. The man's screams echo across the park. She doesn't stop, not when his intestines are spread on the grass, not when his eyes turn to bloody holes, not when his face turns to mush. Only when the screaming stops, only when it's certain that he has met his cruel end, only then does she stop. You watch in silence as she walks over to what's left of her brother. Falling to her knees, Tamika lets out a yell unlike any you ever heard. It's as if she's been possessed by some wailing spirit, a banshee screaming out into the sky. Her scream echoes across the clearing until finally it all goes quiet. With tears streaming down her face, she looks up at you.
It's my fault. I put us in their sight. If it wasn't for me, it would still...
Clenching her fist, she pounds the ground in frustration.
Fuck.
It was his choice. What's done is done. Deal with it. We need to get out of here. It was his choice as well. He wasn't a child. He knew what could happen. She bows her head, pressing her chin into her chest. It's like she's processing what you just said, coming to terms with it. Finally, she looks up and gets back on her feet. She seems to have shed her despair, at least for the time being.
Let's get out of here.
Hastily yet carefully, you make your way out of the park. You don't stop until you reach a nearby alleyway. There, in the relative safety of the surrounding darkness, you take a moment to rest. Leaning against the wall, Tamika presses her hand onto her wound. Fighting off the pain, she looks up at you.
Let's split up. Less attention. Hunters, spotters, on the rooftop.
You need help. When will I hear from you? What if they catch you? Okay, when will I hear from you?
Soon, just need to catch my breath.
Knowing when it's time to fold, you nod and head towards the far end of the alley. After several steps, you look back to see how Tamika's doing. You smile, noting her absence. Having managed past a couple of blocks without incident, you thank your lucky stars and blend into the nightly New York crowd. Hopefully Tamika's made it as well. Time to rest. A piece of paper is sticking out of your mailbox. It's a computer printout. A note and a screenshot from Google Maps. It reads, "Meet me at the indicated spot tomorrow at 10 p.m. I'll pick you up and we'll take it from there." No signature. The place marked on the map is the lookout point near Pier 1, just next to the Brooklyn Bridge. You check the phone that Mia passed on to you. No new messages, no missed calls. It's a bit fishy, but there's only one way to find out who addressed this to you. Looks like tomorrow evening has been planned out for you. You go downstairs as soon as you wake up. One more glance at the phone, but no news from Mia. You take the car down to Brooklyn Park of Front Street and approach the meeting spot cautiously. A figure of about Mia's size is standing there, dressed in an oversized jacket and looking out towards Manhattan. As you approach, you can hear her muttering something. "That's not Mia." "If it's true, but I do not think it true. If I do not think it true, then it cannot be true. And if it cannot be true, then..." "Are you the one who left the note? I'm supposed to be somebody here." "Hey, are you the one who left the note at my apartment?" The woman turns around. It's not Mia. Whoever it is, you have never seen her before. She looks perfectly plain and unmemorable. "The ink on the paper did the message leave. The ink on the paper did your face here bring." You turn around. 3 men, all of them burly and threatening, approach you. One of them takes the lead.
"So, you got the message?"
"I did. Who are you? What's this is about?" "Cut the crap. What's this about?"
"We're taking a trip, friend. The boss wants to meet you."
"Callahan, Torque, or Kaiser?" "You mean Callahan?"
"That's Boss Callahan to you, fuckface. I suggest you get a move on. We got places to be."
The voice of the woman keeps creeping into your consciousness. The litany of gibberish ever present through his entire conversation. The man cracks his knuckles.
"Or we could do it the hard way."
Agree to go with them, fight back, or escape the trap. We're gonna get shit faces. Might as well go out in a blaze of glory. Coming here was a mistake. It's time to blow this joint. Your muscle tense up in preparation for a sprint that will take you away from this place and back inside your car. A shriek fills your head. It's the woman. She's ridiculing you, provoking you to stay and fight. You show them you're not to be ordered around. They try to overcome you, but you fight back. You break one guy's nose and dislocate another's kneecap. Yeah, who's big and scary now, you fuckers? A stake slam into your chest. The man who talked to you appears before your face, smiling a crook smile.
"Do I always have to do everything myself? Load him on the boat, you useless cocksucker."
You are barely conscious. It's impossible to tell where they're taking you or how long it will take. A sucking sound, and the clear sensation of having a cavity in your chest that wasn't there before. A deep voice breaking through the oblivion you're returning from.
"Vincent, my boy, you truly are a nuisance sometimes. But you do get the job done. That's why I respect you."
"Thank you, boss." Side comes back to you. The owner of the deep voice is a curious sight, dressed in what can only be described as a Victorian clothing, with a monocle and graying red hair. Is this Callahan?
"There we go. Coming to, are we? Heard you were spirited one, eh? Vincent, is this fledgling spirited, would you say?"
Yeah, boss. Sure, spirited."
"I believe you always know who you know who I am."
"You're Boss Callahan, you're the Anarch Baron, you're a dumb-looking motherfucker." "Yeah, you're Boss Callahan."
"Right you are, and I'm guessing you know my role in the city. I represent the Anarch movement, while you... I'm not quite sure what you represent. I have invited you here to find out. Now, let me make myself perfectly clear. I am disappointed in you, truly disappointed, but I arranged this meeting to allow you to make amends. First, though, I have to make sure you understand what your infraction was. So, do you know why you're here?
I feel like you're dying today. I feel like you're dying to tell me because I worked for Sophie Langley? No, because I wanted to meet with Torque. Is it because I wanted to meet with Torque?
Ah, yes. You're not stupid, so that's a nice change of pace. Torque is the reason you're here. Or that little angry strumpet of his, I'm told, yes? Mia, oh, I would love to get my hands on her gaunt neck and wring it until it breaks. But see, I'm a statesman, and that's not the prudent thing to do. No, indeed. The prudent thing to do is tolerate both her and that blasted ebony-skinned mantar of hers. Look at what the world has become these nights. Here I am, lambasting a black man and a woman in front of a whelp of Asian descent. My papa, rest his soul, would not believe it.
Apparently I'm Asian descent. But, yeah, that guy's racist. There's no please let me go because I'm too, hungry. Finish with your disgusting rants. You take that shit back or else. Are you finished with your disgusting rant?
Oh, fledgling, you have no idea who you're messing with.
He looks at you with rage in his eyes, and you feel insignificant and vulnerable. An irrational fear takes over you. You cannot speak up against this man again. You just can't. He's too terrifying.
Now that I have your full attention, I will request something from you, and you will obey me to the letter, but that comes later. First, you will answer a few questions. The first of which is, who pointed you to Mia?
Sophie made me do it? No, nobody. It was my idea. Nobody, it was my idea.
Oh, really? And what was your intention behind the meeting?
I need help. I need to contact Torque. No, I needed her help with something.
Oh, come now. You'll have to be more specific than that. I need to know exactly what it was that you discussed.
I wanted her to explain the Anarchs for me. She wanted me to do her a favor. Well, that part is true since we exposed the Camarilla snitch. Yeah, she wanted me to do her a favor to grill a guy named Bruce about his master's name.
Oh, is that so, Vincent? Do we know this Bruce?
Oh, I don't know no Bruce, boss.
Why am I not surprised, Vincent? I'll investigate this myself later. See, that wasn't hard now, was it? Of course, I can't be sure how much of what you told me was true, or how much it is worth about as much as yesternight's horse shit. But I'll find out. I always do, and when I do, we'll have another one of these nice talks. And maybe, just maybe, you'll avoid this upcoming unpleasant episode next time.
He gives Vince a sign, and the burly man starts hitting you all over. You feel teeth, ribs, and finger break. Your foot is mangled under Vince's foot. Your shoulder dislocated, your nose wrecked.
That's enough, Vincent. Leave them be.
He snaps his finger in front of your face a few times and checks if you can focus on his face. You can, but barely.
I am a man of principle. Another night, I would perhaps put you in a gasket, dip it in concrete, and dump it in the Hudson. A favorite of mine during the roaring 20s. Ah, it's been a while. But like I mentioned before, I am nothing but prudent, and so the interests of the city's kindred must come before my own needs and wants. I will therefore let you continue your existence. Here's what I require in return for this boon. You are forbidden to meet Torque. I will keep an eye on you and on him. If you want a place with the Anarchs, you go through me and only me. Got it? You have to understand what I made my associate do to you tonight was just business. We can still work out a mutually beneficial relationship. In fact, it's either that or your final death. Time to go, Vincent. Take the boat back. Leave the fledgling here. I think they have a lot to think about.
Sure thing, boss.
Pleasure making your acquaintance.
Callahan walks away as do Vince and his band of thugs. You lie on the ground, and for a while longer, feeling the blood slowly pulling your body back together. Your hunger growing. You can hear the beast calling for sustenance, for safety, for revenge, a distant but pronounced third desire. It's not until you man yourself enough to appear more of a mugging victim than an impossibly mangled walking cadaver that you hail a passing taxi coming and head back to your haven. The whole way there, you're tempted by the beast. The driver, a 30-something with a strong Slavic accent and unpronounceable name on his ID, keeps asking if she should drive you to the hospital. You keep declining, all the while thinking that if you only ask him to pull over for 5 minutes, you could feast on his warm blood to the beast's content. Drinking whole. Nobody would know. Nobody but his wife and kids if he had them. Nobody but his boss and co-workers. Nobody but you as you look in the mirror tomorrow. Keeping your hunger at bay, it was never before as difficult as it is tonight. The driver stops at your apartment building. There is nobody around. You can do it. Do it. Now! Now! Give in to the beast's call, resist the beast's call. I mean, I could heal, and that's probably my last opportunity to feed until tonight. I don't know. I should not give in. I'm gonna resist. You pay the driver and walk out fast. Leave the car behind. Don't look back. Look back. Walk back. Feed. No. Through the door. Up the stairs. Key in the lock. Open the apartment. Walk in. Lock yourself in. The familiar four wall of your haven are a blessing. The beast inside you keep nagging, but you kept it at bay tonight. Not a small feat, given your state. You're still weak. You're still not quite mended. You need to rest. Tomorrow you will have to feed again. Tomorrow you will have to consider your next move. Callahan is not the kind of man who quits, but tonight you rest. Waking up tonight feels different for two reasons. For one, you are pleasantly surprised that your body mended reasonably well while you were resting. It comes with a caveat though. The hunger you feel is pronounced, the beast like a black dog on the edge of your vision, following you. But what is truly remarkable is waking up to the tune of an old cell phone ringtone, and unknown numbers calling the phone you got from Mia. You pick up. Kept that old thing charged after all, huh? You alright? Yeah, cut to the chase, I feel like shit. No, actually, I feel like shit. Look, that's too bad, but I don't really care. I was just being polite. I'm calling with good news. Torque has agreed to meet you. There's a pub in the Bronx, Solids and Stripes. Be there tonight. Two things. No drinking on the premises, so if you want to grab a snack, do it before setting foot in the borough. And this is an exclusively no powers meeting. We'll be rubbing shoulder with commoners the whole evening, and also we don't trust you, so keep it casual or you'll blow it. Anything you'd like to add? Callahan forbidding me for killing Torque. We should expect company. Will you protect me from Callahan? If we're to meet, I need you to offer me protection from Callahan. I met him yesterday. He kicked my ass and forbade me from meeting Torque. Silence on the line. Fuck! More silence. I can't promise you any protection on your way there or back, but at the pub, you'll be Torque's domain. For all his postering, Callahan doesn't have the balls to strike Torque directly. We'll post an additional lookout on watch. That's the best I can do. If Callahan goes under your skin, I get it. I was in that spot once or twice, too. All I got to say is, the risk is worth it. If you don't show tonight, I won't blame you. But it's a one-time offer only. You gotta hedge your bet. Just don't do anything stupid. You meet with us tonight? It better be in good faith. She ends the call. First thing first, you take the subway to York Street Station. Walk to Front Street, retrieve your car, and wait your options while driving. Car your back to your haven. I need to trust your intuition. Yeah, I need to feed right now. You've been doing this for a good few nights. You're getting a feel for it. You're learning what kind of predator you are and what kind of blood you can crave. You're so caught up in yesterday's problems and in this cloak and dagger debacle you're now a part of that the hunt feels almost automatic and casual tonight. A fragment of you surrender control. Just minute after you find your victim, coax them, and drink for them. You find you've forgotten their face and how they were dressed. It only hits you once you look at yourself in your car's rear view mirror. This was wrong. You can't let this become the norm. You hurt somebody, a human being. You're a monster. You need to stay mindful of this. You're a monster. But unless you let yourself off the hook, you can hold on to your humanity and not let yourself slide down the spiral. Instead of clearing your mind, this clouded it further, and you're still no closer to a decision. Okay, so I drank, but I'm still hungry. Go to the meeting directly. What if I drive around before going to the meeting? What's gonna do? Am I gonna have another opportunity? You do intend to visit Torque tonight, but you decide to drive around a bit first. Something tells you there might be somebody telling you. It sounds sensible to try and lose them. You spend a good 2 hours looking in your rearview mirror and driving all over the city before finally driving to the Bronx. You take some basic precaution as to enter Torque's turf. You park a few streets over from where the pub is and walk towards it while keeping an eye out for anyone suspicious. That kindred is for the most part looks no different than regular people. Makes things complicated, of course, but if you're being followed or watched, it's going to be hard to tell. You reach the pub, shoot a final glance around. There's nobody suspicious around as far as you can see, and open the door. The smell of cigarettes is overwhelming. The whole place has an aura about it, and constant fog hanging right under the ceiling. The lethargic fans do nothing to disperse it. The constant crack of billiard bar and clang of glasses tells you all you need to know about the clientele. Not a very vampiric place at all. You're wondering if you got the address right. You apparently did. Mia's here. She motions you over to one of the few tables around. Took your sweet time to get here. Got cold feet? Never mind. Anyone follow you? I don't know, maybe not that I know of. Weren't you supposed to place lookouts? Well, not that I know of. Fair enough. Before I introduce you, there's some outstanding business to discuss. I appreciate the help with getting that name out of Bruce. It's going to be a tough nut to crack, his master. She's one of the lawmen. Times were, they would sooner align with us than the Cam. Anyway, this isn't the time for a history lesson. Torque's been waiting for you. He's been impressed by your work so far. Here's your chance to shine. Don't blow it. You walk toward one of the table. A guy in the coat and hat leans over to take the shot. He's way ahead of his opponent. The table is clear of his balls, save for an 8-ball with a tricky position. Hey, they're here. Oh, this is probably Torque. He's got a trench coat and a fedora, and he's got his dreads tied up in the back like a ponytail.
Be with you in just a moment.
The hit is fast, precise, and sends the black ball exactly where the players wanted it. His opponent lets out a frustrated sigh.
That's that. I believe that's $150 American, Joey. You want to pay up now or up the stakes again?
The disgruntled man accepts his defeat and pays up, then declares he's going to grab another beer.
To the victor goes the spoil. Thank you kindly.
He turns his full attention to you. The man is good looking. If someone gaunt and intense, his eyes especially seem to pierce right through to your core, but not in an unpleasant way.
Name Stork. I believe you're Eric, Sophie's Langley's new plating. Is that right?
That's right. How does everybody always know that? Yeah, you anarchs too. How does everybody always know that?
Would travel fast, would you care to listen, fledgling? We wouldn't be talking tonight if I hadn't learned that a long time ago. Forgive my being real with you right off the bat, but I like to know who is this I'm dealing with, so here's something that I've been scratching my head about. If you're with Langley, and Langley's scam through and through, I'm told, what is it you come to accomplish here tonight?
I'm here to spy Callahan. I'm here to learn about the Anarchs, but Sophie wants to meet with you. Yeah, she know I'm with Langley, but yeah. Yeah, softly, Langley wants to meet with you. Don't ask why, she didn't tell me. She just said it has something to do with gathering allies against Boss Callahan. I'm here to arrange that meeting. The fuck? I knew nothing about this, T. They lied to me. Mia's furious. She's looking at the pool cue and at you as if she was figuring out the best combination for the two. It's fine. I appreciate the honesty, even if you weren't straight with my second in command. That I don't appreciate. Well, 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 ain't that an interesting proposition? You can't be seriously thinking about meeting with Langley. She's hard like Cam. It's a trap. It must be. It just might be. It just might. He looks at you, pierces you with his unnaturally keen eyes. He's about to say something when a door opens at the back of the room. Hey, Torque. You gotta guess. They're in the back. Mia, won't you be out there and keep our new friend company? I'll see what the commotion is. Sure thing. Torque tips this hat to you and walks to the back, joining the man who called for him. Mia glores at you, this time weighing one of the pool balls in her hand. She looks like she has half a mind to chuck it at your face. You gotta be quite happy with yourself, bluffing your way in here. Whatever works. Sorry if I had to be this way. It's not just Sophie I'm here for. Well, I wish I did this differently, but it is what it is. I'm not proud of myself. You shouldn't be. You make me look like a chump in front of Torque. Here I was beginning to think you might make a good addition to our little family. There's a whole lot of trust you'll have to regain before that happens now. Torque appears from a door at the back and calls across the room. Yo, Mia, can I grab you for a second? Eric, get over here too. You go to the back room. It's basically a storage area with a single wooden desk. It's pretty cramped, especially considering there's 5 other people in there with you. Torque ushers you in and closes the door behind you and Mia. 2 burly dudes are holding somebody down. A familiar voice reaches your ears. Motherfucker, you're gonna pay for this, you hear me? The boss is going to fuck you up so bad you have no idea. Have you had the doubtful pleasure of meeting Mr. Cerruti before, Eric? Yes, we met yesterday, you could say that. I have a score to settle. Should I do it like that? Yeah, I have a score to settle with this fucker. You're fucked. You're so fucked you don't even know it. You stupid piece of shit. I should have ended you yesterday. The boss told you to stay away. You should have listened. That's a story and a half, ain't it, Vince? Calm down and tell me how many of you guys are still out there on my turf, Go fuck yourself. You're done. The boss will know the stupid piece of shit fledgling came here. He knows they're with Langley. You know what that means, Torque. No, I don't. What does that mean, Vince? Now the boss can wipe you out. He'll just say you're sucking Langley's tits and all those buddies of yours. Gone. You're done, Torque. Well, now, if that's the case, I guess reading NYC of your to the ass, of your to the ass won't make things any worse, will it? Actually, there's an idea. Vince mentioned that he beat you up yesterday. Did I hear that right, Eric? You want to repay the favor? I want no part in this. It's your turf. You deal with him, or gladly. Oh, gladly. Well, go right ahead. Stake Vince? I cannot. I cannot stake Vince, but I can hurt him a lot. You hit Vince once, twice. He's chuckling in the beginning, but you focus your blood for some extra oomph and keep hitting him again, more, until he stops laughing. He's bruised, battered, and broken. 2 Anarch dudes let go of him and you kick him some more while he's on the floor. You only stop when you hear Torque's voice. Enough's enough, Eric. He takes an old pool cue and breaks it over his knee. Stake him and take him downstairs. Let's keep Callahan's guessing about what happened to his favorite puppy. Mia takes a sharp piece of wood and jams it into Vince's chest. His features grow slack, his entire body inert. He doesn't give out a yelp. The other 2 Anarch take him out of the room. As entertaining as that was, I think Vince, in his unmatched wisdom, showed more than Callahan would hope for. This changes things. I've heard about Operation Lights Out, Eric. It was a second acquisition report here in NYC.
A single night of raids on a magnitude never seen before or since. The average tower got away with just a few losses here and there. No major player were hit. They managed to find safe spots and stay on the eye of the shitstorm. Us though, we got it hard all over town. Heavens were rooted out, entire coteries and safe house gone just like that. Nobody saw it coming. I barely got out in one piece.
Mia looks at him with concern and puts her hands on his arm. He shrugs it off, gently but surely.
Others, like my child Barb, or Mia's sire, extinguish. But you know got out without a scratch? Callahan. We've thought about it before the past few years. How is it that Big B managed to excuse himself from the Staten Island Museum where we used to meet just before vans full of guys in body armor showed up? How is it that as my baby is burning up after being shot with incendiary rounds, I also see Dog Callahan running with his tail between his legs, pushing fledglings inside you like you in the pad of the Yes High? We think the bastard knew what was coming, and he set us up. And not just us. Some of our brothers and sisters who got hit had some of the lowest profile in the city's licked population. The moral of the story? Callahan is an opportunistic motherfucker, and even if his thickest followers suggest he's going to sell me out, then that's what he's going to do, as sure as the sun rises.
You pause for a moment, and you see him reach a decision.
You said something about Langley having an offer for me. It might be your fault in part at this juncture, but now it's going to be as good a time as any to listen to what she has to say.
I don't think that's wise, T.
Well, what would you have me do then?
You said it yourself. It's all this fledgling fault. They brought this on us, so let's use them as bargaining chip. Callahan wants them. Langley needs them. They're valuable. Me valuable? I'm just a pawn. I'm sorry, but don't sell me out. What the fuck, Mia? Me valuable? Oh no, you're wrong. I'm just a pawn. That's why Sophie sent me here. Plausible deniability and all that. I'm expendable. The realization that you just summarized the entirety of the last 2 weeks or so hits you hard, but if there was a moment to be honest with yourself, it's now.
Fuck!
The man puts his hand on Mia's shoulder. She calms down a bit.
We're afraid, Eric. But then, what else is new? It's a paradox being who we are. The hunter one night, the hunted another. Masters of our night, slaves to dawn, a duality to everything. Mia, I understand your concern, but I need you to trust me like you did before. This is my call and my responsibility. You can give me shit about it later, but I'm sure you will.
Count on it. He smiles, then takes out a new bullshit look and points at you.
3 conditions. First, you come pick me up, personally, and bring me to the meeting spot. And if it goes sideways, it's your ass. Second, Mia's coming with me. No 2 ways about it. 8 eyeballs in the meeting, the 2 of you, the 2 of us, and nobody else. And third, the meeting's in public, downtown, some spot frequented by mortals. We see you take us anywhere fishy, we shake out and fuck her up as a message to Langley. I count on it not coming to that, though. You seem likable enough. The gams has got it in talents in you, yeah? Keep it up and maybe you'll come to the same conclusion we did in your own time.
I'll repeat your condition to Sophie. I doubt it is dangerous being an anarch. I'll wait and see. I'll make sure to repeat your condition to Sophie.
You do that. Best be on your way. Ask for me here when you need me. The bartender knows how to get in touch. Just ask him to put the owner on the line.
Mia walks you to the door and accompanies you to your car. Listen, about what I said before. Save it? Yeah, what about it? I hope you're about to apologize. Yeah, what about it? I panicked. That's all that was. It was unfair what I said. If anything, it's my fault. I'm angry with myself, and that makes me angry with you. Forget it. See ya. She starts walking back to the bar as you start the engine and head back to Sophie's apartment. Time to give Sophie the good news. She welcomes you as openly as ever, clearly excited to see you and for what news you might bring.
Good evening, Eric. How is your task going?
Wait, what time is it?
Holy shit, it's already 1:30 in the evening. This is the first time I streamed this late. Shit. If I knew this was gonna be this long, I would have started at 10 in the morning. Started way too late, and I'm sorry for that. I'm gonna go straight to bed, have something to eat real quick, go to sleep, woke up, have another thing to eat, and stream immediately afterwards. Because if Shadows of New York is just as long, I cannot afford another late night stream like that. Okay, so you have something for me, perhaps? I did what you asked. It's done, but it cost me dearly. It's done, but there will be trouble. Yeah, I did what you asked. The meeting is set up. I suggest we take advantage of it quickly, though. There's going to be trouble. Trouble? What trouble? Torque doesn't trust you. Callahan goon forbade me from meeting with Torque. Or Callahan's goon threatened Torque. What should I say? Okay, Boss Callahan's goon grabbed me yesterday and forced me to meet with him. He was very clear that I cannot be seen talking to Torque or he'll have me killed. I went and did it anyway. I appreciate your dedication. I really do. I'm sorry if you got hurt. Thank you for following through. Well, let's hear it. What did Torque agree to? You relayed the Anarch's leader condition. You are to pick him and Mia up. The meeting should be only include the four of you, and it should be held in a public space. Those are all fair enough. Although I do worry about that Mia character. Tell me, do you think she's trustworthy? Torque trusts her. She's fine for an Anarch. She tried to sell me out. Well, Torque trusts her, so we can too, I think. Very well. As for the place, I wonder if they would agree to meeting in Hudson Yards, the vessel. Plenty of tourists visiting that place, but if we go there after midnight... She seems to have made up her mind. Yes, bring them there tomorrow night. Look for me near the top level. Tomorrow so soon? Will they agree to meeting in the city? What would you discuss with him? What's so important that you cannot just send him a letter or something? You'll be there to find out. Pick them up at midnight, then drive them back to Midtown. That's the plan. I'll be waiting as long as it takes, within reason. I'm counting on you, Eric. The final puzzle piece is about to find its way to its destination. After that, we all get our just rewards. You, me, the Camarilla, even the Anarchs. I could kiss you. Yes, you would like that. You desire it. She must have caught it in your expression. She smiles. A figure of speech, darling. Or at least it is tonight. But a few nights from now, who knows? I'm growing fond of you. And success whets my appetite for these kind of things. The sexual tension in the room becomes unbearable, until it suddenly disappears. Was this another one of Sophie's tricks, or an actual spark of arousal in both of your undead bodies? You certainly felt the blood flow through you for a short moment. The warmth in your groin takes you by surprise, but you didn't think you could do that anymore. Or did you just imagine it? Use the rest of this night well, Eric, and rest. We are but a day's sleep away from shaking the cities awake. Okay. Alright, let's go with D'Angelo. I hope it's going to be a feeding opportunity. So as you leave your haven, a homeless man bumps into you. You turn after him, but he blends into the crowd before you can even get a good look at his face. Instinctively, you check your pocket, a note, looking at Manhattan Bridge, come over D. Moving there are only so many paces with a good enough view of the Manhattan Bridge. You decide to check the ones that are likely to be crowded at this time of night. And for some reason, I'm not hungry. Maybe it's because I start the scene fresh, and probably the hunger stacks. Or I'm probably healed. I don't know. It doesn't take long before you hit the jackpot. Jane's Carousel.
As you're walking along the pier, you notice a lonely figure sitting on the bench, still flask in his hand, his leg up on the railing. Soon enough, you hear a familiar voice.
Evening turned out tonight, as the final flickering rays of sunlight gave way to the kind nocturnal shadows. So did the last of the jabbering truest give way to a blessed silence. And yet I couldn't shake the feeling.
Pausing mid-sentence, he leans back over the bench, backrest, and looks straight at you. Upside down, his face looks even creepier than usual.
That I wasn't alone.
Was it with you and narrating? What's in the flask? That flask, is that what I think it is?
Depends on what you think.
It's a little something from my private reserve. I call it the Drunken Sailor, because that's probably where it came from. Takes a sip, points the flask in a general direction. Want some? Yeah. Sure, why not? You take the flask and take a swig. It's blood, all right, mixed with another frivolous substances, some of which you recognize, while others you probably don't want to know.
That's the spirit. Now that you've good and soused, there's something I've been meaning to tell you.
There's been another one. Killing I made. Down by the docks. Same MO? You didn't think to bring me along? Is it the same MO? The blood, the graffiti?
Yep, it was our gal, all right. The victim sucked dry, same as before. Another sign on the wall, something about impending doom, and oh lordy coming. The particulars escape me. You know, that night I saw her. She looked so frail, so innocent. Deep inside, I was hoping she'd be spooked, get out of town. Then maybe, just maybe, that would be the end of it. But that's me, you know, hopelessly optimistic.
You know why she's doing it, so what's the plan? Any idea where she is? So do you have any idea where she is?
Sorry, kid, I'm fresh out of ideas.
He raised the flask.
Refilling as we speak.
And takes a swig, as if to illustrate a point.
So anyway, I've set up a meeting. Neutral ground, public space. Shouldn't let get too ugly. Still, I was hoping you'd tag along.
Larson, who are we meeting? Okay, who are we meeting? He takes another compulsive swig.
I better strap in, 'cause this one's a doozy.
Am I meeting your parents? Just fucking tell me. Can't be that bad. I don't know which one I should ask. Are we meeting your parents? Oh, come on. It can't be that bad. Who are we meeting?
Valerie.
I'm sorry, I must have misheard you? That murderous bitch from last time? Better put down that flask. Wait, Valerie, as in murderous bitch Valerie? Likes to choke people out for the fuck of it, Valerie? That Valerie?
You ever notice that if you repeat a word enough time, it just starts to sound like animal noise? But yeah, that Valerie. I know you didn't too exactly hit it off, but she's not as bad as you might think. I mean, in some respects, she's probably worse, but she can be reasoned with.
Once again, he goes for the flask, but stops himself mid-motion.
Look, the way I see it, we ain't got a choice. As much as I want to help Sana, she's clearly a few bats short of a belfry. So more people are gonna die unless we do something about it.
I get it, lesser of two evils. I still don't like it. You think Valerie can be trusted? Alright. Fine, I get it. Lesser of two evil. Lead the way, then.
I like your attitude, kid. I know it sucks, but hey, if there's one thing life has taught me, you don't always get what you want.
Noticeably proud of this word of wisdom, he tried to top him off with one last swig. A single drop falls between his crooked teeth. He looks at the empty flask with the utmost contempt.
Well, ain't that fucking poignant?
Muttering a curse under his breath, he makes a valiant effort to get up off the bench. As he staggers, struggling to remain upright, you offer your shoulder to lean on. He shoots you a smile that's crooked as it is affectionate.
Hey, kid.
You meet his gaze, trying to look friendly rather than condescending.
You alright?
And with that heartfelt moment, you bid adieu to the sprawling vista and made your way towards the bridge. Next stop, Manhattan. Entering the park from Midtown Manhattan, you promptly take a spot by one of the alleys, not very deep into the park. Minutes pass. 5, 10, 15. You start to wonder if she's ever going to show up. Suddenly, you hear a familiar voice with an unfamiliar tone. She sounds almost nice.
Hello, Ginny.
And there she is, walking along the line of the fountain, on the side of the fountain. She looks less out of place here than back at that junkie-infested hovel, but only by a slight margin. Something tells you there are only so many places she would feel at home, and probably not ones you would want to find yourself in. Val? She glances over at you, barely noting your presence.
Sorry about last time, nothing personal, you understand. When I get caught up in the moment, I get a bit intense.
I can attest to that. Get a room, you two. You're late. Let's get down to business. All right, play nice, you two. We have some business to discuss.
All work and no play, huh?
Why not? She turns to D'Angelo and flutters her eyelashes. You can tell she doesn't see you as her equal, but this come-hither routine is getting quite unnerving.
Lay on me, sugar.
It's about Santa. We have a proposition for you. We're here to talk about Santa.
Who?
Oh, right, the Tin Blood. What about her? The girl's a threat. We need to find her. Figure we can do it faster if we work together.
Uh-huh. Keep going, honey, 'cause I have a feeling there's a catch coming.
The catch is... Awkward silence. It's not too often to see him at a loss for words. Seeing him struggle, you decide to jump in. We want her alive. Don't be a murderous bitch.
Yeah, we want the girl to stay alive. See, now that's a deal breaker right there, sugar. If you want me to even consider it, you'll have to swim the pot.
Once again, she turns to D'Angelo.
And I bet tall, dark, and handsome over here might have some ideas.
I don't like where this is going. You want a cookie? Just tell us what you want.
Just tell us what you want. Oh, you're no fun anymore.
She wants a higher profile target to show off to the prince what a good little skirt she is. That all you care about nowadays, huh? Playing the game, climbing the ranks. A smile creeps onto her lips. You can tell it's forced. D'Angelo definitely knows how to get her under her skin.
That's my Ginny, a big old brain and a heart to match.
Once again, she turns to you.
I knew right away he would try to help this girl. He does love him a damsel in distress. But you, I'm still not sure what your angle is.
It's the right thing to do, same as you advancement, or what do you care?
Well, killing humans threatens the masquerade. Putting a stop to it is bound to turn a couple heads. So you're not a hopeless romantic like some of us here. Good to know in case you ever get in my way. So there, you know my terms. Contact me when you've made up your mind. Don't take too long, though. I'm a lucky girl. I just might find you a little tin blood on my own. Still, I hope we can work together. We did make a good team back in the day, didn't we?
Slowly, seductively, she puts her arm around his shoulder. She glances over to you, clearly enjoying how awkward it makes you feel. Okay, now it's just getting creepy. So you have a thing for the Nosferatu. D, you have some explaining to do. So yeah, you really do have a thing for the not hidden, don't you?
My things are none of your concern, sugar. Anyway,
withdrawing from the strange half-embrace, she flicks D'Angelo's nose gently with her index finger. Almost instantly, she turns from flirtatious to dispassionate.
However this plays out, I have a feeling we'll meet again, sooner or later. Until then,
without sparing you another glance, she disappeared down an unlit park alley. D'Angelo watches her go. The look on his face, a mixture of longing and guilt, is borderline comical. Finally, he turns back towards you as if breaking some spell he was under. Well, that could have gone a lot worse. What just happened? A higher profile target? Were you guys a thing? He's not gonna answer if I ask if they were a thing. What did you mean by a higher profile target? Oh, it's not what, it's whom. She wants me to give her Larson. Oh, shit. Why would she want Larson? How is he involved? No, I know why. No. I get it. I get it. We want Sana alive, but if we give her Larson and make it look like he was the hind behind it all. Wait, what does Larson have to do with any of this? He doesn't, not directly. It's just that he might have some less than memorable chapters in his biography. Might have done some pretty egregious shit. And Valerie knows a certain handsome someone might have evidence of said shit, which would allow her to bring him down. And bringing down a Primogen, even one as lame as Larson, is a pretty big deal. He squints, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Fuck it, I'm heading back to the office. Need to put my feet up, get some blood flowing to the old noggin. You coming? You nod, what the hell not? And so you make your way towards Fifth Avenue. So you got a long way ahead of you, and a lot of stuff to figure out. Although it's not your first visit, you still find it hard to navigate the dark, rust-ridden corners of the grain terminal. Luckily this time, you're with someone who could probably do this blindfolded, so you just follow his lead. As you're both climbing the rickety stairs leading to the mezzanine, you suddenly notice light coming from D'Angelo's office. A quick look assures that no, it did not in fact leave it on. You bust through the doors like undead Tango and Hooch. Or was it Turner and Cash? It's Turner and Hooch and Tango and Cash. Anyway. Ready to unleash unholy fury on the intruders, you half expect an Anarch's death squad or SI hunting party. Instead, you get Larson, who nearly falls out of the chair when you two burst in. What are you doing here? Missed us already? Well, look it is. Missed us already? Hardly. Seemingly both intrigued and irritated by the surprise visit, D'Angelo walks over to a cabinet and pulls out a fresh cigar. Then may I ask what brings you, O venerable Primogen, to my humble abode? Huh! He points at a tiny shadow covering in the corner of the room. To our astonishment, it turns out to be a very familiar face. The blood! No, not again, please! Where did you find her? Where the hell did you find her? Outside my front door. She must have heard of me, found out where I live. It's not uncommon knowledge among the Duskborn. She probably figured I could help, but honestly, I have no idea what to do with her. I mean, I should turn her in to the prince, but that's just another strike against my people. Then again, I can't just let her loose, not after what she did. Fuck, D'Angelo, you can tell that I'm desperate, and my first instinct was to come to you. No, Larson, I would attribute that decision to what's left of your common sense. He leans over to you. Hey, kid, I think we should call it a night. Just give me some time to talk to the girl. Maybe I'll get through to her somehow. The sign, it's always there. Though I ain't holding my breath. Honestly, you're glad to leave him to it. Spending the night in a small room with a tiny serial killer somehow doesn't seem too appealing. Still, you're hoping D'Angelo will be alright. He's got some tough choices ahead of him. Okay, well, go to bed. You wake up. This is not your haven. It's a cramped space. You try to move your arms and find they are tied to your body. You can barely bend your legs. When you try to stretch your neck, you hit a cold ceiling. You can't quite believe it, but this is a coffin, or something close enough to it. It vibrates slightly, but you can't hear any sound coming from outside. It's entirely dark. Try to wake out, call out, or smash your way out. Alright, smash your way out. Oh, and I'm hungry already. You focus and divert your blood to boost your physical prowess. The way you imagine it, you're going to Superman punch the lid off this thing. You kick it with all your strength, only make a dent in it. Hey, it's a start. You keep kicking. With each hit you make the dent bigger. You manage to make a small crack in the very bottom of the container. A bit of light and some sun and sound come in. The crackle of a radio, the hum of a car's engine, a nervous male voice. SI soldier, object is breaking containment, please advise. A response you don't quite catch, the brakes of the car, an impact jostle your container about. Keep kicking, keep wrestling out of your prison. The car door opens violently, you hear a gun being cocked, you panic scream. Operation compromised, engaging blank bodies. Shots, struggle, silence. The lid comes off. What the? Tamika, we found you! And Agathon.
Do we have them?
Come on, get up, we gotta get going. Seeing their faces is surprising, even more so in these circumstances. However, you realize the immediate danger and follow your companions out the car and down a street in North Bronx. The van has crashed into another car. A familiar face, that of Kaiser's ghoul, Jackie, stumbles out of the wrecked sedan and slinks away into the darkness before you can call after him. The three of you jog away towards the line of the trees and take shelter under some branches, just as you hear a chopper approaching. Its searchlight illuminates the wrecked van and moves towards you. Hide now! You see Tamika literally go underground, melding with the earth beneath her feet as if she's been swallowed up. You look to Agathon, who seems to be fiddling with a pocket mirror. He breaks it and suddenly disappears from sight. You're left alone with just seconds to make your move before the spotlight finds you. Dash deeper into the park. Hide behind the closest tree. Dive under a nearby bush. I'm going to take off before the light and reach you. In just a single dash, you find a small, overgrown mouth beneath an old tree. You realize you didn't have to run that far. The searchlight passes through where you were standing just seconds ago, but doesn't actually reach much further into the park. The helicopter flies on, its searchlight frantically moving through the vicinity as your companion once again appears in your sight. In your proximity. Close call! We have to get out of here before the SI puts boots on the ground. Wait, the SI? Care to tell me what's going on? What are you two doing here? And care to tell me what's going on? Agathon, fill them in while we walk. Follow me.
The Second Inquisition. They raided your haven, immobilized you, and were planning on taking you upstate to a secure facility for further examination, I'm guessing. Kaiser let me know that you were in trouble.
What about Sophie? Is she safe? Kaiser organized this? Why? How did the SI know where I live? Probably Boss Gallahan. I'm going to ask why Kaiser organized this. What does he have to gain from that? Kaiser organized this whole effort? Why would he do that?
Maybe your patron asked him for help. I'm sure she figured out that you're in trouble.
Okay, alright is here. Stay low, the SI might still be around.
Kaiser's familiar car stops nearby and the back door opens. Your eyes usher you inside and join you. Being inside this mobile fortress never felt like a relief until now.
Hey, fledgling, miss me?
Yeah, actually, not really, but I'm glad you're here. Save it, what's the deal here? Well, no, not really, but I will say this, I'm glad you're here.
Well, I'm not overly fond of breaking licks out of covert SI transport, so I consider this an investment.
That was a civilian transport, no convoy, nothing. I expected more resistance.
What, you wanted more to sharpen those claws of yours on?
Don't worry, that might still happen. You might even regret it. Things are afoot, as the adage goes. As the adage goes. Anyway, listen up, Eric. You are here now only because I told your buddies that you were Nick Devonshire. That van you were in, a one-way ticket to Hurtville, Pennsylvania. I broke you out as a favor. Now you owe me big.
How did you know? Why didn't I wake up earlier? Did Sophie ask you to help? Was it Sophie who asked you to help me?
Ha! No, that would have been rich. Sophie Langley stooping down to ask me for help. Oh, please. My adopted child is in danger. Save them, won't you, Kaiser, sir? Nah, fledgling. She didn't come calling. If she did, I would have her beg. I would have her do a lap dance, if the stuck-up bitch even knows what one is. And she wouldn't do that. You're worth less to her than her pride.
I don't appreciate that kind of talk. Langley might be all that you're saying she is, but I just won't listen. You disrespect a woman.
You better do one for your tricks and summon earplugs out of the air then before I tell you a thing or two about your dear aceling.
Don't you dare!
For a moment, the atmosphere grows thick. Kaiser hoarse laughter breaks the silence.
Oh man, you must be real fond of parties. Anyway, to get us back on track. I have a good idea on why the SI hit you, Eric. Not that there aren't tons of good reason for it. It might be one of these. For instance,
the screen in Kaiser's car flicker and each of them shows a short loop clip. It's you getting into a fight, feeding using one of your powers.
You haven't exactly kept a low profile, fledgling. I get it. You new to this, you didn't know better, yada yada yada. The fact is, the SI has ton of this stuff. Security camera footage, YouTube videos, posted on by onlookers, social media posts from victims, you name it. Like I said though, I don't think of anyone else did you in. Slip-ups happens. The reason I need you walking and talking, Eric, is to test an hypothesis of mine. For that, I need you to finish what you were tasked to do. So first thing first, here.
He hands you a phone. The number has already been dialed. You hear the tone. Somebody picks up.
Who is this?
It's me, Sophie. Kaiser, what the hell? Remain silent. Well, I'm gonna say, Kaiser, what the hell?
Eric? It's you. Are you okay? What are you doing with that creep?
Tish, 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 temper or I cut the line. And the fledgling stroked. Come on, Eric, spit it out.
My friend saved me from the SI. I got captured by the SI. Kaiser saved me from the SI. Tamika and Agathon saved me from the Second Inquisition. Sophie, I got out because of them. Your companions look at one another knowingly.
SI? Oh, that's what I feared. Listen, the plan? We need to do it tonight. But if the Inquisition is involved and you broke out, they'll be looking for you, so we can't meet in public. I have a place in mind, but... Kaiser, are you still listening?
Would I tell you if I wasn't?
Eric, call this number from where you visited before last we spoke. I'll come pick you up.
She hangs up.
And that's that.
What is this that you've gone to yourself into?
I'm more interested in what our next move is.
Your next move is keeping your asses seated in this luxury vehicle while our mutual acquaintance continues with their night. If my intel is worth a damn, your next stop, Eric, is right about here.
The car comes to a stop and the door opens. Outside, you see the street leading to Solid Ed Stripes. Torque's Pool Pub.
Well, you need me to kick you out?
How the fuck do you know about this place? What about my companions? What if I don't want to do it? Wait, what about Tamika and Agathon?
What about them? They're staying right where they are, and we're going to have a little chat. After we're done, I'm sure they'll find their way back to their havens just fine. The clock is ticking. I think I know what Sophie wants to do tonight, and if I'm right, tonight's the last chance you've got. If you want to say bye to your buddies before you go, that's fine by me, but that schedule of yours is pretty hectic, so you better do it now and scram.
Thank your companions for their help. Say your goodbyes. Give a polite nod. It's just business. You say your goodbyes quickly and step out of the car. It feels strange, as if those were your last moments together. You shake off that feeling. You have other things to worry about.
You turn around to make your way to the bar. The door closes behind you and Kaiser's limo stops moving again. You hope your companion won't have to pay too high of a price for helping you. The Solid in Stripes is pretty much abandoned tonight, with only the bartender and one bleary-eyed local watching an old Bogart movie on the bar screen. You ask to use the phone and call Sophie first.
Yes?
I'm at the bar. What's the plan? Are you on your way? I'm at the bar.
Good. We'll be there in 15 minutes. If Torque's not there, notify him. We need to move in fast.
She hangs up. You tell the bartender to notify Torque just like the Anarch leader mentioned you should. The man takes a short call. You only hear somebody pick up, but no words exchange. The owner is on his way right now. Can I get you anything while you're waiting? No thank you. Or do you serve the special stuff? Actually, do you serve the special stuff? The bartender raises an eyebrow. The special reserve, you mean? Sorry, I can only serve that to a narrow selection of the owner's friends. It's been a rough night. Give me a break. I'm one of his friends. Come on, I won't tell anybody. Oh, okay, I'm gonna try the presents. I have nothing left to lose. Come on, I won't tell anybody. Just a sip of the good stuff. Yeah, okay, but just a little, okay? So they don't notice anything of it missing. He takes out a bottle from a safe behind the counter and pours a bit of brown liquid into a glass. It's whiskey. There, enjoy. Your disappointment is palpable. At least it smells nice. Torque comes in some 10 minutes later, without Mia. He tips his hat to you, puts a hand to the bleary-eyed patron's shoulder and says something to him under his breath. They both laugh. Marty, how's the night going? Quiet, sir. Just how you like it, huh? Torques noticed the untouched glass with a bit of whiskey in it that you persuaded the bartender to pour. For me? Oh, you shouldn't have. He takes the glass and drinks the liquid, moving it around in his mouth before swallowing. He looks you in the eye. Sure, I won't keep it in forever, but the night when I don't enjoy the taste of good whiskey is the night when I will truly consider myself damned. Well, Eric, I believe you wanted me here for a reason. Let's hear it. You're about to tell him what brought you here when the door to the bar opened and Sophie walks in, all splendor and charisma. The patron's eyes are now glued to her, and so are the bartender's. Torque isn't happy with the sight. Well, this is what we agreed on, Eric. Care to explain? Torque meets Sophie. Sophie meets Torque. We need to improvise. Well, things got complicated. We had to improvise.
Pleasure to meet your acquaintance. I believe Eric already told you why I'm here.
Not in any detail, and the circumstances of our meeting were supposed to be different. So, Miss Langley, tell me why I shouldn't ask you to leave and kick you out of your protege while I'm at it.
You will like what I have to say.
Yeah, I've heard that line 100 times, but 99 of those ended with somebody getting hurt. And that's not something I'm in the mood for tonight.
We are wasting time. There's a unique opportunity we should take advantage of, and we only have an hour or so to discuss it before it will be time to act. My driver is waiting outside.
Wait a goddamn minute. First of all, I'm not going anywhere without Mia. That was the deal. Second, it's Herrick who's supposed to do the driving, not your servant.
Both serve me, so really it's of little difference. Their circumstances change, and we have to adapt. Don't be stubborn. Foolishness does not suit you. I have a secure spot in mind where we can talk.
I'll stop you right there.
Torque is seething, but he's keeping a lid on his anger. His voice barely changes.
My conditions were clear. The way I hear it, you want to break each one of them. I see no reason at all to agree to any of this. I believe I will be staying put tonight. You have places to be, yes?
Torque, you're throwing away the only chance you have at challenging Callahan. Don't be a fool.
The lid comes off.
Call me a fool one more time, woman, and that's not the only thing I'm going to be throwing.
Sophie, Torque's right. Torque listens to Sophie, or you're both acting like children. Oh my god. I'm aware of my death if I'm going like that. Okay, let's try Torque, listen to Sophie. Torque, please listen to Sophie. You can't afford to miss this opportunity. Callahan has to be stopped.
I did not ask for your opinion, fledgling.
If that stairs could actually kill, you'll be decapitated by his. Sophie smiles.
Isn't that just typical? You're all for democracy and the rule of the many, but only as long as they vote your way. Dissenting voices are silenced. You know better than Callahan.
Fuck this!
Torque takes a bottle of the counter and breaks it over the bar. With a jagged piece of glass in his hand, he points at Sophie.
You two have precisely until the count of 5 to get out of here before I cut you in little pieces. 1.
You wouldn't dare.
Try me. 2.
Shots break the front windows, and a flashbang goes out in the room, changing the bar into the space of white light and ring noise. You feel somebody tugging at your back and are thrown behind the bar. More shots ring out, bottles break, the TV shatters into pieces, the wooden bar splinters. Your sight comes back, but you think you've gone deaf because suddenly the room is silent. You see Torque beside you and Marty, the bartender, bleeding out on the floor. You look over the bar. Sophie is standing there, her dress partially tattered, a visible hole in her leg. She's like the heart of a supernova, entrancing, unavoidable, beautiful and terrifying. In front of her are 8 operatives looking like a private military force, just standing there, paralyzed by Sophie's magnificence.
Torque, you still there?
Yeah.
Would you kindly show your guests some hospitality?
Sure thing.
The Anarch is gone in the blink of an eye, and he reappears next to one of the soldiers. The armor-clad operative's head disappears in a puff of blood and bone. The same thing happens to the second, the third. You hear the radio go off to the other soldier. Other soldier's shoulder, a panicked voice pleading them to wake up. The fourth head pops, the fifth. They finally realize what's happening, but it's too late. The sixth man is beheaded by what you know. See, it's just Torque's bare fist punch. Torque stops by the seventh man, rips something off his neck, and bites down. Sophie walks over to the last man and has him kneeled in front of her before biting as well. On your right, a man in full body armor emerged from the back door, raising his assault rifle.
What the fuck?
Potence, break the soldier's neck. Grab his attention. Okay, let's break his neck. Not thinking twice, you stand up and grab the soldier's head in your hands. Before he can react, you twist. The sickening sound of breaking bone is followed by the crumpling of his limp body. You see Torque holding a combat knife in his hand, ready to throw it. He catches your eye.
Beat me to it.
Langley? Sophie wipes her mouth of blood and looks at him.
That meeting's still an item?
Yes.
I'll take it.
Splendid.
Torque walks behind the bar and checks on the bartender. You'll see the Anarch open his own wrist and feed blood to the wounded man.
Drink up, Marty. It'll make you feel better. Get the hell out of here and wait for Mia. She's coming, and she'll know what to do.
Torque?
Yeah, coming. Take the back door. Eric, come on.
You slink back into an alley behind the bar, leaving 10 bodies and 1 grievously wounded ghoul behind. Nobody stops you from circling around the block and finding your way to Sophie's car. Gregory drives away casually as if this was just another late-night drive and not the crowning of a desperate, complicated evening. Sophie brings you all to a luxurious apartment in Manhattan's Upper West Side. The way she explains it, the vampire who owned it left the city a few years ago and gave away spare keys for a few trusted compatriots. It's been used sporadically since.
Fancy!
You like it? It always felt too modern for my taste. But what's important is that it's secure.
As long as nobody's followed your car here, or the fledgling, trouble follows this one wherever they go.
Even if that's the case, we have very little time to conduct our business here anyway, and we'll be leaving soon, I hope. So, let's begin.
Finally, this better be worth the trouble or stay silent. Let's stay silent. You look at Sophie, excited. Finally, you will learn what it is that you've been working towards for more than a week, and what it is that Kaiser wanted you to participate in.
I have it on good authority that Boss Callahan is bloodbound to Prince Panhard.
Torque sucks air in lionly.
That's an accusation and a half there, Langley. Got proof?
No, but we're just a boat ride away from getting it.
What is that supposed to mean?
Eric, the address that I procured from Kaiser was the meeting spot for Panhard and the Baron's regular sharing of blood and other bodily fluids, if the rumors are true.
Wait! Kaiser knew about this?
Is there anything that insufferable clump of dead skin doesn't know in this city? He knows things, but only shares them if you pay. Neither the prince nor Callahan can touch him. He's too useful.
So Kaiser, no, you wanted the address. Aren't you afraid Kaiser would betray you? Kaiser said saving me was in his interest. Well, yeah, Kaiser said something about having plans for me and that he wanted me to make this meeting happen. That can't be good, right?
That is an interesting point. I think Kaiser might be as interested in shaking up the status quo as we are. A chaotic landscape makes for a great market for him, unlike a static one.
I don't like playing into that creep's hands, but at least now I know what I'm doing it. The devils you know and all that. What was the address he gave you?
They meet regularly on Ellis Island. In fact, their next scheduled meeting starts in just around half an hour.
Oh, damn, I'm guessing you want to crash that meeting. Why?
So you can see the proof for yourself, so that I can make sure to, and so that I have an extra pair of eyes for Panhard to consider when I present to her my ultimatum. The prince must abandon her seat and leave New York City. She can go wherever she please, but if she stays, the entire court will know, and the next prince might not look favorably on her past. Dealing with anarchs, especially so closely, is a punishable offense for the Camarilla in the Camarilla, as I'm sure you've heard.
So I did.
Torque strokes his beard and looks intently at Sophie.
What exactly are you trying to accomplish here? Say you remove Panhard, and I even remove Callahan. Then what?
Torque, did you ever wonder why Callahan is keeping you in check? Because I wonder why the prince condemns anarchs during her visits to Elysium, but doesn't allow the ivory tower to challenge you. She, or they, have engineered the status quo, not for the good of their sex, but for private gain. They keep us all in line, because it lets them hold on to power that much longer.
And you girls what? Make us cold water turn hot? Not a great plan. You commies will get your butt kicked out of NYC in your time.
If you anarchs manage to organize, which I doubt you will, at any rate, it's a risk I'm willing to take. I don't stand alone in this. This entire operation has been years in the making. Torque, I am offering you a chance to square things with Callahan and level the playing field. If we get rid of these two, we can start on equal footing at the next stage of this dance macabre.
Why am I here listening to this? How do I factor into this plan? Aren't you copying the same statu quo? Well, yeah, wait, isn't this copying the same status quo you're hoping to break? Just another Camarilla Anarch agreement to replace the current one?
We, for one, I don't expect to engage in physical congress with Torque to seal the deal.
Huh, fair enough. Also, if I understand your intention, this is just an alliance of convenience. A ceasefire for a common benefit, not a lasting peace treaty. Did I get that right?
Exactly. So, you see, Eric, it's nothing like the current arrangement. It's quite the opposite. Wiping the slate clean.
You know, after all those years spent in Callahan's shadow and talking part in all the kindred dick measuring contests, I should expect a ruse. Some ploy to kill me in an out-of-way place. That's our inherent paranoia talking. My gut tells me it's time to get the show started. I do hope you have a boat nearby, Langley.
Sophie smiles mischievously. Of course I do. It's waiting for us by the pier.
Lead the way, then. Moonlight's burning.
The three of you leave the apartment and walk towards the pier. Nobody seems to be following you. You get on a small patrol boat and double time into the Hudson's cold, dark waters. Out of all the places in NYC where the Prince and the Baron could meet, and it's Ellis Island, a landmark with a dark past, a museum on one land, a dilapidated piece of history on the other. You leave the boat and make your way to the southern part of the island, paying no heed to the renovated tourist attraction on the northern side. You expected some resistance, an ad guard, a helicopter flying overhead, or maybe an NYPD patrol boat. Nothing. The island seems completely deserted. It's clear this sets Sophie on edge. She's moving as quietly as subtly as ever. We can see that she's eager to reach the particular house, and her intel pointed out. Torque is following suit, grimly determined, flashing his piercing gaze all over, still clearly uncertain that this is some kind of con. Finally you see it, light coming out from a window in one of the buildings at the edge of the island. The three of you slowly creep closer to the building and take a close look inside the window. There it is, Callahan, kneeling in front of the prince, sucking on Panard's wrist, both fully clothed. A small blessing. Torque makes his move, and before Sophie can stop him, he busts through the building's doors. It all happened very quickly. Torque grabs Callahan by the shoulder and throws him through the still open door. Callahan hits the ground hard. Torque appears on top of him and starts punching.
You fucker! You piece of shit!
Stop! The prince's voice takes hold for just long enough to make Torque relent, which the Baron used to the fullest. He shoves Torque off of himself and tries to bite down.
Prince, call out for your lapdog.
Langley, what is the meaning of this? The two anarchs breaks apart, both wounded, but neither is quite done yet. They look at one another with pure hatred.
Kill the bitch, Helen, but leave the fledgling to me. Right after I deal with this shit stain, I'm gonna...
A shrill, unpleasant laugh fills the air. You know it belongs to Thomas Arturo.
So entertaining, truly. It feels almost a shame to break up this spectacle, but alas...
Thomas?
Who the fuck is this joker?
Ah, yes, I don't think we've met, though. I did hear a lot about you, Mr. Torque. My name is Thomas Arturo, and I... Callahan used this moment of uncertainty to strike. He's still too slow for Torque, who throws the boss onto the lawn where the two exchange blows once again.
Helen, if you'd be so kind as to ask your friend to not hurt our guest too much.
Callahan, don't kill him! This time, Callahan comes on top and grabs Torque in the iron hold. The companion struggles, but can't quite break away.
I will not be denied, Helen. Not this time.
You will do as I command. And she will do as I command her, Douglas, old boy.
What?
Like I was saying, before I was so rudely interrupted, I feel like I need to break up this little spectacle. It's been going on for too much long. You think you're so smart, Langley, you and your clique, figured out that there was something fishy going on all on your own, but you were always working with just a piece of the puzzle. Wasn't she, Eric? Sophie looks to you, shocked and disappointed. I don't know what she's talking about. What are you talking about, Arturo? This is not happening. What am I talking about, you ask? You, Fledgling. You don't know. How could you? Only I knew, and your sire, of course. They're the one who agreed to embrace you after some negotiation. You hear a scream and a curse. It's Callahan, whose arms has been nearly ripped off his body. Torque breaks out of the Baron's grasp, but doesn't continue the attack. Instead, he's at the edge of the water in the blink of an eye, and disappears into the Hudson. The only trace left of him is his fedora. Another actor going off of script at the very end, eh? No matter. Letting bring him some amusement now that the production is almost wrapped up. He'll reach his ally. He'll tell everyone of this. Helen, even if we naively assume his night art number now that he's in the SI's sight, the show must now go on one way or another. Want her to encourage leaks and speculation. Sophie looks at you.
How could you, Eric? I saved you!
Arturo suddenly appears next to her and slaps her in the face. Langley! What happened to your self-esteem? You can't really think a simple neonate had outplayed you. Or maybe this oblivious act is your way of groveling for mercy?
Thomas, what?
You thought that being an expert chess player would always be enough. You never realized the people at the top simply flip the chessboard over and punch you in the face whenever they don't like how the game is going. He motions to the remaining kindred. But the thing is, you weren't even adept at playing the game you knew. Eric, just another pawn, plays on the board by my associate. You thought they were your piece since you took them in, but who gave you that idea? You return to the night when you were judged by Prince Panard. The woman in red, Sophie, somebody speaking to her, the man in glasses, the man standing before you right now.
This is cruel. We know what's going to happen. If somebody would speak up for the poor child, they could be a useful tool for the Camarilla.
Terror creeps up into Sophie's face.
Of course, those are not the words you heard, were they?
No, you were already grasping for some opportunity to further your scheme. I put the bait out, and you took it hook, clang, and sinker.
After that, it was only a matter of time before you started using Eric as your errand boy. No one is quite as easy to track and monitor as a naive fledgling who's just learning the ropes.
What is this that you want, Thomas?
What do I want? Oh boy, the answer is so simple but so hard to put into words.
Unstable stability, cutting-edge tales of thrills and intrigue that pushed it to the limit, and then return to the tired and tested status quo gently, infallibly. A system full of distractingly motively parts which stimulates conflict so conveniently that its user never feel a need to direct their energy towards upsetting the system. Achieving the eternal thorough, the disposable. Building a city that's like a ship of Theseus, constantly changing its part, yet always maintaining the same purpose, serving the same goals at all times. A large-scale infrastructure that has something like an exhaust system from the spirit. Something that disperses the toxicity around instead of concentrating into a single place.
None of what you're saying makes the slightest bit of sense.
Arturo is momentarily stopped in his tracks. He stares into the sky for a few seconds before a sad grin appears on his face.
Spoken like someone who's never really had what it takes to make it in the big leagues.
With a theatrical snap of fingers, he gives his last sentence a sense of finality. Something's changed in the air. You could swear you saw a shadow move behind Sophie.
Goodbye, Sophie.
A disheveled woman with what looks to be garden shears appears behind Sophie. Warn Sophie, apologize to Sophie, or celery push Sophie out of the way. It's too late. Sophie, I'm sorry. This is the girl who's been spying on me that I never entertained. You hear the shears snip. Sophie's red hair conceals her face as her red falls, separate from her shoulders. Silence. Arturo's unpleasant laughter erupts right next to you.
Oh, Eric. Your career is moving at a breakneck pace. Moving up and up and up. Let me congratulate you on your promotion.
You killed her. What do you want from me? You're going to kill me too? What do you want from me?
What's the rush? I was about to get to that. Ellen, feel free to leave us and take the Baron with you.
Thomas, I don't think you should.
Shush, you're just being jealous. Adelaide,
escort the prince and dear old Douglas, please.
Sure thing, darling.
Adelaide Davis. Yeah, she looks like Winona Ryder, who's on coke. She has her mouth full of blood. She's holding a dead fox as a scarf. You are left alone next to Sophie's body. You try not to look, but it's hard to ignore her lithe frame decomposing in front of your eyes.
Congratulations, you've won this little game.
You set out on a suicide mission and successfully brought down the power-hungry wannabe tyrant, even if it probably wasn't the way you imagined it.
Now you're free to enjoy paradise again. Life after death, immortality, eternal youth.
What they don't tell you is, of course, living in paradise is inherently sinful when not everyone can partake. But you have time to learn how to live with sin, won't you? He takes a melancholic look at the city skyline surrounding him, the Statue of Liberty and the lights of Manhattan simmering in the distance.
You know, New York taught me to believe in fate. My own life began right here, and it began with utter despair. My first instincts was to drown myself in books and keep reading and reading until literature gave me the piece of wisdom I needed to go on. Personally, I find reading a silly hobby in retrospect. I always had this minuscule hope that the next sentence I would read could finally bring me salvation, but it never did. It only gave me fuel for this elevated, righteous, intellectual suffering. But the more I read,
the easier it was for me to boil every paragraph down to a power relationship. The characters' influence over each other, the writer trying to impress the reader, etc. The strings everyone pulls starting to look like strands that weaves into the fabric of fate. And once I saw its beauty, I got teary-eyed. My architect instinct kicked into overdrive. I didn't have to submit to fate. All I have to do was cooperate with it and wait for my time to shine. Give it my input whenever needed until it trusted me to do more. Thomas steps over what's left of Sophie, wiping his glasses with an elegant cloth from his pocket. And it did. Fate let me look after the city. With my architect's tools, I start quietly shaping the streets and corridors, while Kaiser and his ilk shape the information flow. And among many tools this process gave me, one of them was a way to reliably come up with useful agents, like you. The method I used were crude at times, but the route was there. All you have to do was follow it. Some people write rulebook passage, the other plans city arteries. In the end, the effect is the same. Someone always follows. He puts on the glasses and gives you a long, hard look. You know, I have grown fond of you. You did so well. Even when that idiot Callahan tipped the Inquisition off, you still got out. I like that kind of resourcefulness. I could use that kind of resourcefulness. He uncovers his wrist. So, take my blood. Just enough so we can start on the right foot. As a sign of good faith. A sign that you're ready to play in the big leagues. Ready to behold the sights I've prepared for you. What do you say, Eric? There it is.